Not in the business, you catching fever. You getting serious like anti-river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving up away. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, stick. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you come on, yeah. We coming. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Today is Saturday. Saturday is the end of the week. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Munel Kishen, aka the General. I know some people are pissed off when I call myself the General. Let me take my cheese. Close the door. Close the door. Okay, this is Saturday. As I said, this is Saturday, the end of the week. Everything is on the table. We'll be discussing Joseph Waka. We will discuss Ure. We will discuss Yomri Kanga. We will talk about George Weah. And we'll also talk about things that are going on in our country. And before I start, I want to say to the families of the 29 people that were killed the other day, my sympathies, and I will always grieve with them any day. They are our family. No matter what happens, we stand with them. So it could be you, it could be me. So my people, we know what's going on in Liberia. It's a sad day. But notwithstanding, we'll still talk about politics. We'll still speak about Liberia to fix the problem, to know the problem, and to fix the problem. So we will continue our fight. And also, there will be a rally in DC on the 27th of this month, January. Everything is set. We're asking Liberians, if you love your country, Liberia, now we're not using guns, we're not using nothing, but we'll have to speak out. You can say whatever you want to say, that, oh, we're doing it because of Mr. Cummings. Yes, because what is going on in Liberia today is not about Cummings. It's about us and others. Because you're telling us that because we live out of Liberia for some time, we have no right in Liberia to even participate in any election. That is what you're trying to say. They're trying to kill democracy, and we must stand for it. So please, we'll be in. You can contact me, or you can contact whosoever. This is not organized by ANC. Whether we are ANC partisan or whether we people, but there are other people who are not even member of ANC. They are part of this thing. This is a Liberian problem. We will not sit back and allow things to happen in our country. So we want the international community to know, whether you want to hear from me or not, it is a political witch hunt. And this is not about Cummings. This is about the change that they are trying to kill. They are trying to kill the change, and we should stand up. Those of you who against it, like people from the Unity Party, I know you against that. No problem. You don't have to go. And people from the ALP, you against that. You don't have to go. But if you think that we don't have anything to do, it's no problem. But history will judge us. History will judge you, especially you that stand by and do nothing. I always say these things. They got three group of people. Three group. They got people who sit and wish for things to happen, but they don't want to react. They don't want to fight. They don't, but they pray to God that things should just happen. No. Faith without action is a dead faith. And they got people who sit and look and say, let me see if it will happen. Then they got people who make things happen. And most of the people that make things happen, they will cost them up. They will do whatsoever to them. And sometimes they don't enjoy it. Sometimes they don't benefit from it. But they are the sacrificial lamb. And for us, we have put our face out there. No matter what, you can insult me, you can curse me, that we don't have nothing to do. Mr. Cummings pay us. Mr. Cummings doing this. Mr. Cummings purchase this one. That's your business. But I love my country, Liberia. That is why I'm standing up for Liberia. I am not standing up for any individual. I'm standing up for Liberia to be a better place for me, my children, your grandchildren will go back home and enjoy and say, yes, this is the country. Because trust me, Liberia is a beautiful place with beautiful people. But they are just handful of people who think that they can control us because they have stolen so much and they will continue to use Liberians. Liberians are not stupid. First food are food. Second food is not food. So guys, today everything going to be on the table. You might not like what I'm going to say today. I will say it in a rough way. I will say it in so many ways. But one thing, I will not insult, and I expect you to do the same. Do not use profanity on my page. One, I will tell I am the only person here to tell you whether you insult me or not. Nonsense, stupid, and whatsoever should not be used on my page. I will block you. I want to be honest with you. It reached to the point now where we just have to do what we have to do. When you are not for me, you against me, that's it. But I deal with independent people. I want people, if you want to make your point on my page, you are free to do so. But let's just be respectful and let us speak to the issues. If I say Mr. Cummings is the best candidate, give me reason why he's not the best candidate. If you come on my page and you insult Mr. Cummings, you insulting me. I am not going to insult Mr. Boaka. I am not going to insult nobody, but I will stick with the issue. If you want to say Mr. Cummings is a crook, tell me how Mr. Cummings is a crook. Because I'm telling you Mr. Boaka is a crook, I will tell you why I say Boaka is a crook. If I tell you Mr. Cummings is the best man, I will tell you why. But don't come on this page today and think that you will get it free. I will block you. I have blocked over thousands of people. I'm not yet to make friends when it comes to Liberia. I am not in the business to make friends with anybody when it comes to Liberia business. And don't think that I got people, good friends in UP and who still respect me. I got people who support Mr. Boaka and still respect me and believe and respect my stand. And there myself, we speak on the phone, we joke, we laugh. But if some of you guys don't know no one and think that you will come on my page today, I already, because I was going through my page, I saw a lot of people requesting friendship. And I can't put them on because I got a lot of people there who continue to misbehave. So I think today that's the best time to clear my space. And if you get your fake page, fine. I will clear it out stay. Let me take my little cheese. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today. We're going to roll on today, Saturdays. I'm fire. But before I start, let me play my usual song, Kapow, Kapow, from all the way, Bon County. I saw someone, he said, oh, man, I know you from Bon County. No, I'm not from Bon County. I am from Maryland County. I was born into the Tabo, a little small little town near Plebo. But my wife is from Bon County. Like this, like the video, and share the video. I will appreciate it. Then you motivate it. I know I'm not a guy with the biggest platform. I am the Poo Plantoon. But the small men, they say, the guys they say, the men are down, fear no fall. I'm already on the ground. So my small live platform, at least they're going places. So like the video. There's something they call like. When you like the video, Facebook can put it into a place that people will watch it all the time because people like it. It's not about the sharing. Let me make it understand. It's not about the sharing. You can share it. But if they don't like it, Facebook will not keep it up. They will always push it down. But when they like your video, by the time someone pop poop, they say, well, so imagine if you got 10 followers, 10 viewers, and 10 like it, you still stand a point. It's 100%. That's how you're looking. 10 look at it, 10 like it. That's it. Other people will try to like it too. So also you can switch on to YouTube. Go to YouTube sometime like you home, nothing to do. You relax yourself. You put the TV on, go to YouTube and go to TGN TV, all caps. Bam, you see that red face showing, and you can watch everyone you want to watch. Anytime you want to watch it. That's it. So guys, let me play this song for you. Kapow, kapow. Your cameo, my people, your cameo. Let's listen. Let's listen to Alexander Cummings. So, ladies and gentlemen, just stand by for Kapow, kapow, all the way from Bon County.
program moment, tenga como mi nya program to ekpas. Hey, hello, 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 hello.
Choplo ya limie, ye pa ku kwebo. Choplo ya limie, ye pa ku kwebo. Tabla kapae, kapa ku taito. Tabla kapae, kapa ku taito. Hello, 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 hello.
The program moment, tenga como mi nya program to ekpas. Hey, hello, 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 hello.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thanks to Gwen Jones Smith for liking this, for loving this video. And I want you to like it also. Yes, you love the video. And also, I want to say thanks to Ayla, Page, and Smith, Titi Nimland, and Smith. Oh, thank you very much. Morris, George, and Kima Rose, Joatamba, Richard Johnson, and Roslyn Dix. Thank you very much for liking this video. And I see 32% here and continue to like this video. I will appreciate it. And also Charlene Dumba and Stan. Good. Benjamin Kokolo. Kokolo. Yes, thank you also for watching, for liking this video. When you like the video, then Facebook will keep the video on. That's the problem. So we all must like it. And also sharing. I saw someone just requested friendship, and I will approve your friendship because I sure I'm going to get somebody off here today. And and okay, because it was not a regular Facebook account, it is personal. See the number of people it has reached in just 1 hour. 100 103,518 people and accounting. Okay, so Mr. Costa sent me a video on his page, and after I sent him something, he sent me a video directly, not on Facebook inbox, and saying that, oh, just watch this video here. It got 103. Oh, yes, 103% have watched it so far. That's a good thing. But in that video, there are a lot of lies and other things are in this video. And it's good that he put it on my page. And so let me just save it so I can go through it correctly and take the one I want to take out because, as I said, he's not a good campaigner. He always put his foot in his mouth. So that's a good thing. So it's not a bad thing. So Costa, that show that Costa watch my little people too. You see you guys all the time. Okay, so the first thing here, we all know what is in circulating in the air. I want to say this and I will make it clear. I am not here to criticize no pastor. I will not be in the business to criticize any pastors because they got good ones, they got fake ones, and I don't know who's the good one and who's the fake ones. But what I will tell you today, know God for yourself. Try to know God for yourself. Don't depend on other people to tell you about God. When you have the time, read the Bible. Know it, feel it for yourself. No fake pastor will come around you. You give when it's one, if it's necessary. I was just talking to a friend today. Do not spend your whole day in church and do nothing and think that it will come from heaven and fall on your lap. No. Faith without work, without action is a dead faith. You pray to God and you go out to look for what you pray for. Don't be afraid. Go out there. Don't let the man of God tell you that you need to take shower, that you need to hold a bath, that you need oil and water. Yes, in the Bible, they anoint people with oil. Some good pastor will tell you, say, bring the oil, I will pray oil, and you can take it back. Yes, it's good. But pray. Prayers are something that you come from in you. You don't have to pretend. You sit by yourself in a room and you say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. Whoever you want to, you believe in it and you walk out there, it happens. So it's up to you, whatever you believe in. You know that song, what he's done for others, he will do for you. With arms wide open, he pardoned me. What he done for others, what he did yesterday, he can do it today. God said the power is within you. God created man in his image and likeness. So I understand some people believe in the pastors, they go there. No, don't listen to the pastor, but don't believe in the pastor. Don't believe in the pastor. Listen to the pastor. That's all. God used anybody to give the word. God used strippers, prostitutes, criminals, and whosoever. God will change them and give you the word. Don't look at that person. If you want to contribute, if you want to give tithe, fine. Every one of them speak and preach on prosperity, money, this and that. But your salvation comes first. So it's within you. So I'm not going to hold anyone responsible for what happened. It's by the will of God. Everything that happened is destined. As a Christian, you will understand that. But we must put our foot down. We must put our foot down for our children. One thing is that as much as we want to get them off the street, we should be very careful how we do it. We should be very careful. We shouldn't be too emotional. Yes, they on drugs, they on this, they on that, they killing people, they starving people. But let us look at the root cause. The war have damaged them, and our leaders continue to fail us. These are the people that were supposed to concentrate on first. Instead of stealing 5, 10, 15 million dollars, they were supposed to take that money, put it in there, rehabilitate them, rehabilitate the children. It would take no time. You can spend 2 years and rehabilitate them. Government got money. Our country got money. Don't let nobody fool you. Don't let nobody fool you. The $30,000 we were giving, it will come to almost $4 million. It can rehabilitate most of them. We said it over and over, and I have spoken to it on my show over and over, that it was a simple, simple thing. First thing first, get them off the street. But how will you get them off the street? Are you going to send them home? No. Are you just going to tell them, say, go to any school? No. You know how long they've been in the street? Bella Yala, rehabilitate Bella. Like this video, please. Share it. Share it. Rehabilitate Bella Yala. Turn it into an institution, into a technical school. Other people will pay to send their children there. But the unfortunate ones, the ones that don't have nobody, you first you start voluntarily. They will come and register. Mechanic, carpentry, masonry, or something else. 4 major things that can make them to, even they want to be the agriculturalist or whatsoever. But the main things that will give them money, a hands-on job, that you don't need to know 2 plus 2 to be a mechanic. You train them, you give them 2 years, and tell, look, United Nations will come in. They will help them. Maybe they're getting 25. Their first year they get $20. The other one they get $25, and they're taking smaller thing, they're keeping it, and make sure we be sincere to them and keep this money and give them. They got free food. They eat 3 times a day. They got a football fee. They all over the place. They can enjoy themselves, play basketball. At the same time, they got a farm to feed them. After the 2 years, you have a graduation. You send them straight to government. GSA. All the carpenters will start to produce, to fix furniture for our ministries and our schools in a GSA compound. You pay them. You don't need to order for furniture anymore. Decks, this and that, they start to do it. Mechanics, you assign mechanics to every ministry to repair cars. Every ministry got a motor pool to repair cars. Then you send the other ones to public works to do all the little patching, to do all the little and handiwork. In 1 year, they on their own. If you want to keep them, if the ones that are good, they want to go, they can go. They got a small little money to start with. You have just out of 100, you will get maybe 75. Because in real life, 100 can go to school, not 100 going to be successful. Sometimes the most smart man will not be successful in life. Sometimes the guy who all the way down will be at the top in real life. So you see, then today, but because we want to keep them in this situation, so when election time comes, they will vote because they don't care. People who smoking bone. When I was in Virginia, 2 o'clock in the night, there's a graveyard in Virginia. I went there, sat down with children. This boy, and telling me there's nothing in the city for me, sir. This boy did criminal justice. He says Sabori was his teacher at EMU. I said, wow. These children smoking. I never knew that the light bulb, they bust the bulb and they scrape everything from in there and they put it in the water. The children high. Panel building, when you go in there, stink. We went there and make them to clean their place, and we gave them mattresses. We make them to cut the hair. That's a lady used to go and give them food. But after everything, that was it. Yes, a good. We help them. But what the government doing, that's not our responsibility. We can only do little bit. As a citizen, as a politician, we can do little bit. We can really transform their life easily. But government can do more. That's the responsibility of the government to see to it that the citizens are well placed. But at the same time, we got officials, they call them the white collar criminals, stealing all over the place, but we don't say nothing. We praise them. Oh, yes, that guy nice. Oh, my man, look at that guy. Look at the guy car. Using your money. Using your money while the citizens are dying. The citizens are going through it. They got the good young children going to school, and they got the other ones on drugs. At the same time, the drugs coming through the airport. You go down to Jamaican resort, you smell weed all over the place. Not because they say Jamaican resort. We know they all get high. Eh? Drugs getting missing from the DEA. Drugs getting missing every day. They go and raid, they carry bags. We know that. No law and order. Gangster government. Then you guys stay sitting there and think that you want to fight Mr. Cummings? You guys are still sitting there because Mr. Cummings want the system change and he cannot be part of you. So that means not because Mr. Cummings friends with people, but we're talking about real leadership. He got his first priority is law and order. Mr. Cummings said every day you must discipline your children. If you cannot discipline your home, forget it. If you cannot feed your home, you can feed nobody. We cannot be a beggar through all our life. We must show to the international community that we can do better as a people. So the change starts with you, not the men who want to lead you. Yes, the men who want to lead you will set the example. So look at all the politicians in Liberia today. Look at the politician and tell me which one of them trying to set the example. Today they will say, oh, Mr. Cummings bribed the person. By the time you say you support Mr. Cummings, he bribed you. When somebody support Mr. Cummings, he bribed you. So you tell me Mr. Cummings got nothing to do. His hard-earned money. He worked like a slave. He worked hard, busting his brain. He used the money to just spend it. People who work hard for the money don't just spend the money easily. People who work hard for the money do not just spend because they want to spend. We know what's going on in the country. Eh? As wicked we said Ellen Johnson was, she never did it, do such a thing. Nobody ever told George Weah to court because CDC was demonstrating in the country. Nobody ever told George Weah to court when Akara Grace and other people threatened Ellen Johnson and presidency. Nobody took George Weah to court. Nobody arrested George Weah one day, called him criminal in Liberia. With all the things that were going on, nobody did it. But today you look at a political leader who don't have the authority to put a photo on his arm to go register. You saying that he forged your signature. And You look at our leader who neck do not deal with political leader. It's just because of Liberia they show respect. NEC deal directly with chairman, the secretary of a political party. They don't deal with standard bearer. Standard bearer is just a standard bearer. It's a ceremonial position. Yes, you're the head. We don't run the party. You don't run the party. But for you to come up and say, Mr. Cummings, forge signature, that is shameful. That is a witch hunt. And then you get Solicitor General going all over the place, prosecuting a man before the case could start. He has evidence, 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 evidence. Today, there's no evidence. How can you prosecute? You want to prosecute, but you continue to postpone the case. Instead of me that you want to prosecute to say, please give me time to bring my evidence, you the one postponing case because you want to slow this individual down. Because you want to slow it down. But who will blame? You say, if your house don't sell you, the street will not buy you. You got 3 political leaders who against one. You think because they say 3 against 1, that means they are right? Only people with no brain will say that is right. You can get 3 wicked people and you got 1 good man who said no. Then you say the man who said no is wrong. So you see where the problem coming from? People who are educated people, they are the one that destroy our country. They are the one that destroying Liberia because they are greedy. They have not done anything for themselves. All they do, they go to school, get degree. They do never work in it. They all want to get government job. So today they're looking at white and they say it is black. They're looking at right and they say, yes, it is almost, that's not rare right. They're looking at this. Look at today. All the conversation. Now, Yombly, Bwaka are surprised, but they can't come out and tell you. They are surprised because Ure took every conversation within the CPP, every conversation, every plans that they had, what to do, how to go to the convention, whatsoever, and turn everything over without their knowledge. Without their knowledge. They are now asking for Mr. Bwaka to be a state witness to come and testify against Mr. Cummings. Let him go. Let the Liberian people see how deceitful they are. They are the one that have been causing the problem. They organized this thing and put Mr. Cummings under the pretense that, oh, this thing was fair. Everybody's for them. Everybody coming with a fair play. They just want to use one man. You look at him, you say he knew. He's a stranger. They will do it to you tomorrow. That you are a stranger. You got no place in Liberia. If you go to Liberia and shut your mouth for our politics, you will be the best person. You will be the best. Please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me loud and clear. So you see, so today, if you are a Liberian and you want to see a better Liberia, on June 27, we will be in Washington, D.C. It's not a protest, it's a rally. We just want to inform the American government, whether you like it or not, America is the superpower in the world. We want to talk to them. The time they spend in Liberia, we know what happened when it comes to election. We just want them to put, because if we don't speak out, nobody will speak for us. If we don't make our case, they will say it. We know seditions are not happy. The other day we saw sedition in DC too. That was their right. They went there to advocate. It is our time to go. This is not an ANC thing. This is not about ANC. This is about justice in Liberia against democracy. I said this thing long time. I said my fear is not about whatsoever whether Ellen Johnson was corrupt, but there were certain things happening in Liberia in honor Ellen that people have freedom of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of the press. There are people being whipped and whatsoever. Now they're going against a man because CDC government is aware that Mr. Cummings is a threat. But if you honor my voice today and you think Mr. Cummings is not a threat, it is your view. But if you think that you will sit here and worry about 2017 results and think it's still waiting for you. You got it sitting down. You living in Ethiopia. You living in different that nobody going to bring you out anymore. Because let me tell you, you could win yesterday, you won yesterday, you lose today. So that is not how it works. You can take first place and this time you take last. What spot Lofa Kante took? Lofa Kante won the last Kante meet. Where are they? Bopolu. What about Bopolu? Anybody expected Bopolu to go final? No. Nobody expected Bopolu to go final. But Bopolu went final. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to tell you, if you think that 2017, but let me tell you, if you don't know today that Mr. Cummings is relevant in the Liberian politics, out of 22 candidates, Mr. Cummings never in all the counties, either fifth or up. He came third in big counties that we got people who been in politics for 50, who ran 3 times, could not win Mr. Cummings in Monserrato County. We all know Monserrato is the cradle. Monserrato is the place that everybody got the vote. Monserrato right now got 40% of the total votes in the country. Yes. In Nimba County, go and check for yourself and see the position that Mr. Cummings took in Nimba County. In Lofa County, see what position Mr. Cummings took. In every county, maybe that's what pissing Mr. Ure or because Mr. Cummings defeated Ure in every part of Liberia. Everywhere. Mr. Cummings won. Even Mr. Cummings had 1 vote, Ure will get 0. That's the point. But these are the people who fighting Mr. Cummings. These are the people who fighting Mr. Cummings. You got Prince Johnson. He won Nima County with free with what? 75% of the vote. You think Mr. Bwaka, Mr. Johnson can challenge Mr. Ure and Mr. Cummings? His party is from Nima County. But will he get that seat number again? No. Mr. Bwaka, all his votes came from Lofa County. From Lofa County. So you see that? So in the first round, he won Lofa, he won Bopolu. In the second round, he only won Lofa County. So those of you who talking about counties to be your base, you will not win election because you only depending on a county. No. Political, in politics, when you say what is your constituents, they are people, not states. No, not state. People. Because like in America, that I'm not going to compare America with Liberia, but in America, there are certain states here that where they got all Democrats or all Republicans. So no matter who on that ticket, they will vote Democrat or they will vote Republican. But that same Republican candidate or that Democrat candidate can attract certain voters, the college students, the stay-home mom, the white collar, the different group of people. They appeal, they attract them. Say, oh yeah, this guy. A lot of young children behind, like Barack Obama. Barack Obama had a lot of youth behind him. It's not about county. Which are the state? Which are the state that Barack Obama depend on? Nobody depend on state. Liberians, you get over it. County is nothing. You are running for president of the Republic of Liberia. You know what I'm saying? We are all Liberians. No Guillaume, Manon, Pele, Gru, Basso, Grobo, Mandingo, Kran. We are all Liberians. If we want to see Liberia going forward, get rid of the tribal business. Yes, it is your tribe, but first thing is your country. Then before you think about county, then before you want to talk about tribe. You understand? But when you can talk about your country, when your country is good, I got a leader that I'm supporting who is not running because he's from Maryland. He's not running to be president for Marylanders, no, or for the global people or whatsoever. He's running to be president of Liberia. That is why he's taking his time going around the country, going all over the place to make his case. That is what good politician does or leader. You discover the problem. You want to know the problem before to find a solution. If you know the problem, you will solve the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Munel Kishen, aka the General. Please don't forget, like the video. 22% like the video. 22. Why your finger hurting? Your finger, just one day, pop, it gone. Yeah, like the video. Anyway, you trying to tell me a 50-50. 22 like me, the other 22 hate me. No problem. I love it. Go ahead. So, that's the thing, my people. If you don't speak now, you will not speak again. First food are full, second food is not full. We made a mistake. It's not a mistake. And I want to say this to seditious or whosoever voted for George Weah. You made no mistake. You owe no one an apology. You owe nobody because I supported someone. So if they say that you owe us an apology, then we owe you an apology too. But whenever you make a decision and you know that decision was wrong, is not working, be honest and strong enough to say, listen, this decision was a bad decision. That's why they tell you, say, no decision is right until it is right. If we all know that our decision will be right, there will be no mistakes. It's almost like this: you're in a house, the house trying to burn down. When you jump through the window and you survive, they'll say, wow, you did the right thing, my man. But if you jump through that window and something happened to you, they say, my man, why you just take the front door or you go to that place? If you take the front door and something happened to you, they'll say, why you jump through the window? So no decision is right until it is right. So don't hold yourself. People saw themselves in George Weah. They believed that George Weah was like them. That was the false prophecy, that George Weah was the one who never participated in a war and would be president. That was the wrong prophecy. Just to find out that he had a little link in something. That was the wrong prophecy. To say that we got the only the native born Liberian, 100% president of Liberia. And people in the notion that, oh, the Southeastern have never done anything, then you are a liar. If you tell me the Southeastern have never done anything to Liberia, then you are a liar. As much as the President Todmor or whosoever was there for 27 years, he took us from point A to point B. And you people from the big county kept him there. You people from the bigger county was the chief of staff under President Todmor. You people from Lofa County were the big boss in the military. You people from Lofa and Nimba County was the big boss in government at the same time. You got Jackson Doe. They were the big boys. So don't exclude yourself that, oh, the people. No, this is not about time. This is not about the county or the size. But if you want to go back to the Bible, Israel is one of the smallest countries in the Middle East, but very powerful. And you want to go to history? Look at America today. Joe Biden coming from a state that produced 3 electoral college. 3. He defeated Kamala Harris, that all the way from California. Bill Clinton came from Arkansas, a small little place. So, Liberians, when are we going to learn and teach our people? When are we going to tell our people to be patriot? When are we going to be a nationalist, to love our country and speak the truth? You don't need to know me to vote for me. You don't need to know me to do anything when it comes to public life. Ask question, what will I do? This is the question that you ask people. Anyone who ever want to run for public office. What will you do? What are your plans when you, this job that you're trying to, we should make you representative, we should make you president. What are your plans when it comes to job creation? What are you going to do in the community? What are you going to do? Okay, representative, what are you going to do? We got most young boys here all in the street with drugs. Tell us your plans. Now, if I was a representative and did nothing and came back to you to contest that I'm running again, that's the time you will ask me. All the time you were there, what you did? We still got the same trouble. We still got this one. You don't do nothing. But by the time they come to you, they give you laid back arrest $5. They put it in the leaders' hand in the community. They say, oh, they put it in the puppet. And even the old people, they are our problems too. So ask the question, Mr. Cummings, what will you do? What are your plans? What are your plans? They say the man I don't have credit is better than the man who have a bad credit. You don't know that? Okay, he never worked in government. But look at his track record. Where you worked before. They're not asking you whether you work in government. So, look, my people, please, please, just stop fooling our people. You will make people to go to school and they don't want to go to school. Nobody went to school. Nobody got a degree for a particular job. You can go and get your engineering degree. You can work in government at the public works department and be an engineer for government. You can get a you can get a PhD in accounting or CPA in accounting. You can either work for government or you can work for private institution. You can be a registered nurse or medical doctor. You can work for government or you can go work for private hospital. So because you work for government, that means your experience is different from the men who work for the place. That is nonsense. That is not fair. We continue to discourage our people who want to go to school. You telling them if you go into the private sector, you got no business to ever come back in politics. Okay, if you know that you like politics, then go work for government. That what you trying to tell us that we should tell our children? Eh? And who's saying these things? When you go on all the pages today, these are people with the so-called educated people making such a statement. Oh, Mr. Cummings don't have a public sector experience. You kidding me? To run office, do you think that the president do the job? Do you think that the president actually do the job of the country? No. The president bring around him the bright and the brightest and the smartest people around him to do the job. He put people into areas that they will give him. Do you think that the president of the United States, when he gave him his State of Union address, you think that he write his own speech and know what happened in California? No. They got people that write that speech. You think George we are set in Monrovia and know what will happen in Maryland? He got superintendent, he got people there. They bring all the things. Why are we doing this? Because we are greedy. So-called educated people, I will not even call your name because you know yourself. You got your degree for nothing. Your degree is just a paper. You die, is done. What comes from out of your mouth is what make you educated. What comes from this head that will make you smart. Don't think about yourself. Think about the people that are behind you. Some of us say we're on Facebook every day advocating. We might not live to see it. We might not be there tomorrow. It's not promising to nobody. People dying every day, like of ants right now. I might not be the one to see it. Even Mr. Cummings could win tomorrow, and I will not be part of I will not be part of it. I should get mad? No, because I'm doing it for myself and my country. I'm not doing it for nobody. I'm not doing it because I want to show off. The time I'm supposed to sit right now, but I'm doing it. It hurts me every day. There's a lady who just left from here, went to Liberia, Jebet, went to Liberia to bury her in-law. She died because when she got, there was nothing they could do. That was it. It was late. I'm not saying that when you go to Liberia, you die because death can take place over. But these are so many things. I will tell you today, if you're in Liberia and you listen to me, and even you in this country here, and you listen to me right now, there are certain sicknesses in life in America, it will not take your life. No woman died from childbirth in America anymore. People die from childbirth in Liberia. Nobody go to hospital in America, they pump glucose in your body. And no. In Liberia, you go to the hospital, the first thing they put glucose in you. You know what I'm saying? And even we're so wicked, we got some of our Liberians in this country here who CNA, they got CNA license to clean poo-poo. They go to Liberia, they open pharmacy. They know how to get injection. They open pharmacy. Our government don't ask. They don't regulate to see where the drugs coming from. Who are you to open pharmacy? What is that? The person from America, they put one day and telescope on the neck and they moving around. They call it said doctor. Black bag doctor, Dr. Turn around. Eh? So we are ourselves the problem. But you know why we do that? Because when the government is corrupt and the government is not cracking down on anybody, then we go ahead and do it. If the government come out today and pass a law, and the House passed that law that anybody they catch with drugs, you will serve 20 years in jail. Don't get me wrong. There will be people who will be sneaky drugs, but they're doing it at their own risks. When they catch you, but then again, if we have a president, only the president make the difference in the country. Let me tell you, Liberia is not a, you see America, the power, the balance of power is strong here. There's certain things the president, he can cry, 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 he can do it. In Liberia, the president has the power to do anything. The president can give a warning and everybody will yield to it. In Liberia, that will make the president powerful. The legislature not powerful. They make the laws. They implement the laws. The judiciary is nothing. The executive is the power. Liberia is a unitary state. The government, the executive runs everything. The budget is put together by the executive. Like one guy argued with me on the show the other day, and then the only thing he had to say that I'm stupid. The Senate don't write the budget. They just made recommendation. When I send a budget to you, made recommendation before you pass it. But in America, they got the budget guys over there who go through everything and they bring it out. They work along with the executive and they get the people from the house and they do it. And they come over, they got budget committee that will put that budget together. But in Liberia, no, Summit 12, and they don't want to do the budget. And they send it to you. And when you like it, you say, oh, they want. But you can't tell the government in Liberia which road to pave. They decide. So the president got power. But when the president is not speaking, when the president is not speaking to the nation, what happened? When the leader has no vision, the nation perish. Lack of information killing Liberians. Because nobody telling us what to do. Nobody. And naturally, we don't have a plan. They get up today, boop, they pass a law, they say start tomorrow. They never gave you time to say by next year, everybody will be having American a national ID card. Once they pass that law, they pass the law. But why? Because you are not talking about it. When it's not on you, when it's not affecting you, you okay. That is how Liberians behave. If you people don't know, I spent my time on Bob Challenge. That is where I understood Liberians. When Liberians are comfortable, they will tell you to hell with you. Most of our Liberians, when they are comfortable, they tell you to hell with you. There's a guy on that ship. Just imagine, we're not too sure if we're going to make it. They gave everybody mats. This man took 10 mats and put it together. He myself almost fight. I said, you can't give your friend one. No, why he go fight for his own? This man put 10 mats down and he want for nobody to touch him. Was just a sardine on that ship. People were in San Pedro. People taking US dollar to buy $1 to buy one little loaf of bread, and that bread 4 for $1. This Fula man brought a whole van. The owner who get it to throw it to us. Some of us collecting the bread, sharing with our family then. The one who got money took the bread and threw it back to the man and said, you think we'll let the dog. We are there for nothing, proud people for nothing behind us. No backing. We got big mouth. We got more professors than students. We got more doctors than patients. We got more lawyers than anything. Big mouth people, Liberians were us. We got big mouth, big mouth. We don't take no action. We just talk. Freedom is not free because we never pay for freedom. That is why we're going through today. We never pay for freedom. We are afraid to stand up. I know I will say, yes, and you in America? Yes, I'm in America. But I was the last group when we were in the street marching against Samuel Doe. The last group, Archibald Bernard was in that. If anybody can remember, Archibald Bernard was in that group. But I was in Tottenham. Archibald Bernard was in the front. We came back for the last protest and we could not assemble. And people had to run for their life. Yes, we ran for our life because the fact is that they had guns at the time. And the soldiers were all over the place beating people. Some people got killed. Right in front of me, one guy was crossing the street right in a battery factory. They shot him. He came from digging, I don't know, he was digging grave or something he came from doing because you're looking dead at the first dead body I ever saw. But because we don't stand up, we don't want to speak for nobody. We don't want to talk for you. I only talk for myself. They say, soldier, talk for yourself. That's not how it look like. We go to talk, we seek our own interest. What there for me? If I support you, you send me to the port. If I support you, you send me to final ministry. That is not how it's supposed to be. But I can't blame you because that is what you saw. All our role models in Liberia, they are crooks. But everything we do, Cummings pay us. Everything we do, Cummings pay us. Let me tell you something. I would never hesitate if Mr. Cummings called me and gave me money and said, Munel, it's for you. I would take it. I've been supporting Mr. Cummings since 2016, when he's 2017, up to present. Up to present. I don't take money from people when I know I will not support you. That I know that I don't want to be battered at all. And if anybody can prove, I dare or sedition to come after I was so I went around. I never came on Facebook to defend George Weah, but I was around the whole place. People insulted me. Who are you to support Joshua? You ought to know better. These are the same people today I see running behind Joshua. Zoka Wilson, all the guys, they fuss with me. Zoka Wilson look in my face and say, you and all supporting Joshua, that I business you won't bring here? That I business you won't bring here? People look in my face and say, Mooney, you don't get nothing but Joshua. But that was my right. But I was convinced when he became senator and I saw it. I said, oh yes, God knows how to reveal to people. And I decided not to support Joshua when I knew that Joshua was going to win. That is when I say, nobody brought me to Mr. Cummings. I did my own research. Nobody can boast and say, oh, I brought that ball. No, I did my own research. And I'm not bragging about it, and I got witnesses to prove. When President Weah, then Senator Weah, called me, he was in London. According to him, Munel, are you coming down for the election? I told Mr. Weah, I'm disappointed in you. We talked up. When I said I'm disappointed in you, he thought it was something different. I said, we got to talk because you don't listen. If I will not support somebody who don't listen, he said, I will call you back. And I said, then from there, other people start coming through. Other people start coming through. And after the first round, they reached out to me and Dave Jackley, where he said, Samson, other people, my money, we got to come back together. I said, no. President Weah will not make it. We're making a big mistake. I'd rather remain like this. What I'm looking for in life, I shouldn't prosper upon this water. Me, my head can feel nobody muff. The food I ate today, you don't even know I ate today. What I eat dry wrestle, what I eat dry wrestle, nobody know. If I wanted to be like the other people, all the people you see today, the millionaire, they get thousandaire, they get also they stealing. I know every one of them. You not hear one of them count face would cost me? Have you ever heard True Concrete to count face would cost me? You will not do it. You ever hear Kalasco count face would cost me? You will not do it. Even President Weah will not say nothing about me. He will only say, I know what I did to money, but that is my right. There was nothing, no job business, nothing. But I only put Liberia first because what George Weah said about Liberia is what I believe in at the time. When he was talking about how Liberians going through hell and this and that, his role model was Mandela, and said that when Mandela told him, said, my son, I'm only the messenger. I'm only there to give the message. And then I look at Joshua and I said, this is not about the degree. It's who you're going to bring around you. But that is the man that today. And but I saw it when he became senator. You didn't see it. You saw it. If anybody tell you that Joshua was not going to win 2017, then you were on your own. But I knew about it. We talked about it. I said, listen, I will make the case. I argued, but I said, yes, Joshua will win. I know that, but I will make the case for Mr. Cummings. I will make the case for Mr. Cummings, and Mr. Cummings will be relevant. And we did it. We did it. And in that election, if anybody tell you, say Mr. Cummings was the underdog, you lying. You lying. Coming fifth among 25 and 22 political leaders, then you crazy. If you think that he was nothing. He was nothing, but today you crying that he never came up publicly to support you. When the late Bromsky never supported you publicly, the Darius Zellon never supported you publicly, but that Mr. Cummings, to show that Mr. Cummings is powerful. He's relevant in Liberian politics. He's the giant right now. Whether you like it, you can go up, you come down. You will not accept it because it's hard for you to understand the truth. You will never understand what I'm saying because you far off. When you open your mind, you will know the truth of Liberian politics. I was there 2018. I spent 6 months in Liberia. I never went there for girlfriend. I never went there to hang out on the beach. I slept in Todi. I can close my eye and tell you how many districts and where the districts start from. So if some of y'all think that we came to America in 1936 and still sitting there, you're lying. It's just been here 2 years. I'm gonna tell you the real truth. We got people in Liberia that we still talk to, we still communicate. We got a group in Liberia. Go and check up Friends of the General. 80% of the people in our group live in Liberia. Check the Fox movement. 90%. In fact, the other who put out, I don't want to put it there. 90% of the people in our Fox movement group, they live in Liberia. So when I finish my show, I put in the group, they watch it. So don't mind. Forget about the 59. Forget about the 2. I'm the underdog. The men are down, fear no fall. When you're running, when you're on the track, you don't look behind. And that is what we are doing right now. We will explain to Liberian people the only way President Weah will have re-election unless we campaign. President Weah's responsibility is to take care of Liberia. Whether he can build stadium, whether he can build roads, whether he can do whatsoever is his responsibility. But the corruption that in Liberia that kept our people down today, if that money was not stolen, our children will be in school today. There will be good hospital. You can put a building, hospital 14. You can build a last market. You can build whatsoever. It is the job of the president. That's not his money. That is your money. That's why we elected him as president. And I always used to say this to people. President Weah can do all the good. Come 2023, they will contest against you no matter what. You contest against Ellen Trina. But let Liberian people understand it is not a law that you must go 2 term. For you to go 2 term, we will see it for ourselves from your first term. And if anybody thinking that the problem within the CPP will give George Weah a victory, you are making a big mistake. The problem is if we go separate, it might put George Weah into the first or into the second round because of his record. But if they're not careful, he might not see the second round for what is going on. If he's not careful, he might not get into the second round. But if he's into that second round, he will not win. He will not win. And that's the argument some UP guys think that when we go separate, Mr. Bwaka and the UP will come second to George Weah. Then nobody got choice because we don't want George Weah. We were forced to vote for them. You will not even go the first round. You will not even stay. Look, this election, God has shown this to us, but because some of yours, your eyes are on your face and you don't see, you still looking behind. Your 450,000 votes. Henry Costa said he ran it up. I will run it up. Your 500,000 vote, you left it in Tradefco Bank. Tradefco Bank is not operating no more, so I don't know where you're going to take it from. Like when the election coming, then you go and say, listen, my 450,000 vote, can you please drop it in here? And then Joshua will say, my 700 and some thousand vote, please drop it in here because when the election, so I can start with it. You guys really can listen to yourself when you're talking. Liberians, don't let them scare you. The problem that in CPP, it just tells you that we got good people in Liberia. We show you that Mr. Cummings is a very good and honest leader. It just showed to Liberia that Mr. Cummings is strong. Nothing can break him down. Nothing. It's not about Mr. Cummings. They can suspend Mr. Cummings. They can expel Mr. Cummings. They can tell you it won't take on nothing. Mr. Cummings have lived his life and have built himself. He don't need it from us. It's not that he's doing us a favor. No. He asking us. He appealing to us. And I'm appealing to you that we must give him chance. And people who in America, your Liberians, who support him, when I hear them talking like when I say this boy, he's not a campaigner. I would never campaign like this. If I was supporting Boaka and say, listen, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Boaka been around long time, you must wait. No, 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 no. I would never campaign that way. We live in America. Hillary Clinton was in government as first lady for 8 years, senator, before Barack decided. So they must tell Barack, say, my man, you know you're a young man, you can't run for the thing, let Hillary do it. Barack went around and made his case. He made his case and he won. Nobody told Barack whether Hillary was there for 32 years. Who cares? It's not a dress right dress. Leadership is not popularity contest. In politics, yes, you might be popular. You can make yourself popular. And you know I like what them when they read it say, oh, you know the problem, Mr. Cummings communication team, not correct. They don't know how to propagate a message. They don't know how to send a message out there. They are arrogant. They act like they only go to school. Me, I go to school. Yes, we agree. The same way other people on the other side don't know how to argue. Some people on the other side, they don't give you plans, but they cost you. At least our own, we're talking about the man. And the thing, we think with the CPP, Mr. Cummings not supporting nobody. These are all well-off people, Liberians. These are people that don't need it. They don't want to go to Liberia when Mr. Cummings. Listen, don't get me wrong. It is their right to work. If Mr. Cummings called upon them to work, he will know the kind of people, because where Mr. Cummings coming from, where he worked, people got jobs based on their competence, based on what they know. Nobody went to Coca-Cola to claim that far because your mind and power there. You know what I'm saying? So, Mr. Cummings, I dare you, Mr. Cummings will not give nobody job when he know that you're not fit to be in that era. Do you think Mr. Cummings will be brave and say, Mr. Kishen, I'm going to send you to finance ministry as assistant, because assistant minister for debt management. Eh? Why nobody coming? Why nobody? You think he coming to jump and say, I'm going to bring you to listen, it's not, but you will not, that's not what you do. And you know what I'm saying? You know certain jobs need professionals. Liberia's a first division team. They're not amateur team. You don't know that? Liberia is a first division team, it's a professional team. We are the one that take the amateur team. So we just try everybody. We just take one person for so, oh my man, I used to be in the church. In your church, you're the treasurer in your church. Okay, come on this side. I will make you accountant and controller to finance ministry, because you used to be the finance, you used to be the treasurer in our department in the church there. Oh, my man, you are president for the Liberian community. Okay, don't worry. My man, you know small thing. So I will put you over there. That is nonsense. That is nonsense. Eh? Do it with your willing mind. But ask questions for the 21st century, my people. Why other countries still barely concentrating on STEM at the school? We there talking about market. Yes, our people need markets. They need it. But because of election, eh? Any government, their first priority, you must get drinking water, you must get light, security. When you got all these things in place, everything follow. You can't invest in schools when there is no light in the country, no internet in the country. But you say the children go to school, how they will study in the night? No light in the country, no internet set for them even do research. Eh? No security for the people, neither the business people. Nothing there to encourage the business because you don't have light. You think big companies coming to run generator in the country to spend all the money on the generator? No. No internet. Do you think, how will you, how do we outsource jobs? Do you see, you in America, when they call Comcast, somebody way in the Philippines pick up the phone. That person making maybe $8 or $9 or $10 an hour. Do you know what it look like if you pay a Liberian right now in Liberia making $10 an hour in Liberia just to pick up the telephone? You will see how many university students will go there. $10 an hour in Liberia. The people who work with the United Nations, let me tell you the phone, they used to make $300 every month. Every month, $300 every month. That everybody won't drive now. But if even they say, okay, we pay hourly, because they used to pay $5 an hour in Liberia for a day. That's what you want to pay. So if Camp Care say we'll outsource the job to Liberia to put our call center there, and they will make $5 an hour, you will see how many people will run. How many people will run for that job? But before you got that, you need a damn good internet service. You need electricity. You need everything. But everything is just about individual people. That is why I am supporting Mr. Cummings. Is the only man who said we will use technology in Liberia. He is the only man with a platform. He is the only man with a blueprint. He is the only man that going around telling us about the economy. He is the only candidate that ever uttered the word living wage. Which one of you ever said it? Did Mr. Bwaka ever talk about living wage? Did Cassette talk about living wage? George Weah ever talk about living wage? No. Who the only candidate telling you that we need to cut all the big salary to be able to pay our teachers, our nurses, our police officers? You want to get a good security system in the country. Your entire police budget and security budget in Liberia. Not NSA. Because NSA got more money because that's what the president control. $500,000 for security. $500,000. The other man get $2 million drugs business. What you expect? But you want the police to sleep in the street. You want the police to go to the border. You want immigration to go to your border to secure the border. But you don't have nowhere for them. Everybody's smuggling things in. What you expect that man to do? He will compromise and he will collect his money and just be a chief in that time. When you want to say, oh, that the chief interest, that the chief interest. But you want a policeman to come to the citizen refuge when he making only $150 every month and he got to go to a family. He ain't got nothing to protect himself. But he should go and chase an armed robber. But you got the police director who getting up to $8,000 to $10,000 a month. Then what are we looking at? How you don't expect the policeman to pull a car over? The policeman pull taxi driver over to collect $5 because he got to send his child to school. He got to feed his wife. He can tell his wife, say, oh, man, let me just go. I'll come. I will send him full money. Tell me. Let us be honest to ourselves. The people who doing the real job in Liberia are not getting paid. The one who going around using government cars, using government this. They're free. They living in Monrovia. They get $2,000 every day for gasoline, but they live in Monrovia. Some of them, not to say, in my presence, this guy showed me 150 gallons gas slip, 2018. I said, man, what are you doing it here? I thought she was waiting. She said, oh, my boy get a bill. She carried it to somebody who can sell gas for her. She went to do her own business. 150 gallons gas slip. The guy showed to me. I look at the booklet. I open my mouth. I can't believe it. Our entire budget is about salary. That is why Mr. Cummings want to change the system, and the system is don't want to. The system is fighting. Mr. Cummings not fighting Bwaka. Mr. Cummings not fighting Ure. We're fighting the system. We're not fighting Joshua. It's a system. But they are the one refusing for the system to be changed. Then let's go to Mr. Bwaka. He was vice president for 12 years. 12 good years, Mr. Bwaka was vice president. He saw all the concession agreement. He is the first advisor to Ellen Johnson. He attends all cabinet meetings. Let Mr. Bwaka come out and tell Liberian people, I was against this concession, this agreement. When Mental Steel were giving the pickups out to all the representatives and senators, Mr. Bwaka got his share. They gave him one. Do you think that Mental Steel gave the representatives and senator pickup and left the vice president and the president? Do you believe it? Do you believe it? that they gave the senator, they all accepted it. And they left Ellen. Ellen got her big share, Boaga got his share. They got a share. That $30,000 we're talking about this and that. Y'all listen to the chief campaign manager for Mr. Boaga. He broke the entire economy down. The budget 2017 budget. Boaga have $500,000 in that budget for local travel. $500,000. It was election time now. That was the money he was supposed to use. You see how? Then today, when we tell you say they can't fight corruption, there is no way. You know, Mr. Boaga is the kind of politician who comfortable with whatever you steal and you give him. My man, okay, they want for you, Papi. Okay, no problem. He's comfortable with it. So, and they have proven, and I'm convinced that Liberia will never be good under Mr. Boaga because you know why? Simple. And you know they say past and present behavior and performance will prove what you do in the future. Mr. Ure was the chairman for the organizing chairman for CPP. He turned it over to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings kept the CPP alive, visited every counties in Liberia, organized offices, put everything in there, in the counties, going all over to decentralize CPP. Everywhere Mr. Cummings went, a CPP. He never said ANC. He can always say no disrespect to the other parties, but this coming election is about CPP and CDC. When Mr. Cummings turned over to Yombly remained in Monrovia, never went back, kept everything with all the things they put in place. She never even reached Nima County again. She only went to Grand Bassa County. Mr. Cummings, when he was chairman, that by-election, went and did everything, campaign for every one of them and financed them and helped them because this is the thing. When you're in charge, some people, when they're in charge, even there is no money, they go the extra mile because Mr. Cummings did everything because he didn't want them to fail. Other places, Mr. Cummings helped every candidate that was in the CPP. Are there anybody coming up and say, oh, for me, Mr. Cummings gave me nothing? The Edith Gonglo, 35,000 now, the first check she received. But some people think that were only 5,000. Darius Dillon were fair enough to announce it and say Mr. Cummings did a lot for him. Yombly, she received. Every one of them received from Mr. Cummings. Every one of them. When they turned the chairmanship over to Yombly, that's when everything starts shaking. But when they had realized that, Mr. Cummings holding ground. 3 years, nobody went anywhere. None of them followed Mr. Cummings to even campaign in the 2020 election. Let somebody tell me if I'm lying. All the campaign that were around the country, when some of us were on Facebook saying that, but CPP need to divide the country into 3 or 4 and let all the political leaders then take care of certain area, at least for them to go and campaign instead of the chairman alone. None of them went to Maryland to campaign with Mr. Cummings. None of them went Grand Judah to campaign with Mr. Cummings for the candidates. None of them went there. Only Mr. Cummings alone. Yombly took over, start to slow the process down. Under Yombly administration, the VPS, the consensus agreement building, there's consensus building supposed to be done under Yombly. She never did it. By this time, we're supposed to be finishing with the VPS. We turn everything over to Mr. Boaga. Since they turned it over to Mr. Boaga, the CPP collapsed. All the 4-tire bus, but the car stayed there. The car is there, but the 4-tire bus, it can't move. The 4-tire bus, the first one puncture, the whole thing bust. I have never seen one program that CPP or Mr. Boaga went to and talked about CPP. He never spoke about CPP. No programs that he ever went to and he talked about CPP. I challenge anybody to tell me Mr. Bwaka went to Cape Man and was speaking on behalf of CPP. He never went anywhere. Today, CPP collapsed because of Mr. Cummings. CPP collapsed because he refused. He said, I won't be president too. So that Mr. Cummings, they blame him now. Oh, because Mr. Cummings did not attend the meeting, a so-called meeting, that you think you can just jump up from nowhere and call meeting as if you're not a leader. That is how I know Mr. Bwaka is not a leader. Everything that Mr. Bwaka stood in the front failed. When he was with LPMC, at the time, he was just in Lofa County. When he took over LPMC, he failed. When he took over Agriculture Ministry, he failed. He took over LPRC, he failed. When he was VP, he had nothing to do. After he lost the election, he was on a knee. He pushed to remove Ellen Johnson from there. When Ellen Johnson won the case, he pretended as if he was not part of it. But because Wemope is not from Lofa County, he took Wemope and pushed Wemope under the bus. Madam Sally was not talking about y'all removing Wemope. He was not talking, she was not telling Mr. Bwaka about removing Wemope. She was saying that Mr. Bwaka should understand there should be change or generation change in that party. You understand? You got all the smart young people in Unity Party. But the other group, the corrupt ones, who want to really see this presidency because they know that they can overpower Mr. Bwaka, they decided to say, we'll carry Mr. Bwaka. We'll put him in the wheelchair and carry him, whether they like it or not. Eh? Today, CPP is what? Dead. Forget about Mr. Cummings and the Ure problem. Mr. Bwaka don't need to speak about it. But what is Mr. Bwaka doing? Why Mr. Bwaka cannot tell us that Ure have left already? Why Mr. Bwaka cannot come out and have a press conference and say that, oh yes, I received a letter from Ure, because you're the chairman. You see you see the wickedness, you see some of the deceitfulness, you see all the ungratefulness. You as the chairman, Mr. Bwaka is the chairman. Where is the letter? Have a conference that ALP have left already. But because they're working together, So Liberty Party is still there. Liberty Party not going nowhere. Yombly will go Euro and where it needs and Dillon. And I just got the information that Dillon thinking twice now. That's why Dillon is not speaking. Dillon is sitting and he realizing and he noticed that reality is hitting in the faces. Reality. They never thought that this thing was going to reach this far. They never thought about it. So you see, the old man knows exactly what's going on. That's why he can't bring the letter. Let Mr. Bwaka have a press conference and tell the Liberian people that ALP have left already. They got a green light. They are not part of Liberty Party and the ANC, the CPP. He's the chairman. Mr. Cummings got nothing to do with that. Mr. Cummings don't represent the CPP. He's part of the CPP, so he can't speak for the CPP because we got a chairman that's supposed to speak. Mr. Cummings will not speak for the CPP, but Mr. Cummings has the right to speak for ANC and himself, and still make comment about and cities and CPP, because the leadership that in CPP right now is a dead leadership. That is the one Henry Costa said, walking dead. Walking dead. It mean that you physically gone, but you are walking like a dead man. Have a press conference. Tell the Liberian people what happened to CP, Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Bwaka, you are the chairman. Tell the Liberian people what is going on in CPP. Do not even speak about the case. Don't talk about Mr. Cummings and the AOF and the ALP or whatsoever case. Tell the Liberian people that you receive a letter from Ure that they are not part of the ANC and CPP. Let us hear it from you. But because Mr. Bwaka is in connection and in cahoot with Mr. Ure and Yombly to backstab Mr. Cummings or to kill Mr. Cummings, that is why they're doing it. They wish Mr. Cummings can just drop and die today. That's how wicked these people are. And Mr. Cummings, please don't drink water from the places. They are wicked people in Liberia. They know they now go to Juju man to get rid of you, but the blood of Jesus is upon your head, my brother. I know they not try all kind of Mori man. Freedom man say Mori man or Muslim man. They not try all the juju to get rid of Mr. Cummings. But only God will protect him. Mr. Cummings' foot is not with the other side. Mr. Cummings is in the middle. He believes in God. I'm not saying that you ain't believe in God, though. But I know y'all not pray, 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 pray. Y'all can just say, hey, man. I saw, yeah, let them jail Mr. They will put handcuff on Mr. Cummings' hand. If I were Mr. Cummings, I would tell you, y'all can put the handcuff to satisfy them. To satisfy them. You know why? It's not that the case will go anywhere, but CDC looking for something. You know, today I saw a post and said, yes, no matter what, as far as concerned, Mr. Cummings is a criminal. Whether he win, whether they throw the case out, he's a criminal. I can't believe it. I can't believe it that people forcing somebody to be a criminal. That they see when they say belated a criminal, but I see no court that convict him. But they say he's criminal. The FIFA that can be talking. I will play the Darius Dillon tape. I will find it and play it. I got it on my computer. When Darius Dillon defended belated. So these are the deception. You can't call someone a criminal when he's not being found guilty. But I'm giving you play-by-play description of Mr. Bwaka, what make Mr. Bwaka to be a crook. It's not about just going to steal money, but his attitude. Mr. Bwaka is aware of everything that going on in CPP. He knows. Let Mr. Bwaka have a press conference for CPP. Let Mr. Bwaka come and tell the Liberian people, say, okay, I just got information. I just received a letter from Mr. Ure that he's no more part of the ANC, the CPP, and as of today's date. And let Mr. Bwaka utter it from his mouth and say, as far as concerned, ANC and ALP is not. I don't want to hear from Mo Ali. Mo Ali, don't run it. Mo Ali, don't. You are the chairman. You are the chairman. So today, they are saying that Mr. Bwaka will be a state witness. They're trying to bring Mr. Bwaka in to be a state witness against Mr. Cummings, to prosecute Mr. Cummings. So, Liberian people, you're here for yourself. Mr. Bwaka and the other people now were in cahoot with the government to prosecute an innocent man, or innocent man who have never did something bad in his life. The only crime you want to put on him because he want to run for president. So you know what they say, what the message is sending to you? That you should never ever try it to run for anything when you know you live in Liberia. That how jealous and wicked they are. Right now, it's sure Bena you're regretting it. And one, Mr. Bwaka have given up. Mr. Bwaka will not contest the coming election. The mind is willing, but the mind is willing, but the body is weak. Mr. Bwaka cannot make it. Anybody can get sick. Anybody can have pride. They got some people 50 years old, they can't make it. They got some people 30 years old, they can't make it. They got some people, nobody knows Mr. Bwaka age anyway. I'll be honest with you. Because if you tell me that Ellen Johnson older than Mr. Bwaka, then I got a problem with that too. So you see, that is why I am supporting Mr. Cummings for president of Liberia, for a real change. He's the one that telling us what he will do. He's not asking us what he should do. He's telling us this is the plan. And I want you to give me the opportunity. It is his right, but it is a privilege for him to serve. So he asking us to give it to him. And if anybody tell you, say, Mr. Cummings, oh, nobody, that lie, that old story. You know the new song in Liberia? The new song says, the papa not bad, but he old. Show me. Y'all tell me what Mr. Bwaka have done that's supposed to enthuse us. What Mr. But other people are saying that it's not about what Mr. Bwaka have done or what he's going to do. The only thing is that they should remove George Weah no matter what. And they got other people with their plans. Let me give you some of the plans. The chief campaign spokesman and campaign manager for Mr. Bwaka, according to his own mouth, that they rely on him to campaign, Henry Costa, said, and I quote, that if Mr. Bwaka become president, his chances of running for president 2029 is clear. Because Mr. Bwaka's chances of failing is 80%. If Mr. Cummings, I'm giving you a right-hander, I dare him come out and say that lie If that person don't come out and say, Henry, you told me, and he told all his followers aware of it, that means he will go against Bwaka, he will dirty Bwaka on the news, and Liberian people will fall for him. But if Mr. Cummings is president, it is possibility that 100 is 99.9.9. Cummings will be a very good president, and Liberian people will re-elect Mr. Cummings, and he will not have the chance for 2029. You see, so this boy thinking that he thinking fast. So Mr. Bwaka he using Mr. Bwaka. So everybody using each other. Everybody playing the game their kind of way. When Euro don't talk, he don't talk. When he not talking, then he say his supporters say. Listen, I show you the text that when I sent something into his box. You see here, custom. I put I put my picture. I put a video clip in his box. Then he sent me this. I put this one. He sent me this. He said he sent me this clip here. This clip. And said he said because it is not a regular Facebook account. He said it's not a regular Facebook account. He said, but see the number of people it has reached in just 1 hour. In 1 hour, it reached 103,518 people and counting. That the people it reached. These people are out of the country. They're not Liberians. How many Liberians already watch it? How many Liberians watch it? Is the one who have access to internet in Liberia? It's the same way. But let me show you something. I got a group they call Friends of the General on Facebook. 85% of the people in that group live in Liberia. There's another group they call the Fox Movement. 99% of the people, because I was in Liberia when that group was funded, when I put my post in there, people who in Liberia will watch it. And each of that group got over the Fox Movement. Let me show you something. Okay, this is a friend of the general. You see, this is a friend of the general. Okay. So if I go in here, I will tell you that the friend of the general got over right now. The friend of the general got almost 300 some more people in there. And they are all in, most of them in Liberia. So you see, and then for the Fox movement, it been around. I think you people been seeing this, some people been posting it. So this is the thing here. So I understand when you start something, whoever start first, you will get a crowd. You went through it. I will give it to you. But the fact is that he don't understand his worth. He don't know how strong he is. He think he's allowed his popularity to go over his head. And I will tell you, if I would get up every morning and get on Facebook and go and do it regularly, people will want to listen to me. If I come on Facebook now, I start insulting every day. People who want to hear the bad news to say, they'll be surprised. Me hear Mooney talking. He come across again. They will want to listen to because like the public love bad things. Listen to Facebook. Facebook say when they don't put the propagandas on, they don't make money. So they have to play blind eyes on some of the restriction just for people to make money, for people to come on. So if I would do it every day, if I come on every day, I say this thing, I say that. If I want to get the information just to pay people back home, but I will tell you this: what I'm doing, I am satisfied and I'm proud because my feedback is clean. People are giving me feedback over and over from Liberia. People calling me that I never talked to in my life. But I want to say thanks, God, for watching this show, and we'll continue. I'm not finishing yet. You know, I like when I'm enjoying it. So now I just turned over Mr. Bwaka. Let me go to Yombly. You know, people all over the place saying that Mr. Cummings went into the Liberty Party and then disturbed the Liberty Party after Yombly said, "Don't go to my house." And you went there. The example, and I said, let me ask you that the example they asked, if you and your wife forcing and you invite me to your house and your wife said, don't show up, and I still show up there, you don't think I disrespect. But let me say this to you. If you get a wife and a husband in a house, the man is the head of the house. The wife is just the wife. But guess what? If the wife is the chief financial officer, is the breadwinner, is the one who got more money, if that man say, I bring in my friend, and that wife say no, that man will put his tail between his butt because you know he say, oh my man, that woman bring out the money. But when that woman say, I bring in my friends over, if that man say no, and the woman say, I will bring that person, that friends come here, you don't get nothing to say. So the first thing, Liberty Party have a constitution. The Constitution of Liberty Party, go and read it for yourself. The one that they changed because they all have serious problem with their constitution. That the political leader has a lot of power. Mr. Bromskin. Mr. Bromskin had the power to make any decision. But you see, at the time, most of them had law for Bromskin because he was the organizer of the law thing. They know that he won't do anything wrong. Darius Dillon had a problem with that. Yombly had a problem with that. Darius Dillon had a problem until Darius Dillon endorsed Ellen Johnson in 2011 against his political leader. Darius Dillon went to Ellen Johnson in 2011. This is the man you're talking about. He was all over the place with Robert Salif and whatsoever, and went against his political leader that he's trying to cherish today. People, it's like me saying that George, we are not a good leader. Then tomorrow I come back again and say, yeah, George, we are is damn good. Ah, and everybody know that George, we are not doing good. Darius Dillon went against Mr. Bromsky in 2011. Darius Dillon did not speak to Bromsky. He had no conversation with Bromsky until he died. He came to America when Mr. Bromsky was in the hospital. He went there? No. He was in his dying bed. He visited him? No. Yombly, but why they gave Yombly the position? One, Yombly father is Kanga. They want to keep that strong Basso relationship there. And she was the senator of Grand Basso County. So Mr. Buak, Mr. Bromsky single-handedly chose her to be the next political leader, not the executive committee, because Bromsky had the power. So, according to Darius Dillon, he said Mr. Billington refused to be chairman before because he said, I cannot be chairman on a such a constitution that I'm just floor show chairman. So they all decided to change the constitution. And whenever the political leader is out of the country, whenever the political leader is out of the country, the chairman is the acting political leader, according to them. Are there any Liberty Party person come here and tell me, say that lie? Then I will ask you to, because you want me to prove it. I can't prove nothing to you. I want you to show me to know. You sure I will show you mine. But Yombly was out of the country. She was in Ghana. When ANC, Mr. Cummings not even aware. Mr. Cummings he had no clue. And I might not say it's me, but I can still put my hand and I know nobody can tell me I'm wrong. I remember and who all I spoke to. I spoke to the Deputy Secretary General. I spoke to Ava. I said, listen, guys, Mr. Cummings now is the Secretary General. We need to reintroduce Mr. Cummings to the public. And Doloke told me, say, oh, my brother, we're working on it right now. Mr. Cummings is in the state. I said, I know. When we came from that North Carolina and whatsoever, North Carolina, yeah, no, Minnesota, North Carolina. I called Mr. Cummings. He said, oh, I wanted to hear from him. He said, my man, they said I'm gonna postpone the trip again because it looked at something. I start laughing. He said, why are you laughing? I said, well, Mr. Cummings, this is not the time to be shy. He said, why you know about it? I said, Mr. Cummings, who will not know? So they wrote Miss Ability. They ain't got to write. They don't have to write. As far as we're concerned, Mr. Yombly, Mr. Kanga, Mrs. Kanga, had no problem with Mr. Cummings. So why would you go beg Yombly to use Liberty Party head office when we're supposed to write the party? Who wrote the party? The party say, yes, we're in collaboration because they got a bigger place. So we say, okay, they agree. Yombly all the way in Ghana got the information saying, nope, ANC will not come to my place, taking it personal. But let me tell you now, that's where leadership come in. If Yombly show that, oh, Ability, I just heard something. Because Ability response was, I was going to inform the lady that this will happen. But go behind closed door and say, but Mr. Ability, why would you want to bring Mr. Cummings here? And you know with all the things that what's going on? You came and asked Mr. Ability to support Mr. Cummings, Mr. Boaka, because they want to make her stand and vice standard bearer. Her own interest now. And the people told her no. They said it shouldn't be about you. Let Mr. Boaka, even if we support Mr. Boaka, let Mr. Boaka select whoever he want to select. That's what the CPP document states. Said that's what they told her. Oh, you know, it is our chance. They look at Mr. Boaka health. That's our chance to take over. Mr. Boaka want to carry me as VP. So she was only fighting for herself. So even if they say no, that your damn business. Once Mr. Ure can deliver, Mr. Boaka deliver, they need all the votes anymore. But she published it. I don't need Mr. Cummings to my party headquarters. Oh, that dictatorship now. Mr. Cummings came from the country. What made you think that Mr. Cummings know about it? Because you put it on social media? You send any communication to Mr. Cummings and said, please do not, I don't want you to my party headquarters. Was there any communication from Yombly Kanga to Mr. Cummings? You think Mr. Cummings is in the business of reading things on Facebook? You think Facebook is the official communication for Mr. Cummings? Because you people are so wicked and no brains, so everything you want right, you put it on Facebook to make news out of it. There was no communication to Mr. Cummings. Not because we saw it on Facebook, so we should stop it. You disrespected your own people. You disrespected she disrespected her entire executive committee when she decided, when they wrote the UP about the turning over, she downplayed it. But then she get up one morning and say, oh, we're going to have the turning over ceremony at UP head office. Her committee, her executive members told her, say, no, madam political leader, it's supposed to be done at our head office and they can take it. No, but her plan was to go there and endorse Mr. Boaka while Mr. Cummings is sitting there. Devil people, devilish, wicked, backstabber. And they wicked to Mr. Boaka because they look at his age, his health, and they think that when she go as VP, Boaka will not make it and she will be in charge. Why will you be so wicked? Then you expect Mr. Cummings to go into the consensus building? You expect Mr. Cummings to go and sit with you people when you already made up your mind what you're going to do? He said no. Then move on to the next. But you disrespected. Y'all ever asked why she disrespected her entire party? And she alone with Darius Dillon, suspended Darius Dillon, went to Unity Party office? Was there any Liberty Party executive members there? No. They were not there. So you know, I will never say Cummings. Then you say Mr. Cummings. Oh, Yombly Dillon supporting Mr. Boaka is okay. Whether Power, Ability, and other people supporting Mr. Cummings is not okay. What a fairness. Is that, how you call that? You have control over the people, right? What to do? You control them. That's not a split. You brought a split in your own party. You brought a split in your own party. In 2017, Yombly Kanga voted for George Weah against Mr. Boakai in 2017. Bilete, Ben Senvi, the vast tenor bearer, every one of them voted for George Weah against Mr. Boakai. Now today, you don't have a candidate. Once there is no candidate in your party will divide. You're not running. So if Mr. Benete want to support Mr. Cummings, that's his right. There's nothing wrong with it. You got a political leader who's supporting another political leader. Fine, that's your right. But that was the worst mistake that you ever made. If you guys were going to take your time, but because you're greedy, they had a fool you. They put plenty rest in a bowl. And they had all the other one you that the rest you are eating quick while they got all the best one on the side. They took all the meat and put it on the right rest and put the rest down, and they take small little meat and put it on the one. You want to get the meat, they took a brook. Darius Dillon said, I lead to Mr. Boakai. So if Mr. Cummings, if Mr. Belete decide to support, the tape you're talking about, oh, Mr. Cummings said he will give them motorbike. That logistics is not against the law. You have the right to negotiate with any political party. There should be something for me if I'm going to support you. What there for me? Y'all don't know. Hey man, you're educated people. There was another pastor that came on Vanny's show the other day. Yes, Mr. Cummings said he was going to give them motorbike. That logistics. Even Mr. Cummings want to give Liberty Party chairman motorbike. There's nothing wrong with it. They are all members of CPP. Oh, you don't know that? They are all members of CPP because tomorrow they will use it to campaign for Mr. Cummings. You're not running. You got candidate. ALP got candidate. Mr. Boakai went to ALP and took the whole ALP by month now because I only Ure, his daughter, and Costa they took, and the chairman, and Jethro and Colette. That's all. That the only people Mr. Boakai took from them because I don't know who else they took again. Then you got all the other people here. They say they supported Mr. Cummings, your vest. By the time John Brown said he supported Mr. Cummings, oh, Mr. Cummings paid the man. Your think Mr. Cummings hard-earned money is just use it because he ain't got nothing to do with use it? You think so? Eh? So, Benete decided. Now, what the split coming from now? So what Benete did to you? Pay your dues. Pay your dues. If you into a situation when you arguing in that group, the first thing you do, make sure you up to date and you attending meeting regularly so nobody can do nothing to you. They say pay your dues, madam. How you be protesting, you won't pay your dues? How you think Liberty Party been operating? Eh? Benete the one that pay Liberty Party bills. My boy, you like the video now. Benete the one that pay Liberty Party and bills. So you see, so don't get vexed. So Liberty Party is not split. Liberty Party endorsed Mr. Cummings, and 13 out of 15 counties or 11 counties endorsed Mr. Cummings. The only county that did not show up was Grand Bassa County and Monserrato. The leader, the chairman in Monserrato, that Dillon Frank, the one in Grand Bassa County that did that Yombly Uno people. But I bet you today, if you put Yombly back on the ballot box in Grand Bassa County, she will not win. She will not win. You put Dillon right now back on the on Monserrato ticket. You put Dillon there now, he will not win. I can tell anybody that. You bring Dillon, you put him back there. You know, like Brempo, you're quick to forget. You're quick to forget. You put Dillon right there now today, we will tell you that he will not win election for what he had been doing. He will not win an election right now if he resign and contest again. He will not win with what going on. I'm telling you, he will not win. He will not win. You think Dylan stupid to resign? They say the CPP framework fake. Let them resign. If fake, let them resign. So you stop going around saying that Mr. Cummings carries something in the UP. You don't get candidate. So how do we break your party down? That you the one to suspend. And if you don't pay that money and you want all of you woman your ego, they will expel you. And by the law ability going back. Until your next convention, which will be after 2023. After 2023. And to you people who think that you can just walk out of the COP, the CPP, no, that's not how it works. That's not it. Don't let them fool you. As far as we're concerned, we're not there. Individual can go. You think we don't know that part of the Constitution that every citizen has a right to associate and disassociate? Every citizen of Liberia under the Constitution has the right to associate and disassociate. They say organization. You think you can just sign contract and walk out with no consequences, with nothing? Somebody asked a question to me. Okay, since you said that all the four leaders must agree before we join, the other three, who the three that left? You still got Liberty Party there. They got acting political leader. That's why Mr. Ure don't want Mr. Bwaka don't want to call meeting, because when he call meeting, he will be speaking to the illegal leader of Liberty Party. So if Mr. Bwaka say he's not attending the meeting anymore, he's out. As far as we're concerned, it will still be the same four parties. Somebody within the Unity Party will take that position. You know that? That somebody chop you. Oh, if Mr. Bwaka leave right now, and they name UP there, that somebody chop you. So by the time CPP win, that person can get a B position. Then it will be free for people to know. Nobody, even Mr. Billy can kind of won't contest against Mr. Black, Mr. Cummings. Fine, Mr. Cummings will not resist. Just imagine a man goes into the lion den. They say, Mr. Cummings, that lion den will eat you. That thing you do, Mr. Cummings, will eat you. That's so lions you around, you between a lion and a lioness. Take it easy. The people will eat your album. Mr. Cummings say, listen to me, I will still go there. I will talk to these people. These people will understand that what they try. By the time they start biting Mr. Cummings' blood start giving them problem. They can't stand it. They can't stand it. Yeah. APC in Liberia in CPP today. That Cummings we want to. In CPP today. That Cummings we want to. Come on election day. Who Cummings will win the election to go to executive mansion to review the nation. Oh, Cummings, yeah, that man who we want for our president. Hey, Cummings, oh, Cummings, yeah, that man who we want to for our president. Oh, Liberians say, hey, that Cummings say, that man who I want to for my president. Visionary, hey, that Cummings say, that man who we want to for our president. Yes, in CPP today, that Cummings we want. Cummings is the man who will be the standard bearer on come 2023 and will defeat anybody. Cummings alone will not go. So now one man, Cummings get only one vote. So when people ask the question, Cummings can go on his own and win, that's a dumb question. Cummings that one vote. We will go with Cummings. People will go with Cummings. There are a lot of surprises. Why you sleeping, people working? And we're working sincerely for Liberia. This next government of Liberia will be they call it the team, the A team. Corrupt people will cry. People will be prosecuted for their crimes. And I tell you, it will be in the interest of the Liberian people. The agenda of Mr. Cummings is the agenda of the people. Not no agenda for Mr. Ure. And let me tell you today, Mr. Cummings will not go against nobody. If Mr. Cummings president today, Henry Costa can go back to Liberia and open his radio station. He's free to talk. But the only thing Mr. Cummings will not trust him. Mr. Euro will be free to go by the book and do his contract and do his business. But you should understand, you got to go by the book. You got to play by the rules, the laws of the Republic of Liberia. You got to pay the wage that government will pass, because I'm telling you, under the Cummings administration, it will be the first time in the history of Liberia, after the minimum wage in Liberia will never touch, it will be touched. Under the Cummings administration will be the first time in years that the Senate and the House will vote on living wage. Yes. Under the Cummings administration, there will be the first time that the Senate, the House, and whatsoever will pass a law and send it to the executive, and that criminals and drug dealers will have minimum of sentence 20 years. Under this Cummings administration, there will be law and order. Liberians will deserve Liberians will get the justice that everyone, those of you who stealing people land, those of you who not build on people places, you trust me. Mr. Cummings' chances of failing as president is 0.00000. I don't know what I can zero again. Because you know what? He built his name. He built his integrity. And when you talk about contact, forget it. He has contact around the world. But Mr. Cummings is not depending on his contact. But we want to tell the world that democracy will survive in Liberia. So come June and January 27th, we will be in Washington, D.C. We already got permits. We will be in Washington, D.C. at Black 15, I think, Garvey, from 10 to 12. It is not organized by CANC. It is organized by Liberians who want to see good in Liberia. Liberians who want to see the best for every Liberian. You can say whatever you want to say. Oh, look at there. They go, yes, we will go there. Because Liberia is nothing to. Sedition went there. Opposition went there. It is time for other good Liberians to go there to send a message to President Weah. Be careful. Be careful. We asking American government to open their eyes and watch what is happening in Liberia. If Ellie Johnson could have done it to George Weah today, George Weah never one day went to court under Ellie administration with all the things that happened. She never one day with all the protests and say, let's go and collect the leader of CDC. Now one day it ever happened. But today this administration should look at the innocent man. What sense it make? If you're telling me that Ure went and sued for criminal behavior on another political leader, as a lawyer or government lawyer, yes, government got to reach, that's government right to take the case. But you look at the case and say, listen, we're not going to spend taxpayer money on this case. This makes no sense. Why will you come and accuse a man that he's not the one that's responsible? If you are to say, okay, we're going to a luscious store and the chairman, because I didn't want to send the paper in. If Mr. Tokan say, well, you know, I will be honest, Mr. Cummings was the one, then they start going right there, and they start going. But because you think you can embarrass Mr. Cummings and Mr. Solicitor General, do you know to be friend? So now, because he's the big boy, he can choose the case. With all the criminal cases in Liberia, all the killing, he ain't win none. He ain't go to none. But this one, he want camera in there, thinking that you want to make news on Mr. Cummings. You out of your head, Mr. SG. You out of your head. You want to make news on Mr. Cummings. The SG in that area. But anyway, maybe it's not America, but he can choose whatever. Oh, I got overwhelming evidence. And I want to say this again. I was on the issue room. You know, when you're on the issue room, when you're on another show, you only speak when you have asked to speak. But some of the interviewers, the guys who asked the question, they ask question, but they debunk you, and you can know who they're supporting. You know, Moses Sandy is my friend. Like the question he was trying to ask me about the same Liberty Party, that's why I tried to explain it. Mr. Cummings did nothing in Liberty Party. He was not the one who brought the split. There's no split in Liberty Party. No split in Liberty Party. It's just a confusion because Yombly said, let's support Bwaka so they can carry me as VP. That's all. And the other people say no. It is their right to say no. Now, she was just supposed to let it play that way. But instead, she tried to move him from there so she would take over the party and make the final decision for the party because Mr. Bromsky make the final decision for Yombly Kanga to be the political leader. That's what Mr. Yombly, that's what Mr. Bwaka did there. So she tried to go back. So they brought Bility against Zago. Now they say Zago to where and took it. It's shameful. It's shameful, my people. Then you want to blame somebody else for the failure and bad decision. Even let's say yes, Mr. Bility decided to move because Mr. Bility went by the laws. He played by the rules. He was Saul. Now he's Paul. Mr. Bility want a clean seat. So if you say Mr. Bility is corrupt, fine, it's up to you. But Mr. Bility is corrupt, but you got Mr. Bwaka who is sleeping in bed with Mr. Ure, who got records. Mr. Ure got it. They got his passport number. He would never enter the United States of America. He would never enter the United States of America because his name is on that list as criminal. He can go to any other nation around us, but he would never do business with a great country on earth. We all know that. You know what I'm saying? So all these things here, oh, Mr. Cummings did this because they are afraid of Mr. Cummings. When nobody talk about you, you are nobody. When no one chewing your bone, you are nobody. Hey, Cummings. In CPP today, the Cummings we want to. Yes. In CPP today, the Cummings we want to. Come on, election day. Oh, Cummings will win the election to go to executive mansion to rule this, to lead this nation. Oh, people, yeah, that Cummings we want for our president. Cummings, oh, Cummings, say that man where we want to for our president. Accountability, justice for all, job creation, agriculture, government of inclusion under the Cummings administration. It is your right to work. Nobody will stop you. Nobody will stop you. Cummings will never run from the press. Cummings will never run from the press. Cummings is the only man who, if a small little child just say, Mr. Cummings, can you please tell me what your name? He will answer you. You're jealous, Liberians. We need to applaud our Liberians who made it. Yeah. Okay, let me take a quick break. Then I'll go into the comments. I might read some, I might not read some, or you can read it. I will put it up on the screen for you to see it. But let us just go to a quick little commercial break. And at that commercial break, you will see this guy who, because, you know what I mean? They call him Alexander Cummings. You understand? So watch it.
Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like anti-river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we're sweeping, we're cutting, we're moving all the way. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we're sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, stick. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you're coming, yeah. We coming.
right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is Munel Kishen again, aka the General, and we've been talking other stuff and a lot of things going in Liberia. And as I said, Liberia is the only country we got, and we should be proud of our country. And it's not an individual thing. It's not that we against George we are or against Mr. Bwaka, but it's the system. Because the system, individual are the one who make the system to be corrupt. The system is not just corrupt. The laws are on the books. You know, there's a law in Liberia: don't get drunk and drive, don't drink and drive. The law is there, but nobody abide by the laws because Liberians do not respect what they put on paper. That is our biggest problem. That is what killing the CPP today, because other people refuse to honor what they sign. They don't know the signature. That is why they say they forged a signature. There is no the exit clause was not in there. Why would you want to leave a group that you decided should stand strong? When you say that all other organization and coalition could not survive, why? You see, some people and the chief strategist for Mr. Barker and Mr. Henry Costa, he said, you see, unit and CDC, yes, Joshua was the only one in CDC to be president to run, and he told them exactly, and they all follow him. But you got two persons within the CPP, and he said again that the whole thing it was about Mr. Barker, but they never told Mr. Cummings. And no, you know when they planned that? They planned it when when Bromskin died. Because if Bromskin was alive, if Bromskin is alive today, Brom Barker will not even open his mouth. He will be sleeping. He will be sleeping. They'll be over a long time. There won't be no split in Liberty Party. Because that's what leadership will come in. Leaders speak last. That is why when Mr. Cummings said leader eat last, it sounds stupid in corrupt people's ears. Only people who are corrupt understand a different way. It's almost like in your house. You want to eat before the children. And then when the children's stomach, when the children start disturbing, you vex. But a father and a mother will eat last. Make sure the children eat. Or leader eat last, or leader speak last. Or leader don't rush and make decision. That is what they did in Liberty in the CPP. Mr. Ure, once you are leader, there is nothing about personal thing. It's nothing about your opinion. No, it's nothing about that. Where if you ask me personally, I support Mr. Bwaka. No, you just telling me because personal, you are the leader already. You will still do the same thing. That is the mistake. You made the first mistake and you came back and had a press conference and downgrade Mr. Cummings and you call him stranger. He came from nowhere. He want to come and run. Mr. Barker had been tested and you had a whole long press conference. A political leader. Because Ure knew exactly what was in that document. He knew that Mr. Cummings got no chance to leave. He would not leave. If he leave, it's on him. The Liberian people will laugh at him. That is why when some of us were telling Mr. Cummings to leave, Mr. Cummings said, I can't leave. Oh. I can't leave. If I leave, we'll not contest. All I want you to do, I'm telling you, I can still remember this day when I told Mr. Cummings, I said, Mr. Cummings, I was one of those. He said, I saw your post. He said, I was one of those who said you should leave the CPP because you're not making with these guys. He said, Munel, the only thing I'm asking you to do, let's continue to make the case. And one thing he said that motivated me, he said they are Liberians. They are not machines. He said Ure got only one vote. He said Baka got one vote. They got other people with one vote. He said, so let's continue to make the case. I said, I felt so good. I said, wow. I couldn't believe it. So if anybody here telling us we fooled it, Cummings, you think Cummings that baby? Cummings knew everything that was going on, but he would not come out. You remember when they asked Mr. Cummings the question on T-Max, he said, Mr. Bwaka called you stranger. He said, no, Mr. Bwaka did not call me stranger. My name was not in there. He never called my name. And that was the same thing when Mr. Ure spoke on the framework. It was altered. The chief strategist and super liar, I know he watching the post, he will watch it again, said, because they never called Mr. Cummings' name, but Mr. Cummings put a letter said that Mr. Ure never called my name. Then he's talking to four of us, three of us. So we meet and invest. He never even said, "Oh, he's talking to me," but he came on hard and said, "Yes, he's talking to us." He never called my name. But because Mr. Cummings replied, Costa said Mr. Cummings guilty. But then Mr. Ure told Costa that no, I think Mr. Cummings replied because he was the chairman. You see how Mr. Cummings told Costa that you're a liar? He said Mr. Cummings replied. Go back and watch his tape. He said Mr. Cummings replied to you because he knows that he did it. So why you thinking? He said no. Mr. Cummings replied to me because he was the chairman. So you see, Costa tried to put lies into Mr. Cummings' mouth and Mr. Cummings and Mr. Ure mouth, and some of the lies Mr. Ure refused to say it. And, he gave another wrong information about what he said on Cummings' show, on Jerron's show, tried to make it look fine. And Mr. Cummings said, Mr. Ure said, no, my man, you're trying to distort the information. That was not the information. And Ure went and explained for himself. You see? So you see all the lies. Someone would tell you that this boy, he's just a propagandist. He's just there to make up his own story and always making mistake on the story. The other day he said that the framework was signed on April 24th. And he had a whole show on it. Cussing. You hear it? And Yombi say that the main one, it was signed on the 24th. And the one that Yombi took from neck, it got on the May 19th. You hear it? And then on May 19th, it sound, the people signed the original document on April 25th. And the Liberian people, oh, Costa know the truth. Costa know the truth. Costa know the truth. Now, you need cheer. It mean hello. It's not a curse. It mean hello. That's what the crewman told me the last time. Yeah. So my people, when you will start to sing for yourself or decide for yourself, don't be a follower. If you think I'm a follower, you might say, well, you follower. No, I'm not a follower. There's no relationship between Mr. Cummings and myself. There's no relationship. All the things you see I do, yeah, they ain't give me, nobody give me money. But if they give me, I will take it. Everybody love money. Let me low on the ground, say, I think I see $10 yesterday. I see $10 too. You see? So everybody like money. Everybody love money. Trust me. Okay, let me come and see some fun here. All right. Let me see some fun. Okay. Uh Adolphus. How are you, my brother? Joe. Good evening, General. Watching you from Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah, Joe. Strong man. Strong man. Okay. Zao. Cummings is a criminal. I like that. That's a word. Smith. Dawia. The general. What's up, my dear brother? I am okay, my brother. I'm firing up and I'm feeling good. Just like you. Thank you, Joseph. Just like him. No criminals, no criminals. They remind me about Donald Trump. He called Hillary crook before Hillary could call him crook. Gamma brother, when are you coming down? Soon. Soon. Then who are you? Morris George. Good evening, General. How are you, Comfort Abu? How's everything with you? I hope you're doing good and doing fine. Thank you very much. Some people got a problem when I say my name, I'm the general, but I don't know how many times I will explain this story. People don't know that my friends call me general for a long time. I was once Inspector General of Liberia, Ministry of Labor. So people told me Inspector General, General, Inspector General. So I decided not to use it. In fact, I think I got to give myself 3 more stars to make it 5 stars because I got a five. This one I got two on it. So they call me, one person can always call me. There's a friend they call Joshua Bernard. He said the general of opinions. Yes, that's it. It's not a military general. I never held gun before. I almost joined the army here, but due to some reason or family matters, you can't get that time the war was on in Liberia when the last war with Charles Taylor. And I was already working. It was a funny thing. I took the test and passed and everything. Went on 4 days. But then when I hear what the money they're making in the army at the time, and then I was already working to leave the one and go look for and get $800 a month and go through. You got family members. I say, listen, I just get some. They call it couple cash. Couple cash was my training off my recruiting officer. When I looked, they called me that night. I was working with Wire and William B. Wire Company. I didn't gotta know I'm working here. When I explained, the guy said, okay, just forget it because you can't join the army when you got problems on your mind because somebody told me already what to say, and that was it. Or else I'm going to be the first group in Iraq. Yeah, Valentine Precious, Valentine. The British man will say Valentine. Yeah, Killer Uri is a very dangerous man. He has set up the UP, and yes, he did that. That bogus case is going to expose crook politician in CPP. Yeah. Calling Mr. Cummings a criminal makes a lot of you feel good about yourself. Define the meaning of criminal and check his background. I'm telling you, the thing about calling Mr. Cummings criminal, it make them feel so good. I never see people who, okay, damn it. Titi Nimle, ANC, 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 all the way. We'll be in Washington, D.C. on the 27th of this month. We're going to let the American government know what is going in Liberia. There's a war on democracy. Yes. If you're not going, you're not part of that thing, don't get vexed. Please, I beg you. It is our right. CDC went there the other time. We will go there too. We will go there. Oh, yes, yes. GMB and UP is about to play and dump Crook Costa. They already know that long time. Let Mr. Ure, let Mr. Cummings let Mr. Bwaka have a press conference and tell us something about Ure. Whether Ure left the CPP already. Fake pastor cannot see the vision of death. My man, I want to talk about the pastor their business. Somebody say all the way the pastor can see, but the pastor he know that somebody is going to die on that day. But I want it makes sense. Oh, they say the pastor can see ahead of time, and he was supposed to pray good before going to that crusade. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Listen, my younger, get ready. You got to be on that trip to Washington D.C. You got to be on that trip to Washington D.C. Okay. And guys, there's a trip to Washington D.C. It will be on the 27th. It will be on a Thursday. If anybody want to go, I will get a bus available, and we can take the ride there. If you call me, I can tell you where to meet us, and then we can take the trip there. So I can get a bus available and then we take it. This is not organized by ANC. It's not an ANC thing. But you might see people from ANC going there. That doesn't mean that it's sponsored by ANC. Are only Liberians who are doing everything together to collect money and to pay people way, and because we don't want people going with different cars. I understand the tool, but if we can pull carpool or whatsoever, there will be a bus that will take 40 person at least from a location from the Delaware Valley area. You can go with us. Please be part of the process. This is not the time to sit back. This is not the time because history will judge us. History, we know our enemies already. but history will judge you that stand by and do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Justice against one is justice against all. Injustice against one is injustice against all. Okay. So Quinn Jones Smith, some of them so-called pastor bathing women in the church. I know Jesus washed feet, but never see him people. You are right, Grant. That's true. They say we heard they say Jesus washed the feet of this other person, but we never saw Jesus Christ bathing any woman in the bathroom. We never see Jesus bathing people. We never see Jesus telling the people, say, go buy your holy oil and come buy it from the church. You know. But hey man, I feel sorry for our people. I went when I was in Liberia. You know that it's so bad in Liberia. You see the I went to Johnsonville to do something. 9 o'clock in the morning, man, I heard the noise. Press, sinking. I said, wow. They said, oh, but the Liberty Church right down here. So I said, I want to see. I went there, they put in the white, they preaching, they singing. 12 o'clock they there. 4 o'clock they there. 6 o'clock. Look, my people, let me tell you. It will not come from heaven and fall for you. You pray and you go. I understand. That's why they say God live in Africa, but God is not. And let me get you something I know. You know the richest churches in the world today, the richest are not Pentecostal churches. Are not Pentecostal churches. The Catholic, the Methodist, the Baptist, and whatsoever. But the richest pastor in the world are all Pentecostal pastors. The richest. And the church from Nigeria, the what the man is from Winter Chapel, TD Jake. It's so sad. It's sad. They both got private jets. They live a good life. Look at this guy in South Africa, Reverend Alpha Luke, Bashir. These people rich. They are billionaires. They've got worth 1 point some more $1 billion. It's sad. But the poor man just struggling, crying, want to see heaven coming down. You think Bill Gates not a born again? Bill Gates is a Christian. Jeff Bezos is a Christian. He believe in God. But sometimes when we do these things here, faith without action is a dead faith. Pray and go out. Pray and go. Don't sit down in the church whole day in Liberia. I was talking to an old friend. I said, I understand, my son, you go to the church, but don't spend all your time there. Pray to God. You can be right in your car, you praying. It's you. You must know God for yourself. I'm not knowing God for nobody. No pastor can tell me about God. I love God more than any pastor. In my church, my pastor didn't know. I'm not or what do you think this deacon or whatsoever. I'm not the kind of person who can pray long. But I sit by myself and pray. I'm not a long prayer person. I sit in my car driving and praying. And what the Bible tell me, God understand you any way you pray. I'm walking, I pray. Thank God for my life. Thank God for my life. Thank God for my life. God protect me. When I get in my car, I say, protect me, Lord. Show me, teach me to be the best driver ever. Because the next man I come in, he's not a good driver. So teach me, help me to be good to somebody. Let me control myself. Take away the temptation. Say something. You know. Okay. They keep making excuses for bad behavior in Liberia and expecting changes of any kind. Israel said after slavery, Holocaust, never again. Rwanda, never again. But we sit and repeat craziness. That's the same thing. Other countries have war. Other countries, look at other countries who really have war and change and see how they're behaving today. Today, to show how, look, you know, I remember when I talked to Mr. Cummings. I know some people say, but what you say? Yes, I talked to Mr. Cummings. I don't have to hide it. It was not secret. And I think it was in Minnesota when we had our one-on-one. And everything couldn't be on air. And I told him, I said, you notice something? After killing 250,000 Liberians during the war, there is nothing to show in Liberia there was a war in Liberia. I will tell you, if there any good country, there should be a monument at look at the place the war started from, where the place is a Bople, or where they started the war. There should be something to Liberian people to know that yes, this is where we started. And there should be something in Monrovia to show that we fought war in a country here, civil war, and we lost almost or more than 250,000 Liberians. So our children will understand there should be no, you go to the World Trade Center today, got a monument there with all the names. But we got nothing to show whether there was war in Liberia. Our children will not believe it. We don't even have a book to that effect. Our children will not believe it that we killed people in Liberia, that we opened people's stomach, we did all kinds of things. They will not believe it because there's no record to show. You do these things, so other people will say, no, but war was bad. War killed these people. War is not good. Small, big is war. And so, but nothing to show because lack of leadership. Our leaders don't look at these things. Ellen Johnson came there, what she did? She attended a program for only 12 Liberians that was executed during the Dot regime. You think everybody was happy about it? Yes, it was organized by the family, but she attended. It was organized by the 12 men that was killed, family, to recognize them. But the government attended. They went to that program. So the 12 that died, that Doe killed for rampant corruption, and Doe regime and the chancellor regime killed 250,000 that Ellen Johnson was part of. They could not recognize that dead. So all the problems in Liberia, spirit are traveling over Liberia, all over. They are crying every day. There is no justice. People kill them. Prince Johnson, the people he killed, they look at them. Yeke, whosoever killed people in Liberia, they're looking at them. Let us be honest today. But they are all Liberians. But we can lay it to rest. They get casualty for war. Don't get me wrong. People join the rebel activities. They never brought war to Liberia. But some people join because they want to protect themselves. Some people join because they kill their family and they say, listen, almost, if you ever watch the Blood Diamond, that little kid decided to join after his pa left and escaped. That little kid joined the rebels, had no choice but to kill and almost kill his father. It was not an easy thing to get him out of it. That was a true story in Sierra Leone. That's what happened. And so it almost looked at the Yeka case. The Yeka, they said they killed Yeka brother. Yeka was how many years old when Chancellor came to Liberia? So Yeka had to protect himself, John Rebel. You know what I'm saying? So there are a lot of things that happen in Liberia. We need to sit down and talk about it and let it go, and people repent, and we have a good conference. And who need to go to jail, go to jail. People go, they are still arresting people for Holocaust in America. There's another one after I know how many years. He was 90 some more years old, he went to jail. So all this thing we're doing, we got more work to do in Liberia. We praise killers. We bring them up, we call them heroes. And the real heroes, we drop them down. Yeah. Yes, Nora. Okay. Change has always been in the air since 1847. The bottom line is we cannot govern ourselves. Shame. Now, we cannot govern ourselves, which is truth. But we have always have governors. We have always have leaders. But the fact of the matter is that we have always been putting the wrong leaders. But don't feel bad. Sometimes you say, why I'm build house long time? Why now? Because long time you are not thinking about building house. You decide to build house now. Or if you never built house yesterday and you build it now, there's nothing wrong with it. So 1847, since 1847, we agree our biggest problem in Liberia is bad governance. It's not that we have not governed ourselves, but it's bad governance. We got leaders that are supposed to control the country. Laws are in the country. even the Bible tells us that we must obey the laws of the land. Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. We must pay our taxes. But who should implement it? The people in charge. The same with the pastors and other people implementing laws in the church. That when the pastor is praying, nobody should walk around. Everybody should wait until the pastor finish praying. You know what I'm saying? There's some laws on the book that don't drive, get drunk and drive. There are laws on the book that if you steal or kill or whatsoever, you be prosecuted, you go to jail. There are laws on the books, but we are abide by it. No, because the person who's supposed to implement that laws are not, they don't care. They don't care. They pick and choose which one to go after. I can go, some other people go in the street. I don't want to even make an example of myself because I know I would never do it my entire life. Someone can go in the street today and take a gun and shoot 2, 3 persons and walk away. Another man can go just by hitting you with a punch and you drop and die. They can arrest you and go to jail. They got people who kill people and they went to jail and bail. They got people just by insulting the president or criticizing them when they grab you and they grab you, bam, you into it. So they pick and choose. They pick and choose. That is not justice. So do you want to blame the people of Liberia? No. Train a child in a way that when they grow up, they will not depart from it. It is why we're showing our people there is no respect. If you tell your children that don't respect nobody, they will not respect nobody and they will also disrespect you. If you smoke in the house with your child or drink on the same table with your child will do the same thing. So if the country, look at Rwanda today, after the genocide, Rwanda lost over almost 1 million people, 750,000 plus die in Rwanda. Today, you will never hear of Rwanda citizen telling you that I'm a Hutus or Sutis. There is no more nothing about tribe. They will tell you, I am from Rwanda. Today, Rwanda is the number one peacekeeping force country in the world. They receive more money from United Nations for peacekeeping. Rwanda today is the high tech of Africa. You know what? Because of leadership. And Dubai. After Great Britain have taken the oil from Dubai, because of bad leadership. They banjo the people oil. But they got one of the best leaders today. That is why Dubai, when you look at it, Nigeria got more oil than Dubai. Dubai got little oil now, but Liberia got more resources than Dubai. But because of good leadership, patriotic leaders, the president, the king of Dubai can walk anywhere. The people love him. Yes, he might die one day, they might do whatsoever, but he put his country first. That's it. Running for president is not about you making money. Everything you will have security, you have everything to your advantage. They will control, they will guide you, they will give you car, they will give you food. You will be the last to go out of water, you will be the last to go out of gas. But it mean you're gonna make yourself rich. Paraguay or Portugal, I think Paraguay or Uruguay, the president, he retired. Where is he today? On his small little farm. He had once lived Volkswagen. Eh? The pro-poor agenda for prosperity is the photocopy of what? Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara's entire salary for a month was less than $400 US. Thomas Sankara died with nothing. When you president, you got everything to your advantage. You will get car, you will get this. So why would you want to steal? You will never go out of food. They will bring food for you anytime. People will do this. But why will you want to steal to enrich yourself to build 4, 5, 6, 7 houses? Eh? Why? Why? Then we want to blame the citizen? It's the leaders. Bad leaders. And then I hear some people saying that, oh, you're in America, you're in Europe, you need to come to America, to Liberia to help. Do you know how many Liberians that are living abroad are doing business in Liberia and still they can succeed? You know how many Liberians in that build mansions in Liberia and they can live in it? They build their mansions. They can't live there because no hospital, nothing to protect them. They retire, they can't go home. And even they go home today, they die the next day because of little sickness. No protection. When you get a government telling you, let everybody put a CC camera in their place, that's an insult to the citizen. And then you won't laugh about it. Then you won't say that this government is okay, they will win. For you to win second round is for you to pass the first round. For you to have a clearance, even if you go and work, if you go to a job and you sign a contract, a big company, they sign the first 5 years. If you don't produce, they will not sign that contract, they will kick you out. When I hear people talking, oh, Mr. Cummings can never defeat Mr. Weir. Mr. Weir is better than Mr. Cummings. You kidding me? In leadership? Wow. And these are people who say they went to school. These are people who went to school. Which are the country in the world that go and elect a president because you only play football? They got people who play sports, but they don't vote for you because you play sports. They vote for you because you tell them what you're going to do. Not because you play sports. This guy, one of the mayor, I think he's in Atlanta. If I'm not mistaken, he played a basketball. What they call himself? He's a he was a former basketball player. Not because he played basketball. Yes, it helped you to be popular. It helped you. You celebrity. But if you don't preach the right message, they will not vote for you. They will not vote for you. You know why Eto won the FA slot in Cameroon? Because when he got there, he worked with the people. When he retired, he never just rushed and said he wanted it. He worked with them and showed leadership. And that is how he won. It's not like Dragba who went to Ivory Coast. Within no time, he wanted to say, listen, you just started, my brother. You just coming. You got to be into know. You got to have that idea to be a sports manager. Have you managed a sports before? Anything before? No. So, Liberians, our problems are governing problems, leadership problems. Leadership problem from 1847. It's not the people can govern themselves. How do we govern themselves? Somebody got to govern them. So that's the thing. You're right. But don't put it on ourselves like you're talking about. I can govern myself. If you allow me, if no law and order in the country, I will do whatever I want to do. I will drive on the opposite lane. I will speed. Nobody going to pull me over because there's no law and order. That is why we got law and order in the country. Yep. So if anybody say Mr. Cummings is not relevant, you better go to NEC and check Mr. Cummings' record. Mr. Cummings know Liberia than all politicians. I can put my neck. That one Mr. Cummings know Liberia more than Bwaka, knows Liberia more than Cummings and George Weah, knows Liberia more than Daniel Kase, even the Gonglu. It's for fact. He has visited over 40 and 73. In fact, the exact 73 district in Liberia, he went through, he touched it. The last county, you know which of the county Mr. Cummings went to and slept in was River Says. River Says. He slept in every county. He not just go there and come back. He slept in every county. He put his head down and sleep. He slept in Maryland. He slept in River G. He slept in Sano. He slept in Grand Jide. He slept in Grand Cru. He slept in River Says, Grand Bassa County, in Bon County, in Nima County, in Lofa County, in Bopolu, in Bomi Hills, Cape Mount, and what the other place? Magibi. He slept there, and Monserrado where he living. So he slept in all the counties, and he visited 73 districts. Mr. Cummings visited every district in Monserrado County. Joshua ain't visit all the district. You know that. You know that Joshua ain't visit the district. He passed through District 1 when you're going to Banga, when you're going to Kakata. Because I went there, people told me that people who never saw Joshua, they didn't know how Joshua looking. That just the children that came to vote for them say that they meant this. Joshua never went to Artington. He never went to Artington. Joshua never went to Rossville in District 17. He started right to Rehefi, Banjo era there. He never reached to Pole River border. He never reached there. They don't know that. No, but Joey never reached that far to campaign. Joey never went Attington, where Charles Taylor then coming from, where Ellen Johnson up that hill. But yes, which is true, all the even the representative for District 17 never even got that. He reaching that side because majority of the people in Virginia and Banjo area there, the right around where most of the people, the population is. But nobody went outside. Zotero ran and all. I went there, I saw Zotero got a Kinju farm or Kinju place. That place, I say, it's just the road so bad to reach there. But when you enter the place, they got a nice town hall. They got the place quiet. You can see the little. I said, wow. So Taylor down who got there that day. She was now at home. She doing a Kinju business, and she ran. But hey, you see. So let me see. Oh no, I saw that yesterday. Uh-huh. Oh yes. Pray to God that my son be a professional player. I said I'll pray to God my son be a professional player. So what? I can pray to God when I want to again, man. Mm. Yes, you are right. You are right, Kamara. Yes, you are 100% right. Those who are in charge to implement the laws, they are the one. May his soul rest in peace. And the late Reeves, what he needs, he was the immigration boss. What the guy name? Somebody call his name. What the guy? Reeves. His last name is Reeves. That Agnes Reeves' brother. He was a police guy. Man, that dude smoke weed until when he passing by, when he died now. What it meant, Reeves, man. Lemuel Reeves. Lemuel Reeves, yeah, was the drugs. They sell drugs on Benson Street. Not to say that one, everybody know about Reeves. When he died, but they say, oh, the drug book on a business. This guy was a CRD guy. Oh Lord. Then he was in the. I think he used to be one of the drug enforcement guy in the police. But this dude, he sell drugs. Policeman. He was the immigration boss when he died. So how you expect? The people arrested drugs the other day. They say the drug disappeared. The drug got on shoes and kosu and walk out of the cell. The place they kept the drug at. The drug disappeared. The drug disappeared. Yeah. When he said Dave Jackley went home, he tried to talk. He tried to fight the whole drug business. Joe, we had suspended him for time indefinite. So some people said waiting for Jay. They say the ticket, he paid the more ticket money here, so he got to come home. So Dave, we're waiting for you. When you come, we'll give you a welcome. Welcome. Now, just imagine they took the car from Dave Jackley too. They suspended him for time indefinite, and they took the car. He was all. I see Dave Jackley on Facebook long time. Dave Jackley whole day he posting, friend of the president. He said he know Joe. They suspended him for time indefinite. Then you go ask Arvin Brown. They suspended Arvin Brown for time indefinite 2 years now. He stay on time indefinite. And my other friend, they fire my friend. Yeah, my own friend, my friend that too. When you man Winston, they fire him, but the only good thing you man Winston purchase a lot of keke. So he get a lot of keke. He get keke company. Hey, you man Winston, man, and I'm dissing you, but you see, you don't understand. Government job, you don't put it on your head. Especially if you're political. Muchacho, slow down, brother. Stop calling name. No, muchacho, I will call name. Rosanna, hey, the crew boy. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year. I miss you, my man, long time. Hey, my boy, you enjoy you. I know the girl taking good care of you. Yeah. All of you talk show hosts always insulting while on air. You see there? Did I insult on the show here today? Eh? I curse anybody here today? Eh? You can't honor my post, you curse. Then you say I curse somebody. Mm. Okay. Oh. You know, anyway, the truth sound like cursing in your ear. Comfort. The truth always sound like cursing the people in ear. Oh, thank you. If I mean say comfort J. Did you hear anything like insult from him? Thank you, Ama. Thank you. My witness and fireplace said. Coming stepson. But people like we are and their supporters says that the leaders, money, and projects. Joey use the country money to face one small fee. He said that he way of giving back to the community. The people money. Oh. Don't let nobody fool you, man. That your own money. Please don't call God name. Your lies. Okay. What? Okay. A name is Pai. Pai. A last name Tay. He said, please don't call God name. Your lies. Okay. Okay. But you know the good thing that you sitting and listen to the lies. So I said it again. The truth sound bad in your ears. Hey, I feel sorry for you. You don't expect when you supporting Mr. Cummings. Hey, yeah. In CPP today, the Cummings we want to. Damn it. In CPP today, I will put a string crew. The Cummings we want to. Come on, election day. Who Cummings will win the election to go to executive mansion to be our leader. Oh, Cummings, yeah, the man who we want for our president. Cummings, oh, Cummings, the man who we want to for our president. The people say, yeah, that coming say, that man way we want to for our president. You see nothing yet. The writing is on the wall. Some of us got eyes to see and we got ears to hear. You see, oh, so he made a mistake here first. He said, please don't call God name your lies. Okay, then he said, okay, thank you for it. He said, please don't call God name with your lies. Okay. My boy, I know God more than you. And I will tell you today, if you don't know him for yourself, you own your business. But I know God and I know what God take me from. And you will not tell me not to call God name because that's the one I pray to every morning, every night before I go to bed. And he's the one that giving me this voice that I can say something. And he's the one that giving me the wisdom to put something into your ears. And at least you are listening to me. I might not be the biggest talk show host, but guess what? That little 50 people, when they share it, and thank God I got 60 people that like the show. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for liking the show. And you know, that is what you do. When you like it, Facebook, keep it up. So it's 100. I got 54% watching me. And out of that 54, when every one of them share a 555 times 554, then you will understand. Then when I share it to my page and share it, the message, bash. And you know how they can do that. And you know that the firework, you go to, you know, it goes small. The fireworks, it like this. Small they want. You can then all over the place. So that means the 55 go to the I love you who supporting Mr. Cummings. They put an supporting Mr. Cummings. I just handful of people. They just right here. They're this. They small at this. The people who supporting Mr. Cummings right at this. They plenty. I love you. These are patriots. You say you're a patriot. Don't get it wrong. I understand you supporting Mr. Bwaka or you supporting George Weah. It is your right. Don't get me wrong. I still love you guys. But after the elections, you will understand if Mr. Cummings is the president, Mr. Cummings, you will understand how leaders behave. When you see when you are president, when you run for president and people vote against you and you win, the people who vote against you, you go after them to bring them closer because it is your responsibility to convince them that this is what I'm going to do. When you look at Mr. Cummings today, Mr. Cummings do not tell people to join ANC. Mr. Cummings go across the aisle. Look at Alva Tuba came from CDC. Moriah came from this other place. I myself, I'm not a member of ANC, but now I love ANC too now because the people are nice people. I can't just lie to you. And Mr. Cummings, I support Mr. Cummings. So I will register in Liberia when I get it. But I'm a voter now. Don't get me wrong. I vote. I will vote. So let me show you something. Let me show you my Liberian license so you can be an adjective. Let me show you my Liberian license. Bash Wala, Republic of Liberia. And this is my um, jersey license. You see? So you see it? You see Liberian flag right there? You see Liberian flag? This is jersey license, and this is the Liberian license. You see that? So all the thing you're talking, my license it renew again. You said Liberia sweet. I was there, I got a license. I came here, my license expired. I renewed my license while here in America. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Liberia sweet, oh, Liberia sweet. Liberia sweet. Damn it. You know, you see contact? I in America. I got my license in America, in Liberia. Went to transport ministry and everything. You know, according to the Constitution, I'm still a Liberian citizen. I'm an American citizen. You all saw the people that came out that no one can deny your citizenship. Only yourself can deny your citizenship. You got to go to court and say, I, Muna Kishen, do solemnly swear not to be citizen of Liberia anymore, and blah, 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 blah. But I'm still a citizen. I'm in America, and I renew my driver's license because I try to abide by the laws. And guess what? The money actually went to government. It's not no on the side. The only money that I pay on the side was processing fee. You know when Librarian tell you processing fee, the man got to take transportation to go. So what I did, I just called the accountant and said, listen, Joe Blow, somebody coming to America from Liberia, please make sure you renew my license for me. And what he did, I said, you want me to send new picture? He said, no, but chief, your picture already here. So they went there and printed it and they gave it to the man again. So my lesson, I traveled 2 times now. The thing is, the person said when they're coming, they put it in there. I said, that thing when I lost, even if they plain leave your suitcase behind, make sure you hold it in your hand. And the guy put it in his coat pocket. And he brought it for me. I said, voila, bam. So now if I go to Liberia, by the time I get to Ralphie International, I just go straight and take the car, join the car, and just drive. You know now. I learned how to drive in Liberia. You know when you start driving in Liberia and come to America, it's not nothing. But when you learn how to drive in America and you go to Liberia, trust me, by the time they give you the car, you say, eh, 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 eh. My wife went to Liberia, she couldn't drive. They give the car, by the time she sat behind the car, the four person at house, she said, you please take the fuel. So she can't drive because she learned how to drive here. So she went to Liberia now. They gave her the nice car. She in a big black car, man. Mr. Kishan wife. She enjoying herself. All the bodyguard around her. By the time she started the car, the four-person part said, "Oh my, you can't see, eh? You can't see." She got out from the car easy. So the man said, "Chiwa," he said, "No, Jack can't drive the car." The first answer they gave her, they say, she got in the car. Now, oh no, no, I never put a drive you. In America, we can drive ourselves. The boss said, "Okay, Oma." The boy went inside in the back of it. She said, "What you doing? I beg you, just sit over there." She put her back to she just break. What? The boy said, "Oh my, you can see? Hit me, you see." She just parked the car right there and got out from the car and sat down. I said, "Oh, and you said you can drive?" Eh? Because I went to Laboratory 2018, they picked me from the airport. I drove from the airport all the way. Because I said, I don't trust the Ralphie Highway. I know that road. And for true, we met one car. They big truck on the road. One of Cherokee Jeep went in the car. Then the guy sit in the car and tell us, we said, "Oh, what happened?" He said, "Oh, we park here. That one of guy just can't know he see you. He just no. That the funniest thing, because the traffic. So I said, "What? Oh, look at." So what the man, he said, the Kane Hospital. That the carbon now in a big truck sitting on the side. He said, "Yeah, oh, we park here because our truck break down. He even see, or I know he couldn't see, he just came smash into our truck. I look at the guy, I said, Jesus, I just took my time, but by the time I reached to ELW Junction, the way I saw people crossing by ELW Junction, I said, Freddy, you can't take your car steering here. Let's go easy. Then when I get to, Morena, I was driving all over, everywhere, going to Bento, myself drive, I go places. When I go in the bush, when I go and play Bento, go and play Todi, myself drive, hey man, yeah. That pickup, I play with tell me, 100 Jeep, that small Jeep, in that Todi mod. The pastor said, he said, then chief, you can drive. I said, but listen, man, I used to drive for minister. I did VIP, driving, training, everything. They took us to police academy, how to drive VIP, what to do. Man, that's it though. So I telling you, it's not easy. Yeah, Hillary Clinton underestimated Obama. That's a fact. That's the same thing that happened today. They underestimated Mr. Cummings and they feel that whatsoever. Okay, Pape Flomo, long time, my brother. The worst mistake Sleepy Joe will make is his the Pape Flomo boy, the boy support the boy. He loved George Weah because George Weah helped him before, but he's not a sedition. And Pape Flomo made it clear. He said Cummings is his second choice. I love the picture he got a two-face. One for Cummings, one for George Weah. Pape Flomo said even if Cummings beat George Weah, he will be happy. If George Weah beat Mr. Cummings, he will be happy. But he's not a sedition. So sedition can stand him. But they think he's sedition. Tell me. Hey boy, Pape Flomo, you right. I made a mistake to support that boy. You right 100%. He said the worst mistake Sleepy Joe will make is to take the witness stand. Then the Labrampo would know that the man working for the government. Pape Flomo, you got two more ways at the beginning. He called himself Pape Flomo. When you're talking to him, you can only talk in the dark. When you're talking to Pape Flomo, they play dark all the time. All the time dark. But I know some people now say, as he said, put a number on. I'm not putting no number or nobody calling. I don't want to run the show today. Yeah. Ah. Watch me. Watch me, oh, watch me, watch me. Ain't that song? Watch me. You watching me, oh, you watching me. Ah. Yeah, Leo said this guy can flow. Like, hey, we flowing together, Leo. Yeah. Yeah, Zawu, he said, rest in peace. He said, RIP, rest in peace, Cummings. Let me tell you the meaning of rest in peace. To you, you think it for day by the people alone. You know what I'm saying? Now, maybe you can say, may your soul rest in peace or whatsoever. But rest in peace is, you can tell anybody, it can be alive. You say, man, rest in peace. I'm resting in peace. You know what I'm saying? So, the first thing, you're supposed to be ashamed of yourself. I know exactly who you're supporting. Your picture, it got Lufa Kante on it. So you only supporting Mr. Bwaka because you're from Lufa Kante. You only supporting Mr. Bwaka because you're from Lufa. I told you first that Kante can make you win. Mr. Bwaka's 12 years vice president. 12 years, he won 2 counties in his first round. You know why he won 2 counties? Before that county was Lofa County, Bopolu and Lofa was Lofa. But they divided it. In the second round, he only won Lofa and they beat him in Bopolu. My brother, this is not about county. This is not about trap. We know, but anyway, I will play the tape. Before I leave, I want you to stay and watch the thing. What Henry Costa said about Mr. Bwaka. What Henry Costa said about Mr. Bwaka. And I will let you to listen to Mr. Ure Sese. What Mr. Ure said about Mr. Cummings, how Mr. Cummings a good leader, Mr. Cummings this, Mr. Cummings got a special way of doing things, he has a style. This man with all the trouble, with all the attacks, he was cool. Mr. Cummings is the man. He's the man who is ready and prepared for that job they call president. Hey, Mr. Cummings, I know, man. To be frank, you're too smart, man. If Mr. Cummings are going to count like bro 2005 by the time he's president. But listen, it is not a mistake. So not because he ain't count 2005, it's not a no mistake. Yeah. Excellent, Munel. You on top of the talk points. Truthfully. Thank you, Cummings stepson. Yaka. We on it. They didn't see nothing yet. We just tipping it. Let them look. Let the Liberian people know, find out when they say Mr. Cummings on the box, on our ballot. That the time you will know the first trip Mr. Cummings will make. You know, when you're a stand-up bearer now and you running, you are a potential president. So when you go to another country, that president can receive you with everything. You might not be surprised. You better try that Joe. We are see Joe Biden. Because if Mr. if Joe, we are don't meet Joe Biden and Mr. Cummings' name is on the ballot, you will see Mr. Cummings and Joe Biden in the White House discussing. Oh yes, Mr. President, and he said, but Alex, what do you think you're going to do for Liberia when you president? And he said, look, Joe, as usual, I run big companies, but my plans for Liberia is about the people. I put the people first, and Joe, and then the next thing Joe Joe said, damn man, I thought you stayed your height, but short people are great people, and you see them laughing. President, we are not. You better try to man see Joe Biden. I will talk to Joe Biden. And listen to me, let me show you something. I can always receive text from Joe Biden, whether that automatic text or what I can. So now they say, hello, Munel, this is Joe Biden. Can you please chip in at least $1? Because the Republicans are blah 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 blah. So even if that machine sending that text to me, I will reply that text. I say, Mr. Biden, can you please try your best and meet Mr. No, I put it on to my living God. They got the when the executive when the White House giving a press briefing, they carry it on Facebook on something. I say I made a comment until a lady reply. Who is the George Weah? I said, please meet the president of Liberia, George Manuel Weah. Please, I am a Liberian. I am a Liberian. I am. So we are begging. Let Joe Biden meet George Weah. Because if that real election start and they say Mr. Cummings now on the ballot box, when Mr. Cummings making an international tour to show that he got the international experience, when he come to America and he go to the White House, don't get vexed with us. Don't get vexed with us. Or until the United Nations said we'll get vexed, we'll forget, we'll go invite Mr. Cummings to executive to UN to come speak. Don't get vexed with us. By the time you see Mr. Cummings coming now, he start meeting mayors and start meeting other places. Don't get vexed with us. When you go low, you see Mr. Cummings in Ghana and Kofu Addo standing by Mr. Cummings and Mr. Cummings speaking to one big university. Then you go low, you see Mr. Cummings way in Rwanda. I'm telling you now, I'm telling you that all the thing, and one thing I would say, President, we stay, whether we like it or not, you are the president of Liberia. But what I will advise you, Mr. President, if you listen to me now, don't get involved. Keep that your legacy. You see Ellen Johnson, the Liberian people don't like her, but the international community, oh, they love her. The way she behaves, she turn it over to you easy. She turn it over to you because you know that you're not going to prosecute her. So my thing too, you afraid, you know who to give it to. You think when Bwaka beat you, they can prosecute you. That lie. But Mr. Cummings will still investigate you. Under the laws of Liberia, our Constitution, Article 61, no former president can be prosecuted for any corruption act under his or her regime. Only if they are removed by impeachment, then we can go after you. So you got a chance of surviving, but they can seize some of your property if there is no facts. But most of the other guys, we can't guarantee them. So for the international community to respect this president, let the election be free and fair. If you lose, you lose. If you lose, you lose. Don't act like Boboye, don't act like don't listen to the people then. Because some of them think that they want to hang on you. Look at the former president today. If Doe was to listen to people, he was going to be alive. But he wanted to stand by his people. You know what I'm saying? Today, Charles Taylor is in jail. So do not allow the blood of Liberians on your head. Do not allow Liberians to go in the street to demonstrate because election is not fair. The numbers is clear, Mr. President. There is no way never belongs to God. But there is no way you can win. If everybody goes separately, you will still get maybe 35% of the vote or maybe 25% of the vote. But in the second round, there is no way they will vote for you because Liberians, even within your government, they know not everybody are bad people in our government, not everybody are corrupt. The corruption is few people are dealing with. That's why we see it. That is, if a lot of people were stealing in Liberia, look, if a lot of people were stealing in Liberia in government, we will not notice certain things because you don't know where to go. That means they were stealing, they will be helping other people. But only a handful of people stealing. You get the clique. You got the clique around the president. You got the Twe. You got Magay. You got the Jefferson Koji. The people are looking at them. They're not looking at no other minister. They're not looking at nothing. So that's why everybody noticing all the nonsense that going on. Don't let them fool you, Mr. President. And for another information, I heard they say Fina Bono suspended, but we know what they suspended for. Me, they got to bring. They're hiding it. They're hiding it. Look like she did something. She did something. I think the medicine failing small, small. Plenty of them medicine failing. No, no, never. Yes. Yeah, my brother, you know it for true. When Mentor Steve signed that contract, you're listening to it. Oh. Mentor Steve signed a contract in Liberia and gave every representative and senator one pickup each. My question to you, they left the vice president out and the president? Was the president and vice president left out of the whole show? No. Mr. Baka got his share. Mr. Baka got his own pickup. Ellen Johnson got her own pickup. Maybe Ellen Johnson said, no, I won't pick up, give me cash. Maybe Mr. Baka took cash. So you're stopping. Let us stop fooling ourselves. There is no way they can give the honor man and everybody see they giving the honor man and they get it tap. And they get it tap. I beg you, yeah. Tell them the truth, General. Thank you very much, Kennedy. I will tell them the truth. I will tell them the truth. Liberian people love bad leaders. You're right, my brother. But he refused to work with others only because it has reached a point for the nomination of the standard bearer. He stayed away. That was when you in the ANC and Mr. Cummings had refused to attend any call meeting. Okay, Wilson, I'm sorry to tell you, but the fact of the matter is that you out of touch, my brother. You out of touch. You cannot call a serious meeting 2 days or whatsoever. It's not an emergency meeting. And even Mr. Cummings refused to attend a meeting and he told you why he would not attend that meeting because you refused to give him the agenda, and that is not how they be working. There should be a system in place. We try to change the system, so let that system play. Okay, granted, Mr. Cummings denied attend. Mr. Cummings refused to attend the meeting because Mr. Cummings protested and said, listen, Mr. Boaka, there's a problem with a CPP document that people are saying XYZ, and you are not saying anything about it. It must be settled first. What are you going to say? You went to the meeting. We heard anything about the meeting. There was meeting, and don't let us stop lying. Mr. Ure said, oh, we had a meeting the other time. Mr. Cummings only refused to attend one meeting because the time they called for the meeting, because he, Boaka, was getting ready to travel too. And Mr. Cummings was on his way and said, no, I can't attend the meeting when there's no agenda. You're supposed to tell me what we're going to do in advance. That's how good people do. You know what I'm saying? So, for granted, let's take Mr. Cummings out. Why Mr. Boaka still cannot have meeting and tell us when we will be having the primary? When there will be primary? When will be the primary? So let know what's going on. Forget about Mr. Cummings again. He got a lawsuit right now. So what's going on? Why Boaka can tell us that Ure sent a letter already that he's not part of the CPP? Why Mr. Boaka can tell the public that Mr. Ure sent a letter to CPP that he's not no more part of CPP? All we hear in the news that, oh, United Party going to get out of the CPP. So who United Party going to address the letter to? Wait. Y'all listen to the one again. Oh. Mr. Bwaka is the chairman. ALP is supposed to dress the letter to the chairman that they are out, they are leaving. Then they start the process of leaving. But instead, they put it on the social media that we're leaving. Then UP said they're going to leave too. So who are they going to address the letter to that they're leaving? So Mr. Bwaka going to leave and the leadership going to stay. So it's like you telling me we in this, we on a plane or we in a ship. The pilot came out, put his parachute and jumped through the window and put a thing autopilot. The other pilot came and jumped through the window. So you got only one pilot sitting there. But he was a pilot too because he piloted that plane before. What do you think that pilot's going to do? The guy who piloted the plane before and everybody jumped up because they came from, listen, they came from all the way South Africa. They're going to California. It's a 19-hour flight from California to South Africa. So the Mr. Ure took the plane from South Africa. He stopped to another country. Then Mr. Cummings took it from there and they stopped to another country. Yombly took it. And then when they got to Mr. Bwaka now to reach the plane to California, Mr. Bwaka stayed in the air, pretending as able, blah, blah, blah. We go look, Ure say, I'm out. Bam. Yombly, who piloted the plane before, they fire her to her party that sent her there, fire her. They say she under suspension. Then the man who's supposed to be in charge of the plane don't want to talk and say, I'm leaving too. When he leave, the other pilot who said, well, but you're not a pilot. Anyway, thank God. Say you can get off. I would just go and take control and land the plane. So when Mr. Ure leave, Mr. Bwaka leave, the CPP, Mr. Cummings will come in and land broom and put the plane down. So if they leave, Mr. Cummings will still be in charge. My picture blur. Let me see something. All right, that's good. That's the only thing I got. I using the others. I using different camera apart from the camera on the computer. So when you start to go through it, try to adjust by itself. When I go in closer, so it was fighting to adjust, but I got on. So you see, so if they leave, Mr. Cummings will take control of the plane. But don't let nobody fool you. The name UP, ALP cannot register until after 2023. Unless we won't be nice and say, you know what, you'll go with your trouble. But they can't use that name. What they're going to do, they will form new name and say that collaboration. They will form new party and pretend as if they collaborated. So when they form the new party, then they will look for other people. But according to the Steve strategy, the man who Mr. Bwaka depended on to give the message out, Henry Costa said, the first thing on the agenda is Mr. Bwaka will be the standard bearer of this party. So if you're coming to join us, just know. And you know what? The thing that they will take second place if they go separate. Oh, I can't wait for that day. Hmm. So, my brother, your analysis and your views are totally wrong. Wrong. You're speaking out of sentiment, you're speaking as a supporters. You're wrong. If Mr. Cummings is wrong, I would tell it, I will say it. I've criticized it so many times. Okay, I'm not saying the truth because I told you already the truth sound like a lie to you. You have never came across truth before. You have never came across truth. You just a handful of person on this platform that say I'm not saying the truth. You are a Bwaka or Joshua or you're a supporter. You're not a common supporter. You are not an independent person to know whether I'm speaking the truth or not. But the truth, you don't know the truth. You don't use to the truth. So the truth is like a lie to you. So what you expect? All you need to do when I shut off, you will get the message later on. But for now, just watch me. But at least I put your post up for people to see it. So it's not anything, my brother. But you still got a serious problem in understanding the truth. Thank you very much. Somebody just asking, why are you here listening? Sit and take notes. Finish. Finish. Me, I tired teaching you, man. I here for that thing. They play now for no dull people. Oh, they are too other sentiment, emotions. No. I'm supporting Mr. Cummings, but I don't go to Emmanuel Jackson. That's my boy. That's my man. From all the way Boston, Massachusetts. Massachusetts. Tell me that's what can be. How? Amen. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Do you have a little the ALP wrote him that they left? If so, can you publish it? Amen, my brother. You see, I said it before this show started. He said, I just said to you, ALP put a letter or notice up that they are not part of the ANC, the CPP anymore. And Henry Costa, your so-called leader, talk about it and say, no, we're not part of it. In fact, you're on spoon. In fact, you people soon leave. My question here to you and to Mr. Boaka, is there any information, documentation from ALP to CPP that they are leaving? Because according to whatsoever, when you leaving, you must write. And he is the chairman. Is there any letter to show that the ALP had left? But now, UP said they will be leaving. They should have done it this week. In fact, they started it since December. Now they said this week, so we know. So they're going to write. So who they're going to write the letter to? Mr. Boaka is the chairman, whether we like it or not. He's the chairman. So he's supposed to receive all communication. So for you to ask me, do you have a letter? Okay, I understand a letter you're talking about. So don't worry. It's not, you made no mistake. I know it's a typographical error. That the ALP wrote him that they left. I ever told you. You see how you don't understand the truth? My people, you who listen to me, for the 8% you're listening to me. Did I ever say that Ure sent a letter to Mr. Boaka? I said that to you? No. I said, is there any letter sent to Mr. Boaka? Let Mr. Boaka come out and explain if Mr. Ure actually gone. Amen. You see, because you're not thinking. You only supporting because you love somebody and love. I don't fall in love with politicians. I admire politicians. You think I don't like Boaka? You're the one who don't like Boaka. You're the one I don't like him. Talking Monet, thank you very much. Yeah, man. I don't understand. Yeah, real change. Then just wait and see if he will not contest. You long since been a supporter and a member of ANC, a former member of CDC. Okay, Wilson, you are 100% wrong again. I have never ever been a member of CDC. Knowing George Weah is not CDC. I have never registered with any political party in Liberia. I know George Weah as a friend, and I did work for George Weah 2005, 2011. I never one day came on Facebook in fact, there was no Facebook Live until I think after 2015 or 16. There was no Facebook Live. So I was never a member of CDC. And I was never going to join CDC because the first thing, even up to the time I was supporting George Weah, I said CDC was a Monrovia party. They were now a broad-based party because they were all a bunch of people sitting right in Monrovia and could not win nowhere around the country. My biological brother, who was a member of a NPP, I was never a member of no political party. And I was never a member. So get that right. But now I support Mr. Cummings. I support the ANC. And I will be a member of ANC when I'm ready. No, Anita, the man made a mistake, man. Don't say that. The man made a mistake. You know, sometimes when you're writing, you play it. You play it. Stop making up story on other. What? What are you saying? My man, you just say you confusing me now. Me, I won't say nothing again. Hey, yeah, wow. Anita Gray, the world is letter. Okay, but you made a mistake first, my man. It was an error. It's not that you can spell letter, but you say Lattle. You said little. So it's not anything. Please. I said I show you made a mistake. Or maybe you just say little. I don't know what you're trying to say. But I would not even look. Let me tell you something. I made a mistake on post a lot of times. People inbox me. I made one and trying to say what? GMB give up. People I know give up something I said. And but when I read it, by the time I did the correction, I saw the person inbox me and say, "Oh, I told them thank you." Look, posting is a funny thing. I got a bad habit, especially when I don't have my glasses on. I, you know, I texting with one finger, but sometimes when you texting, you reading. It's like people who read ahead and write. So I can say, "I love John Brown. I love Peter Paul." Now, if I say I love, I put an I, you know, love. I just go straight to John, or Mary. That because I say John Brown, it mean I'm a man. I'm not a gay or hey. So because you're quick to make things. And if anybody say that, I will tell you exactly what gay can do to people. Yeah. If anybody say that, I will tell you straight what I would do to you if I'm a gay. The House of Representatives visited Redemption Hospital today. What are they going to say? To take the 30,000 and give it to the people to bury them? Yeah. Something got to happen in Liberia to make people change. Yeah. You are on point with the message. Thank you very much, Gwen. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You yourself, you're doing it too. You see, without you guys, I will not do it. The support comes from you. We all in this boat together. Not because I bring my red face on Facebook so that I'm no, 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 no. But we all doing it together. And because of your support, because of your everything that you putting in, that is why we are on what we own. That is why we are still fighting. The good people will survive. The good people. Okay. Wedgie Bala Zeze. You're listening to the name. He's all the way from Lofa County. Alexander Cummings is fake. Liberian people are not supporting Foster like him. He's all the way from Lofa County. Congratulations. Lofian, another Lofian has just come up again. Oh, that's why he's supporting Mr. Bwaka. You know what makes those sad is that is why we are not relenting anymore. And I said it as of, I think, 4 days ago. Mr. Bwaka will be on my talking point until the election. Mr. Bwaka name will be on my talking point. And every information that I have with Bwaka that in my possession, I will bring it out. And every information, there are a lot of people who call us who know Mr. Bwaka personally. And they are pissed off with Mr. Bwaka attitude right now because they know that he's not supposed to even be into politics. They know his record. So, but the people from Lofa County, thank God, not every one of them, because he went there recently again. The people refused to even look at him, all the chiefs. They told him, but there are still other people who think that Mr. Bwaka is their hero. Yes, he's hero to them. But they can vote for him. He still will not win. He will still. So if we go back to 2017, it's like you're telling me, George, we are going to win, and Mr. Bwaka will still remain the same place, and only Lofa County going to win for him. Because the people from Lofa County not even encouraging other people. Now you call Mr. Cummings a foster or fraudster like him. Yeah. Let Mr. Bwaga go and testify against Mr. Cummings. You know why? Unless Mr. Cummings money not in Mr. Bwaga got. Unless Mr. Bwaga, to show how Mr. Bwaga will receive everything, Mr. Bwaga received $2,000 from George Weah. When he was bereaved, he received 2,000 Liberian dollars from George Manning Weah. I would not have done it. Me, as much as I broke. The former vice president, received $2,000 for bereavement. He said, "Oh, my man, have my sympathy," and he took it. Then George Weah came and exposed him and brought it out. And he still kept the money. He never gave it back to George Weah. Yeah. Then you won't talk here. You better go sit down, your Paka people there. Fake people. You are too old for this kind of analogy. Look at Wedgie. Let me pull you up good. He said, "I'm too old. I'm older than you, my brother. You are older than your ma and your pa. I will tell the real truth. I'm 52 going 53. Do you see me? 10 Hampson. And do you know how my wife called me? My wife thing at around 27. So maybe I older than you if you are the oldest in your family. So I really want to see because you see, people that don't put their own picture on their profile, they ugly. They ugly. So you man say you damn ugly. That's why you want to you call me old man. Older than you, my brother. Very well. I older than you. If you check it out, say I older than the man, the papa who born you. I older than them. So you might I want a small picking. I want small picking talking here. So and if you small, if you below age, that be my daughter, and every people older than you and smarter than you again. Oh, then you on your own. Me, I'm telling you. You know, from the name, we can tell that you know where they're coming from. Zuba Zeze, that he really needs Zuba Zeze, but he won't call that Zuba. He won't call it Zuba. He really needs Zuba Zeze. He go put wedgie on his knee. It's a fake page. It is a fake page because if it is not a fake page, I mean, he got only one friend. He just opened a page. He got one friend to show it's a fake page. That's how you know a fake page. You see it? He asking for a friend. He got one mutual friend. You see it? And he put other pictures there. So he just put all the things there. You see it? Yeah. He ain't got nobody. He got only one friend, my brother. Yeah. Only one person know yourself. Like you yourself, you know yourself. Oh. Okay. I should delete this, I should block it because no picture. Look at he put TB Joshua in the back. Look at him. How you get a whole profile? You hide your profile, you hide your face. Ah, he got 21 followers. 21 followers, zero friend. 21 followers and zero friend. Eh, you see a profile picture? Tell me. That new page the man just open. You know my name, but not my story. You see, that's a new page he just opened. Yeah, and the guy talking about Jesus, oh, he's a Christian, you're born again, I know that. And you put a chicken there too. But be like a first page, anyway, I will keep it. Don't worry. I'm not deleting. I'm a made friend, what you say. I send you a friend request. Accept my friend request. I just sent you a friend request. So make sure you accept my friend request. Yeah. That's a new page you open. It's not a fake page. It's a new page. So I just sent you a friend request. So we'll talk better, but don't insult me. I'm an older guy. I'm 52 years old. I will tell you the real truth. And I'm happy with my life. I got a very beautiful family, a beautiful wife, and I'm happy with everything. I'm not rich, I'm not poor. Yeah. But I want you to do the best for yourself. Don't I understand you from Lofa County, you want to support Mr. Boaka, but let's be open. If you want a good Liberia, look around. You can find a good Lofia, you can find a good and man from Basso County, but always get it to the back of your mind that it's Liberia we're talking about. It's not Lofa County. Lofa County is not Liberia. Montserrat is not Liberia. Maryland is not Liberia. After the country, then you go to county, then you start talking about tribe, But you must put country first. Yeah. So I just send your friend request. Make sure you send. I send your friend. Yeah. Her father is also like that. Oh yeah, man. Anything you say, she is a fool. She want to be VP president. She want to be vice president. Yeah, she want to be vice president in her dream. Why are you listening, man? I'm telling you, and they still listening to you. You are very young to be here too. Oh, I don't know why she's still senator for Grand Bassa. She will never. If you put her back, she cannot win. She will not win Grand Bassa County again. Yombly Kanga Lawrence won Grand Bassa County because of her father. Even Wezonga at the time, and then the people deny him. And this time around, she won because of the CPP when we were together. And Darius did everybody campaigning for her. So the CPP came together and voted for her because there was nobody. Everywhere CPP unite, they were together, they won. Everywhere there was little hala hala, the other person going independent, it was a problem. Monserrato, it was Dillon, nobody went independent. Grand Bassa County, no one went independent. And other places that there were no independent candidate. In Maryland, CPP had a candidate, but there were independent candidates in Maryland that were from, oh, let's go, even like District 9. Salensa went independent. And they had another girl, Gibson, that went independent. She came from, I think, the Sin Liberty Party. And we had other people went independent. So there was a problem. So everywhere there was no problem, they won. They won. But if there was an independent candidate in Grand Bassa that actually came from the CPP, Yomli was not going to win because Yomli won with few votes. Yeah, she won with few hundred votes. I think 140 or something votes that she won based on Gawe. Yeah. Papi, you should have. Okay, joking serious. That his name was joking serious. Papi, you should have told Cummings to keep his finger to himself instead of confusing yourself here. No. He took his finger and shoved it in you, a little boy who don't know what to do. Your name is joking serious. Joking serious is the name. The name they call joking serious. When you come across people like this, they call joking serious. You can know either they are criminals, they have created a problems around, they either are rapists and they don't want anyone to know them. You know what I'm saying? They don't want anyone to actually know them. Then, it's a problem. Y'all look at the name. Joking serious? At the name joking serious. Joking serious? Yeah, joking serious. Joking serious. Some of the names they can look, oh, they can be too. How you give yourself such a name on Facebook? Joking serious. Joking serious. Okay, joking serious. You see what I noticed here? All the people that are supporting Mr. Cummings, they can show their faces. You see, the people are genuine people. They're not hiding it. They show themselves. But all the other one, they will not support Mr. Cummings. They get some kind of strange name that you say you ask and say, but what want this? Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it, Cummings stepson. I appreciate it. Yeah. Tio Gul. Beautiful voice. Oh, so president can relate. That's how you guys are jealous of President We are jealous of President. You see, Vasco. You start Vasco. Let me tell you, when they say people jealous of President We are, you get jealous of people for two reasons. Maybe they took a job from you, or you and them fight for the same position. I'm not running for president. My eating penna in his house. He not taking care of my family. What therefore to be jealous about? He's a president. He's the president of Liberia. But Vasco, you might got problem with learning. Oh. You got learning disability. Then you put your man picture over there and make it look or like your own picture. I forget that your Lone Star picture. You still got your flag. You still got. But man, you got serious problem. Oh. You use words as if it's something because they say what are made to be used. So you just use it. You're jealous of the man. Tell me what job we are not do. Eh? Or because he play football, now you get on football jersey for your profile. Vasco, you know, I'd love to see you when you making some your comment. It can really be it can crack me up, my man. I hope I will see some again ahead of when I go. Yeah, man. You laugh for him. There's somebody feeling they say Vasco a Fambule. Go on your CDC show now. Don't be writing plenty here. I'm telling you, man. You can make people. You're jealous over the man. Joshua and me, we're not in the same room. We never sleep with the same woman. I never went after her girlfriend. He didn't go after my girlfriend. I even asked for job. He promised me job. If there anything he don't want owe me, because at least I put my money in him too. I remember he used to play for I. When I used to go around, do a picture and edit all his video and this and that. He paid me for free. The same way I do not free for Mr. Cummings. So I do it for my own heart. The only person I sort of said thank you, sir, for allowing me to do my wife. That she don't want to say, man, thank you for allowing me to be running my mouth whole day to talk for our one country. That's it. Simple. But Vasco, tell me, Vasco A. Famule. His name is Vasco Abraham Famule from Cape Man. No mind. He said, let Cummings keep his finger to himself. He will finger you too. He will finger you. Say your love fingering, he will finger you. You know, it's so sad. I don't like for CDC to be using some word because CDC, they are the worst thing that ever happened to Liberia. The worst things that happened to Liberia. But we can't give up on you because that will be the serious. Your thing Zogo get problem. The one that who's singing praising that will the real problem like bro coming up, bro, and will handle you. Mr. Cummings will take care of you. He will not push you away. Mr. Cummings will go to the people who hate him that the people you come to. I want to see Joshua and Mr. Cummings debating himself. Tell me, you hear do. Mr. President, how are you, Mr. President? So can you please tell us and what plans you have for Liberia when it comes to the economy? How you think the economy? Well, I got to talk to Maggie because you know Maggie are the one that in charge of the whole economic business. I don't know, but you know whenever you carry rice price up and then everything decrease and then it comes this, then he start talking fast and someone and then at the same time you know when the roll open, you know, okay. Listen, Mr. President, how you going to say you know? Tell me, trust me. You know I was playing football. When I was playing football, I never used to fake penalty. When they kick me, say I can add, I can't, I can't fake no penalty. They always get real penalty. In Dubai, they send for our president. They say, Mr. President. So what you say about the whole thing, your government is your government prepared to bring in investors and what he say? Oh yes, we are prepared. We expect. He won't put it in French. Then the guy say, Mr. President, I don't speak French. I thought Liberians speak English. He's all. I thought you understand French. He's trying to fool us too now. And you know, I will tell you, I'm an honest guy. When I was playing football, I never fake any penalty. That president, we are telling the whole world. When I was playing football, I never fake any penalty. Even sometimes when they kick me, I won't fall down. I can say no, I will not fall down. I will still make it. They are school. I'm an honest guy. The woman did this. The woman start thinking, okay, Mr. President, and okay, that's a very good answer, but nothing much to say again. And that was it. That was it. Oh. The man said when you're playing football, he knows it's a fake penalty. That how the people will come because they think that people come to your country because you're honest. You're talking about your government, you say you. So Vasco, that you're the one give me some you're getting me a blank check. The man tell you're going to do. I know you're getting invest for. Joe, ain't tell us nothing what he was going to do. Vasco say, is this your phone or your smart? Is this your show or your smartphone? That the girls show Vasco, they show that now your show are only accommodating you. Stop it too, man. I don't want to give you the clearance to be here. She using her smartphone, but that the girls show. Eh? Okay, Vasco, I like Vasco. He always he's a diehard supporter, strong supporter of George Weah, and I respect that. You know, President Weah is the best ever in the political history of Liberia for now. Our people cannot wait for 2020. Who the people? Let me Vasco. Let me educate you a little bit. Vasco, there's a saying, and even I was surprised. I thought that saying was only in Africa. George Bush said, "First food is food. Second food is not food." That's what George Bush said, which is true. The American man will say, "First food, shame on you. Second food, shame on me. Third food, I mean, no more peace sign. I'm done." Liberians thought George Weah was going to do extra perform. For you to win second round, that means you show us your first round result. My brother, Freeport building the head office, FPRC building the head office. You put in one lane a playground to IEO practice ground and putting a playground behind a barrack where they had a BYC fee and finishing some feeder roads that can make you president. You have demolished, you have damaged the lives of the people. Ask yourself the question, how many people will die, but how many Liberians die under this administration? Useless death that they never investigated. Auditors dying, 3 kids getting missing, nothing going on. But today, when the 3 kids get missing, but at Mr. Cummings, when they get it all on the thing, they say, yes, it's the right of the government to prosecute. Don't you know that's the right of the government to go after St. Moses and bring the children? That is the case that the government ought to be concerned about. Law and order, no jobs. People have turned to be your poor. You think they will vote for George Weah? You in your different world, my brother, that real people waiting. Last election, all the sedition voted, you had 38%. All that people that voted for you, they left. Only 25 and approved 2018, 2020. All the sedition voted, you got 35% of the vote. The people beat you. You think if you go in the second round with anybody, you will win? You think you will win? Or you think Bwaka will rule, vote against us? Bwaka people, that handful of Bwaka people will vote against Mr. Cummings or Mr. Cummings going in the second round. That handful of people. That all the people in UP. Bwaka got few people in UP that trying to suppress the entire UP party to put it on Mr. Bwaka. That's why they never went to convention. Y'all do know that? That your handful of people. Maybe are dealing with Bwaka people too. You're sitting there, you're saying you're going to testify. You're going to testify. We're waiting for you. So like Brempo will know you. Yeah. Vasco, they post him or go on the CDC show. Damn it. The women are powerful here today. Oh. What? Yeah. Vasco, just how you guys come on a CDC platform to enjoy yourself, that's the same way we will come. Who tell the people go on CDC platform? What? Vasco, I don't go on CDC platform. I don't really listen to CDC. I will be honest with you, I don't listen to people's show easily. I can see it. The only time I try to go through it later on when somebody call me and say, oh, you heard what? Even Henry Costa, his show on, I don't listen to it. If I listen to Henry Costa's show, somebody either text me and say, oh, you listen to Henry Costa's show, the way he said, go and listen to it. Spoon TV, go and listen to it. That means that's something there interesting that I want to know. But to really pay attention to, and the funny part, guys, and Prince Sherry said he won't bring me on the Palava Hut. That's a sedition thing now. And I will go there. That one I can't refuse it. I want to go there. Me, I'm not afraid of the people that don't support me. That is the place I really want to go. I'm not educated. I'm not smart. I'm not nothing, but I'm smart. I got my own smartness, my own thing that in me. I'm not, I'm not afraid of nobody to debate. I'm not an economist to say we're going to talk about the economy. No, no, no. We'll talk your national issues, and then I will teach you and I will tell you. Nobody can tell me nothing about Liberia. I am a technician. I'm a cable technician. I'm a fiber optic technician. I'm a home networking technician. That's all I do. I work with my hands, my brains, and a lot of things that I can do. Computers or whatsoever, I can do everything. If possible, I can change your brain around. Oh, yeah. Oh, CDC, 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 CDC. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please. I'm gonna go for a break, but this break is not a break that I'm gonna get out. So let me just release my new single. In CPP today, that Cummings we want to. In CPP today, the Cummings we want to. Come on, 2023, Cummings will win the election to go to executive mansion to lead our nation. Oh, Bella, a left by them, oh, we are ANC. Hope to not to forget the thing we did pass, oh. Cummings, oh, Cummings, that man where we want to for our president. The people say, oh, that Cummings say, that man where we want to for our president. UP say, that Cummings say, that man where we want to for our president. Liberian say, oh, that Cummings say, that man where we want to for our president. Alexander B. Cummings is the next president of the Republic of Liberia. Until then, so be it. You either take it now or you take it later. This is not Zogo. This is criminal act. Deeper. That's criminal. I agree with you, and very well, Johnson. I agree with you on that. Whether they are Zogo or not, it's all criminal. But we got a lot of work to do in our country because there are a lot of things going on. People are dying, and it's not an easy thing. They can't even find them. But sometimes we should be very careful. They say they're going to declare war on the Zogos. We should be very careful because human rights will watch us. Human rights will watch us. Even to kill a criminal is a hard thing. But we need to look at the root cause. There are a lot of things Liberians, our government need to do. Put your foot down. We're not saying that I killed them. There are a lot of things, the drugs, the whatsoever. I can't believe it. I said it before. Children taking, the catalog converter. There's thing in there. They say it's for drugs. They mix it up with something. So when you see people cutting catalog converter, it's not they're going to cut it to sell it. There's some chemical that in there that I don't know, reduce the smoke or something. They take it out and they say it's expensive. They sell it. That is why you notice that some of the children can go in the exhaust and they scrape the smoke and they mix it up with some water and inject themselves. Oh, they're in a light bulb. The fluorescent bulb, or even they break it and they scrape. Oh, Jesus. I went banjo. I see these children, the graveyard are there. The children get a little lantern, they got a candle. The, one guy carried me just to go see them. I said, tears came in my eye. And they on the sound people. There's another Zogo I met. They boy live for Miata family. He in the street. I thought he was joking. On Kira Street, we had our office Kira Street and Center Street. We told them and said, listen, guys, you gotta cut your hair, wear dress. When I got a beard or duke a flare, they start taking their clothes. I say, if you want to come around me, you want to beg, be neat. Then I asked them, and some of them, listen, let me tell you the real truth. What you want to do? You want to shine shoe? Oh, I want to shine shoe. So they thought I was joking. I went down what else? I met this guy. He's a carpenter. The guy prepared 15 shoe shine box. I went what else? I bought 3 brushes and I brought 3. And I got a black and black, brown, and a neutral polish. They came. They thought I was joking. We had it in a pickup. When I brought it, I said, who ordered up one? I think about 5 person came for it. Don't you know the train took that thing? And some of them ball kids say, oh, chief, they start calling the name. The other person sold their own, the other person did this. Now I told them, okay, fine, that's good. When I coming down, nobody should ask for anything. As far as concerned, you the one. I think it was 5 boys, 5 or 6 that were right by Center Street, Center and Carey Street. They were shining shoe. They start shining shoe. Then when I come, they will say, "Oh, Chief," they will say, "Chief, come and wash your sneakers." I put a sneaker there. He washing the sneakers, but the boy washing the sneakers. How much the sneakers? One cheap little Nike. He washed the black sneaker. Nice. He put the soap on it. You know, they did their own, they got their own soap, the foam, they put it in the water. He cleaned the sneaker. He look at it and say, "Wow, baby, the day you ready to go, you want to leave the one for me." Oh." I look at your foot. I said, "But the thing fit you, but when I look at your foot, you can see it." So I came back the next day. I just put in the plastic bag and gave it to him. Look, the children can change. You see, anyone who you think are wicked, show them love. Look, me, I got no big friends. When I went to Liberia, nobody was behind me with water in my hand, in the hand. I want drink, I go drink, I go buy my lake cassava. I was eating in some of the weird place. You won't believe it. I used to eat right from looking at cinema. I used to spend $20 and eat over there and feed. I don't know how many person. How much for the food? I tasted the dry. I said, I showed the thing. I went live with my wife. She said, "Don't, you better be careful over there." They say the food. I said, "Ma, I'm a Liberian man." And let me tell you something. And let me give you the message today. When you go into Liberia, you see the baking soda. They hammer baking soda. Maybe they got it there. Take it with you to Liberia when you go. Take it with you. Get lime and get the baking soda. Every week, you take a spoon of baking soda, put it in a warm water that you will drink, not the hot water. You put one lime in that water, in a cup of water. You squeeze a lime if you want to make it too fine, and you take a tablespoon of that baking soda and you mix it in it and drink it. It will clean your damn stomach. Trust me, take it from me. You go, even if you're in your house right now, do it once a week. Do it once a week. I'm speaking from a life thing. If you get a big stomach, you see my stomach, this stomach, I'm fighting on it. But see, I stand there, but you got to exercise. For me, I want my own to reduce good now. So I exercise it. All the shedding that used to be that kind of relaxing. My wife said, and they said, my children all. So I get up in the morning, I do my, that roll up. I do 3 sets. I can do 3 sets now, 50-50. It's not easy. And guess what? It will make the woman like you too because your back, everything. Yeah. So that is it. You go to Liberia, take care of yourself. Vasco, what you say again? Cummings, Ure, we're calling for protest over and over for no reason. Look how things have turned around. President Weah, you are blessed. Vasco, you got problem. Oh. Vasco, your own thing that you put in there, me, I mean, won't say nothing, sir, because you're who to protest the hell. You say Cummings call for protest. Mr. Cummings call for protest. You don't know who respect the law. Don't say we don't see because that time you were not born. Eh? Okay. The late TB Joshua. Yeah. Everything about about God, we are just reading it. Okay. You need to pray for Ellie Cummings. Kelvin, you can tell, you see a picture over there, he got Mr. Cummings. They put the, when I see them doing that kind of stupid picture, it looks so stupid because we can do it and you will not even tell that it's fake. I will not even do the one I want to do. I just posted one picture one time. Everybody in Bamboo, please put it down. I posted one. I think they had a sunshine problem. I posted one with George Weah in it. The way I face it, everybody asked me where he took that picture, but I just put it down because look, all the things they look at. He said you need to pray for Ellen Cummings. Well, I will pray for Ellen Cummings. I don't know where my Ellen Cummings, but Kelvin, people like Kelvin. Let me see what Kelvin. People like Kelvin. It's so sad when they don't even know themselves. What do you mean by Ellen Cummings? I don't know. What are Alex Cummings you talking about? Or Ellen, or I don't know. Okay, but put a better one there. Put the one that you got handcuffing Mr. Cummings and will be better. But I want that with Tyson because we saw another one with JMB on it. We saw another one with Ure. How they would be the same people, they just dragging the same people whole day. Hey man. Batu. So you don't know nothing about Liberia? It's Butu. You see, Vasco telling me if I don't know nothing about Liberia. The fact of the matter is, Vasco, you can't tell me nothing about Liberia. I know the history of Liberia. And don't you think I'm supposed to remember the name Butu? I just said that I forgot the name. You see this difference, the smartness between myself? I said I forgot the name. And look, I said no, it's not look at two. And somebody call it, Yasini call it Butu, you came and call it Butu. So now let me show you the difference now. Since you say I don't know it, but I want to show you something. I want to show you something here. Yasini said it's Butu. It's Gbutuo. Then you say you know the Butuo, but your own you said that Butuo. So two of your who did. She from Nima County, so she got the right spelling. So tell me where you from. So although I don't know the place, but you gave me a wrong spelling too now. So I think I would take Yasini because Yasini is from Nima County. So I would take Yasini Gbutuo. So you missed the G because the G is silent. So I would take her own and I believe that's how it's spelled. The G is actually silent, but you sound Butu. But I get your own right. Don't get me wrong, Vasco, your own right. But by me forgetting a name, it doesn't mean I know Liberia. Hey man, you say you get too much hard time, man. What's your problem? They they were 13, not 12. My man, I said they killed 12. And when you say 13, yeah. Okay, Jack can kiss me by as well and give me one bottle of water before you go. Man, you over the put a sea kid. And they say bring water, then you drink half of the water. Give me water, man. And leave my light. Leave it alone. Not your business. And my wife. And not your man. And my wife. Give me water, please. Okay, Vasco. It was 13, not 12. Thank you very much. I appreciate your correction. And 96 years. All right. Okay. We keep making excuses for bad behavior in Liberia, expecting change of anything. Okay. We saw that already. And that's the truth. Yasini, you are 100% right. But anyway, I enjoy the conversation. We're having a very good conversation. So, and I know Vasco, at the end of the day, I can tell you the real truth, Vasco. As much as you support Mr. Boaka and Mr. You and Weah, if Mr. Cummings defeat Weah, I know you will not feel bad than Mr. Boaka defeating Weah. I know you know within yourself that Mr. Cummings is a good man, he's a clean guy, and he knows whatsoever. Now, we know you guys in the CDC are doing everything, and in fact, thank God you just brought it up. Yeah, then. Why guys are not obeying the laws? Good. You see, to show you don't even know about your own place. Then you say Cummings have been charged of fraud. Now, you guys are not giving the all chance, giving them chance because it is about your clean hands according to. So, do when you say giving chance, you got Mr. Cummings who going to court. But you see, I just said it to you, but Vasco, let me make you to understand. George Weah is the most is the luckiest guy who never had problems. Ellie never went after him. Nobody ever went after him. But now he's trying to go after people. We said it long time. Men are different from women. But I would tell you, he making a big mistake to go after any political leader. He making a very big mistake. Yep, Rwanda is the tech giant of Africa. That's the fact. Okay, Tage, your rhetorics can never change our minds. No, your mind is black. You got five senses. Out of the five senses, you got three operating. Your seeing and your hearing is out. So you only got three operating. Your mind, don't say our mind. You think I'm up here to change people who support George Weah or support Joseph Boaka? The people that sort of leave George Weah are gone already. The people who are not supporting Boaka, they gone already. People like you see, in election, you don't need 100%. Go and get the water. Go and get the water now. People in when you're running for office, you don't need 100%. You need 50 plus one. So people like you, Ted, I'm not there to convince you. But the thing is that you accepting my message. You will listen to my message. It will resonate in you after the show is over. If you drop the light, you will see. Why you got to pass the water that far? Close my door. And if you come in here, I don't want to hear you talking anything. You know what I'm saying? Okay, go ahead. This is not where you're supposed to be. Okay, so you see, I don't need to change you, bro. Change coming. And change don't need to come with men like you, but you can be part of the change. And, your speech is sweet and encouraging, but not convincing because Cummings' action would never allow him smell the presidency. Don't give Cummings your family 401k money. Listen to me. I'm not here to convince you, but you said something that whole thing. My speech is sweet and encouraging. Why would I want to give Mr. Cummings my 401k? I'm a poor boy. But if I spend a penny, it's a worthy cost. I'd rather give it to Mr. Cummings to save Liberia. You agree with me or not? So what is Mr. Cummings doing? I know exactly where you're coming from. I know you're UP support, you're Boaka supporter, not UP supporter, you're Boaka supporter. I understand it. Cummings' action would never allow him to smell the presidency. But he need to smell it. He need to win it. What the hell are you talking about smelling? You need to win it till he's smelling it. Eh? Oh man, I thought you were going to say something good, my brother. On his little farm or small farm, small little, I am confused here. I know what the hell you're talking about. Only JMB can at least come close to President. We are not that Cummings with long finger. So you see, to show that Vasco, I just tested you. You are not a genuine UP and CDC supporter. You are you can be bought anytime. You can go anywhere anytime. So if you say just by insulting Mr. Cummings and you say with a long finger, and you think that Mr. Bwaka come and be below before you, you will defeat him because Mr. Bwaka got baggage. It's easy for you to defeat Mr. Bwaka, but you can't defeat Mr. Cummings. You don't know how to campaign against Mr. Cummings. You don't know what to tell Mr. Cummings. So you think by putting something on Mr. Cummings, say criminal, Liberians don't buy that nonsense again. That thing are fake. Liberians don't follow it. Liberians do not listen to it. Vasco, maybe you live in Liberia or you live in Europe or you live in somewhere. But I will tell you today, my brother, the information some of us get from Liberia, because we got people on the ground that we take care of. We got people on the ground that go and get information. We got people on the ground that go to programs and record programs and give it to us. So when you see me on this show, I'm not just on this show. I got people with the same gadget going to Liberia. Watch it. Let the election start. I will be right in America here, and people will come on live in a day, and you will be watching them. So the same thing I do here, I got people there, but they send me information and I go ahead with it. So let me tell you today, we're not just sitting here because we are not one of those who been here for what 14, 15, 26, and 30 years old. And I just showed you, you see my driver lesson is renewed. You got driver lesson? You got some? You see my driver lesson? My driver lesson will expire. 2020. Well, then I can we see said it's so. But 2023, but then again I'll renew it. You understand? You see my driver lesson? You want to see my voting card too? You want to see my voting card for Liberia? I'm voting. Oh man, no, I think I'm getting another place there. Because I secure that bitch and nobody gonna mess it up for me. You see, so I'm voting. I will vote. You gonna vote? No, you're not voting. So this thing we're not joking with we're not joking with you. Unless the woman take my life, that's the only way I will not vote. That's the only way I will not be in Liberia. Oh, come is Vasco there again. Oh, come in. Left Coca-Cola. Left Coca-Cola. What did he do? Nothing. He have done in Liberia for people to vote him in power. Okay, Vasco. I'm not going to teach you anything about Mr. Cummings. You say he left Coca-Cola and did nothing. The man you supporting, George Manuel Weah, never did anything in Liberia after he left football. He never even put one word. But today I will tell you, Mr. Cummings is the only Liberian who ever put a school where it says STEM. You know about STEM? Science, technology, mathematics. You understand? That's the whole world today. That's what it depends on. Your government don't know, Joshua. I don't know about it. It's a high school. That's the only school in Liberia. Mr. Cummings, the only Liberian, and I'm saying it now and put me on record, and I challenge anybody who furnish the computer room of the University of Liberia, $30,000 worth of computer. The University of Liberia computer room today was furnished by Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings gave $25,000 to the Nima Community College. He never attended there before. That's a government institution. The program now at UMU, Mr. Cummings is the one that sponsored that master program, and that whole place is named in honor of Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings have traveled all around. He have helped people to build schools and whatsoever. He got another school in Carwell that they support 100% that teach adult literacy. Our older women and how to cater and bake. And then when they finish, they give them loan. Mr. Cummings is the only one. Mr. Cummings is the only Liberian in our history who took a $150,000 and put it into COVID and purchased medication and what the thing is and other accessory for camp for different hospitals. Mr. Cummings is the only one, my brother. President, we are only doing things because he president and he said that he own money. All the time he play. Mr. Cummings got the biggest foundation in Liberia and it's not even attached to ANC. And the people are there, they're not working free. They're working. Mr. Cummings got over 200 employees on his on salary, excluding the foundation. Mr. Cummings watchman, his security, his cook, his driver, they make more money than a policeman or any other person that working in Liberia, and they take pay on time. They don't delay. You understand? Mr. Cummings have done a lot in Liberia as an individual. Mr. Cummings not looking for a new house when he president. Mr. Cummings not looking for anything when he president. So, but for your own education purposes, you don't need to do something for anybody before they vote for you. You need to ask him. Joshua never told you what you're going to do for Liberia. That is why we're in a mess today. You just voted for Joshua because he played football and you play football. So you don't even know the importance of even football. And if you play football, and if Joshua was smart, he used the football analogy and bring it into government, you can still make it. Guess what? The Liberian people own the team. George Weah is the coach. He put a team together. He got all his ministers. When they're not performing, a good coach will replace the players and make sure you bring a better team. Liberia is a professional team. It's not an amateur team. So if you can't perform, what they do? They fire you. If the coach don't perform, they fire you. And we will fire George Weah come 2023. We will fire George Weah come 2020. The citizen of Liberia will fire President Weah come 2023. They will not renew her contract. They will not renew the contract of President Weah Camp 2023 because he failed. We gave him a particular time to produce. They say you chase black car in the day, you won't find it, you can't find it in the night. We gave you 6 years. You don't do it, you don't perform. Then we should give you another 6 years that you'll be going home. You will sell the whole country. You will sell the whole country. You will sell the whole country. You know, I joined Vasco now. Vasco giving more something. So visiting a place means that you know the place. Vasco, that one are your own question now. Visiting, sleeping there, you got to know. No, to know about places. You don't even need to visit to know about places. You know that? Eh? He don't know Cape Mount. Cummings does not even know how many districts in Cape Mount. I just told you, Mr. Cummings went through. Look at Lib. You see Vasco. That's the problem with you. That's the problem. I like for people to be smart. But if you tell me, Mr. Cummings don't know how many districts in Cape Mount, then you yourself, you don't know a damn thing about Cape Mount. Forget about Mr. Cummings. Anybody can tell you right now how many districts in Cape Mount. Liberia got 73 districts. 73 districts. I bet you can't even tell me right now how many districts in Cape Mount you don't even know. Maybe you think at one, you think at two, you think at three or four, but you're not running five. Because the first thing, you know how many districts in Nima County. So I want you to check Nima County, then you know that Cape Mount don't have that amount of district. The only county with the larger district is Moserado County, 17. And if anybody who running for president, you go to NEC got a report. They will tell you where every candidate have visited. Cummings is the only candidate in Liberia who visited 73 districts, that campaign in 73 districts. And they will tell you today for free, Cummings is the only Liberian who running for president and visited 15 counties. President Weah have not visited the 15 counties yet, even when he was running for election and whatsoever. So Mr. Boaka's strategy, I don't need to go to southeast, to the southeastern part of Liberia. I can just remain to Monrovia, get Cape and get Moserado and get Lofa County and win. That's a lie. It's not working again. It's not working again. Don't disturb you. It's not working again, Vasco. Oh yeah, Jacqueline suspended. They suspended Jacqueline for time indefinite. And they took the car from him too. Yeah, they took the car from him, I mean, right there. He was suspended because Jacqueline went to Liberia and start challenging the people. He went to police academy and condemned the entire academy and tried to say, "Oh, I been in Liberia, America, and this and that. We need more." Go and talk to your people behind closed door. He and the little boy, Penno's son, who is the director, he don't talk to the boy. He don't talk to him in the morning. And then he went and granted an interview. In the interview, that way he put on himself. They start talking about the drugs, how the drugs can leave the place. In fact, the journalist asking about people going to raid and they carrying bags. He said, "Oh yeah, that's what they've been doing here. But we're going to stop all that thing. It will not happen." So it's like you sanction all the things that they were doing. And then at the same time, the guys went to Liberia, they were playing football. They were playing soccer with the American, the Liberian guys, the old timer. And Jack was on the field. He played for the president. Right after he played for the president, he went because he was on the field. And then the same time he was on the field yelling, and somebody called and said, "But Jack, you yelling too much on the field, but what's your problem? Trying to show off." He went and apologized to the president. I'm giving you a story. After he apologized, he said, the children who took Jacqueline home, because you know how big men are, the children dropped him. The children said, "Oh, chief, listen to the radio. It looked like you suspended him." The next day they came and took the car from him. So Jacqueline is in Liberia. It's not a fake news, it's a real news. Jacqueline is in Liberia, no job, and nobody can speak for Jacqueline. Somebody else want a job because Jacqueline have not made friends with all the people that he met there. So it's hard right now. How will you get that job back? If you and the DAA director, Penno's son, that little boy, and because I say little boy, it ain't mean I try to disrespect him because he grew up right in my hand looking down. And if you can make friend with him, and now you're not friends with him, what you expect? You pushing on the boss that they sell. Yes, take your time to do things. It's not an easy thing. Take your time. You don't know if the president involved too. So the president suspended him for time indefinite, and it looked like somebody going to be acting in that position because he was the second in command. You know, so that's the problem. Right now, Jacqueline in Labrador doing nothing. Who you go to talk for him? Who you going to go to? Nobody want to listen. Other Seditian want a job. Other Seditian, you know how long it took for Joshua to give Jack the job. But other Seditian want that job right now. And when Joshua suspend you, you see and Zah and Aaron Brown sent it suspended for time indefinite. It gone 2 years now. He has not gotten his gotten anything yet. You lie that in crew. I said you need to ain't mean nothing. It's a war. But who I talk to? I'm not talking to nobody. So you shut up in Vasco. You can impose on the Liberian people Cummings will never smell the president. GMB, 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 GMB. We're waiting for GMB to come outside and talk. Oh, GMB gave up already. What time GMB will have press conference, my people? GMB need to debate with Mr. Cummings. We need a debate, a real debate between three of them. Yeah, we need. I want to see George. We are with debating Mr. Cummings or Mr. Buaka. I can see frustration start. How you see frustration? You see the smile on my face, you see frustration? My boy, you funny, oh. Now, I the one explaining, I the one giving you news about Cummings and saying the thing. You the one only giving news, frustration, your lie, you would never smell it, you would never do this. You won't tell me nothing good that Joshua have done. You won't tell me, oh, Joshua the best corner. You are born in 2000, my boy. Maybe you're born 2000, so that will make Joshua to be the best man, which is true. Joshua is the most corrupt president in our history compared to Todmor 27 years and Joshua 4 years. Yeah. So you the one watching me, and I'm the one talking about Mr. Cummings, and all you do is you trying to say Mr. Cummings are criminal, Mr. Cummings are this, Mr. Cummings are, but you're not telling me nothing about your candidate. And God took you from somewhere, but you carrying a gay dude to lead a Christian nation. It is a contradiction. Kevin, you are a gay. Apparently, only gay, no gay. And if you are a gay, I would advise you to leave my page because I will block you. This is your last time to watch my show. I will be honest with you. You do not come on my show and insult because you're gay and maybe someone now F you and you have been abused. That is why you brave enough to come on my show and attack me personally and try to talk about my faith and say I carry a gay person. You are a gay, and maybe the entire generation that you associate, they are gay. I will block you today, and I don't want to see you on my show. And if you see me in the street, don't even try because I know you know me very well. Don't even try to talk to me because I will tell you things that you will never want to understand again. I will tell you now today for free. Don't never ever talk about my faith and talk about somebody who is gay. Do I look like somebody who associates with gays? If you think Mr. Cummings is gay, then you are the damn gay. Don't take me out of my shelf, please. But I will block you, so don't worry. You better start blocking now before I block. Because auntie will friends about I will block you. You will never ever see my post and you will never see it again. You guys are so rude and disrespectful. Very rude and disrespectful. You come on someone post, and instead of us sticking to the issue, you tell me you are God man, and and God took you from somewhere to nowhere. You're stupid self. Let me teach you. Let me just get you off my list. And I had to kind of waste my time with. These are some of the things that I'm like, bro, don't go nowhere. You know me that. You think I take things you think I just allow people to come and even if you are to say in a better way, Mr. Cummings that gay, fine, you won't say you can say it. You want to say it, you can say it. If you want to say Mr. Cummings are gay, you can say it. But you coming on my thing and try to attack me and say that God took you from nowhere. Eh? Let me show you something. This is your picture. You sent a friend request to me. You see the friend request you sent to me? This is how you disrespect people. I never asked you for friendship. You sent me a friend request. When I click on it, they asking me if I should confirm it or get it off. Okay. You see here? You see something here? Black. Okay. Yes. You are out of my list. Never to see my show again. You people are so damn disrespectful. You want to talk. I don't have problem with you cursing or candidate. It's the way you want to express yourself. But you come under my post. God took you from nowhere. You Josh me now and are supporting a gay. I do not go against gay. My Bible that I judge, that I serve, never tells me to judge anyone. Some people say, oh, Muni, just leave him there. No, 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 no. He's gone. He's gone. I would not sit there for him to disrespect me first, insult me, and then insult the person that I'm supporting. And you want to bring Christian business into it. Okay, we'll talk by ourselves soon. Don't worry. We get a lot of independent people there. But Vasco, nobody here to convince you. Well, I don't know if Lebanese working at the Liberian embassy in Washington, D.C. I went there for visa before. I don't know if Lebanese, but I don't know why you asked that question. Or because I got a Lebanese background, that's why you asked the question. Or you want to tell me I'm now a citizen of Liberia too? But I don't know if Lebanese work there. But how Lebanon, but it is not impossible. Why you ask the question two times, my brother? Give me the reason, then I can answer you. But I don't know if Lebanese work at the Liberian embassy. I don't know. If Lebanese working there, so be it. But if you try to be sarcastic, then I beg you, I'm not going that route with you. But you're supposed to go and call the embassy and find out. Even GMB cannot win President Weah, not to say baby police. The guy who knows how to finger document what our constitution, if he will ever win in 20 years from now. Vasco, I never knew you had to learn to, because the one you write here that only you alone understand it. I usually drive myself in Liberia. Yep. This guy talk like picking sometimes. You see, this guy talk like picking sometimes. Vasco. Yes, Pape Flomo. Yep. uh, the people that support George, we are their brains are it's a serious problem. They got serious problem. Yeah. Yeah, Donzo, what's up? They got serious problem. So, Father, the women are rich in hell. Look, I know that you guys are waiting to say cheating. Thanks. I knew this. Thanks for saying it out. Article 61. Yep. Article 61 is in the Constitution that no president, no former president can be prosecuted for any corrupt crime or corrupt activities while they were president. You can only do that when you remove them from office by impeachment or something else. Yeah. Don't worry, Tish. You have never watched my show. I've already blocked you for good. So you can do all the insults. These are all old posts. So you actually pay attention to it. You see why I block him? He using the F word, spelling it out. Yeah. These are some of the people with the fake pages. Some of them the pages are very fake. I will tell you the real truth. But I'm not here to teach people. I'm not here to encourage them. These are some of the things that they do all the time. You know, from you, if anybody's smart and you listen to the talk, you won't be 100% right, but you can know that the page is fake, and you can hear this into other guys, and but they are cowards. So some of them put up pages with no picture, and they go ahead and do what they want to do. Yeah. You see, these are the people that are showing these things. It means that, oh, suppose say money don't show it. But when you don't have argument, when notice this today, when you argue with Liberians and they don't have nothing to say, they will insult you, they will call you names, they will call you whatsoever, and you will understand it. And so that's it. So let people see it. These are some of the comments, and it's nothing. It's a fake page. Smith, don't listen to it. It's a fake page. A man who respect himself, who cannot put a picture up and You see what he put there? The one of the comment. You can tell it sounds like somebody who I know, somebody who I know, because he called the anybody who already call me morning boy, they already know me as somebody who knows me, they are sedition, or the somebody who from the UP office and UP side and get a fake Tage, Kelvin Tage, Kelvin Tage. Okay, guys, thanks for watching. Don't I just showing it, but I know we are all mature people here. These are some of the things that we come across here, and we'll see them. But you will know it's a fake page. They don't care. No decent human being will do that. Yeah, that's what they do all the time. Listen, and I will say this: Mr. Buaka will be on my talking points every time I come on Facebook, and every time I post. Yeah, every time I post. So you see, Smith, the first thing he said, y'all live in a twin city. So that's where it's a fake page. Don't worry. These are cowards. Yeah, yeah. Yes, ABC or the real change. Mr. Stage, I love your background tonight and those pictures behind you. Thank you very much. What new on the fraudulent case against ABC? Listen, we just waiting for the case. We're not going to really talk about it, but we know the case will not go anywhere. I will be honest with you. To anybody who watching, They think they can delay the case. They can delay us for us to to slow Mr. Cummings down. That the intention. But for what we're gathering behind closed door, they there's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. Yeah. People like joking seriously, and those that have fake names are criminals, and either in immigration or the FBI is looking for them. They have lied on their asylum papers just to get green card. That's a good one, David Mushima. That's a very good one. That's a good one. General, please don't respond to the resident comedian called Vasco. Oh yeah, don't worry, Vasco over, man. You know the funny part with Vasco had requested for friendship so long, I never accept his friendship, so he just followed me. Yeah. Uncle Pete, man from all the counties watching, only comments can change that. You see, responsible people, people who knows the truth, who have seen the light, who knows what is wrong, what is good for Liberia, with experience, who not, they don't need nothing from Liberia. Uncle Pete did nothing from Liberia. But he said every day, and he look at all the candidates, and he know he see genuineness in this man. When you love Liberia, you will choose the best. I can tell anybody that. This is where I disagree with you. Senator Lawrence is the next vice president of the Republic of Liberia. Cummings does not have any public record. Senator Youngbless understands governing policy. Cummings does not behave like someone who gets Western education. Emmanuel, you are one of the dumbest human beings with a necktie. You are very, very dumb. If you ever went to school and you make such a statement, I disqualify your degree. Either you spar, or you pay for it. I would disqualify your degree today and to tell you that you are the dumbest so far for the day on the show. Emmanuel have been declared the dumbest viewer so far on my show for today, from according to his post. According to his post, Emmanuel Jewett, you are the dumbest Liberian for today. Your post alone disqualify you, my brother. Your post disqualify you. Your post disqualify you. I thought you was a smart kid. I thought you were smart, but you're not. You say you only know governing policy. I don't know what you mean by governing policy, public policy, or I don't know. But for you to say such a thing, I know you really don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're really talking about, my man. I will keep it over the post, let people see it so they will understand. Look, at my first time here, somebody talking about this person will be the next vice president. My first time hearing it. Okay, Emmanuel Guer, residential counselor at Woo Service. Emmanuel Guer, I know you work with Woo. I know you know me good, very well. I'm not a stranger to you. You know me, you have seen me before. Resident counselor, that's a big title. But at the end of the day, you're the one taking care of the Christian people, so don't worry. Need Neither Youth Global Organization in New York. Study at Pennsylvania State. Study at Penn State, Abington. Went to St. Peter's Lutheran High School in Buchanan. Lived in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. From Monrovia, Liberia. That Joseph Guer. He came from Maryland, from Grand Bassa County. He said, so all the education this boy will learn. You know what he just said? Because he's a residential counselor at Woo Service. Woo Service just right across the bridge in Pennsylvania. That means he has no right ever in his history, in his lifetime, to go back to Liberia and to even contest for any position in government. My people, let me ask you something. Elected position, what the qualification they call for? Emmanuel, I want you to listen to me today. What is the qualification for someone to be elected? You don't know. There's no qualification. There is nothing in the Constitution that says that you must get a degree to run for office. Nothing at all. You think is that what they call policy, government policy? If Mr. Cummings or somebody applying for a job or whatsoever is a two different thing. The people vote for you based on, oh, he's a good leader. This person will represent us in that house. They need no damn qualification. You can be a market woman, they won't vote for you, they vote for you. There is nothing in the Constitution. And two, when you went to your school and they gave you a degree, they told you where to work. Your degree that you got, they told you must go work to Woo Service that get Christian people inside. No, you chose to work to Woo Service. You got to experience a job. I'm not trying to bring it down. I worked in group home before, so don't, I'm not trying to bring you down. But your degree never told you to go residential counselor. It don't mean that you got to go work in group home. That's in residential counselor. You can work with and social services. You can work with different other places. You can work in a hospital too as a residential counselor. You know what I'm saying? But look at a thing. Yombli Kanga won election in Grand Bassa Kanga because of power called Kanga. You two know Mr. Kanga. Yombli Kanga loaded somebody on her own where she work at. I want to ask you which of the job Yombli Kanga was doing before they elected her. She had no experience. Yombli Kanga had no job in Liberia. She was just a Sierra Island chairman, two boys. That Diamond, they call her Diamond. Then before she and Silencer start going up, before she kicking out, but I was Sierra Island a chairman. So what she was doing before they elected her, she had a big time job. You people are that disrespectful. You in America, you're struggling. You went to school. After you got everything, God help you, you reach far. You go to library, you expect for different person to come look in your face. Or man who don't want a job anymore. Or man who paying people from his pocket. Everybody who work for him, he pay them. Yombli can't even pay her own dues. Then you want to talk about Yombli Kanga and Mr. Cummings? You won't compare Yombli Kanga and Cummings? That's a disrespect. That is why you are the dumbest man on this show for today. So continue to watch it. It's a lesson for you. You will go back with your education. They will take it from you and tell you, say, no, you can't work in this place because you work with crazy people in America. Why would you want to run for a district? Maybe you won't represent your people. Why would you want to contest? The only job you did in Liberia is to control crazy people. You tell them, say, oh, say I can control crazy people. I can control the sound one. Eh? You disagree with me. You really confused. How you disagree with me on this issue? At this where I disagree with you. Senator Lawrence Kanga is the next vice president. Who in the damn world run for vice president? You fail on that one again. How will you just look at somebody and say the next vice president? For who? For whom? Yombli Kanga, I'm telling you, Mr. Cummings, if you're going to say Mr. Bwaka, the next president, but who the hell run for vice president? Yombli Kanga is the next president, the next vice president of the Republic of Liberia. On who? On who? My people, these are some of the problems with in Liberia. If you think the problem with Liberia is for the illiterate people, the illiteracy rate in Liberia, no. It's the so-called educated ones who went to school and put all their platform, they put all their thing on the Facebook page. Some that lies, some that just made up story, some of them are not nothing. You got all the nice thing, residential counselor, Woo Service, then needed youth global organization, New York, I don't know what the hell is that. Then student at Pennsylvania State. Penn State. I believe he going to school at Penn State. Then studied at Penn State, Abington. Then went to St. Peter Lutheran High School. Lived in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, from Monrovia, Liberia. I don't know if this what's going on in Liberia is spiritual or is something that we must really try, because the problem in Liberia today is not the people who live in Liberia. It's not the imagine how Tamatilo then lived those days. How come people who went to school used to go to Tamatilo then for advice? The so-called educated young children. Look at the statement the boy read. This where I disagree with you. Senator Lawrence is the next vice president. Who run for vice president? To whom? Okay, I don't know. Cummings does not have any public service record. You see stupidity? He don't have no public service. So you telling me that you must have public service record before you run? He don't even know his own constitution. He don't know his rights. He don't know nothing about his country. Now I finish your comments, but I've got to, for me to educate you, I got to make you look like a paper. Next time you're not coming this page here and say anything nonsense again, Emmanuel. You're not saying nothing stupid again on a page. I know you're a Basel man. You're trying to bring the Basel and prank thing in, so you don't even know what you're behind Yombly for. Then you say, Senator Lawrence understand governing policy, dummy. But when she was signing all the bogus contract, signing A and eating her own, she understand public policy. Cummings does not have any, something does not behave like he even went to school. Look at his stupidity. Look at you. A little boy would not start life you disrespecting somebody who went to the top. That I pray to God that my child will be more than Cummings or be like Cummings. Somebody who went to the top in a Fortune 500 company. Coca-Cola is considered to be a country. You don't know that? Coca-Cola in the real world, they consider Coca-Cola to be a country by itself. A man from nowhere, he might and pie work there, or Liberian who went as far almost on the same level. Go onto Coca-Cola web and site and see what they put there for Mr. Cummings. Little boy, you still working in a damn group home. I'm not trying to bring you down, but are you the one disrespecting somebody who have achieved a lot? All the way I'm talking here, I never insulted Boaka and neither the Yombly. But from the way you talking, your future is ahead of you. You how you will feel after going to school, somebody can't tell you, say you know a damn thing. You working to woo service, so what the hell they gonna do with you? But because you can spell, I put a good this, I disagree with you. Who the hell are you? You think I'm saying argument before you disagree with me? Where Yombly worked before she became senator? Tell me. You can stay post. Where she worked at before you be senator? Eh? No, you got to listen to me. Edwin, I understand what you're saying. But sometimes you got to teach these people. So next time when they come on your page, they know what to post there. Because all the things are nonsense. These are the problems. These are the problem we're facing in Liberia today. That is the problem we're facing in Liberia today. The ones that who travel, they think that they all that. They can just make a statement and make the point Liberia feel that, oh yes, they this and I know. I even criticize, it can be an ANC person. I criticize somebody and say, stop posting or talking as if you are the only person. My achievement got nothing to do with nobody, damn, to vote for whosoever. If God bless me, it's for myself. It's not for nobody. I need to can't tell anybody, vote, we need votes. We need to speak the truth. We left our country, Liberia. So when we go back, we tell the people, whether they like it or not, tell them the truth. Whether they like it or not. Mr. Cummings is not one of the typical politician. You now hear a politician telling you, say, if the president can do good right now and the people vote for him, so be it. You now hear any politician saying it, all of them say they want to remove George Weah. Only Cummings have said it. Une Cummings. Eh? She can't even pay her dues. Then you won't compare with somebody. Every money she earned, she stole that money, apart from her salary. Every deal that she crossed, it was money that she signed for from government or cross or deal. She signed every document. She voted for George Weah. That the moment you said no problem, she voted for George Weah. Eh? You know why she voted for George Weah? Because she got close to Ellen Johnson. She voted for George Weah against Joe Boakai. Okay, somebody asked, he said, let me ask you, which of the government that Joseph Jenkins Roberts worked for in Liberia before he became president? You see, and you see somebody argue again. They'll say we shouldn't say nothing. This man bringing Joseph Jenkins Roberts, but don't you know that Joseph Jenkins Roberts was the most educated Liberian at the time, and you know that Joseph Jenkins Roberts was the richest Liberian when they came from here and they went to Liberia. So he had an experience from America when they went to Liberia, when they purchased that damn land. When the ACS, American Colonization Society, granted Liberia independent, and then later on Great Britain approved it. Then before America started to come in, he became president. Then you ask him what kind of job he did in Liberia before he became president. They left from here. They made a set president. They sat there. They did it among themselves. They voted. They say, "Oh, you the president with all the native people," and you come and ask me a question: what kind of job Joseph J. Robert did in Liberia? Tell me, Liberian are stupid people. What? They are not Liberian men were asking me which of the job that Joseph J. Robert did in Liberia. Don't ask that question. If you're asking me, you say, "Let me ask you." So you asking me or you asking that ball. If you think that either way you asking, I answer the question the way it's going to be, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's a dumb question. You ask me that. You asked me about 1847 when Joseph Rao became. We know where the slaves came from. Joseph Jiggy Rao went to Liberia. He already educated. He went to Liberia. He already had money. You don't know that. Joseph Jiggy Rao, you don't know that he had money already. Oh God. Now he's trying to defend a Yombly because I said where Yombly worked before she was elected. Because you're the one talking about experience. You're the one talking about experience. For you to work in government, for you to be elected, ain't got nothing to do with what you work. If the people want to vote for you, fine. But Liberians vote based on whatever they want to vote for. They don't care if you're a leader. But I will tell you, in a real world, people who they're going to vote for, they look at the honesty, the integrity, the empathy, because they are leaders. They don't write their speeches. They got people who write speech for them. They got in every office in America here. It's just like in Liberia, the senator can eat the money. Every Senate office or representative, they got a legal person in there. They got or economists in that office. They got everything in that office. When that senator or representative want it, they do it. They put everything together and give it to them. That is why when you see the insertion, they got people behind them, they got to come in. By the time they're trying to do so, they want any information, they break it and give it to them, and they start the work. So they got nothing to do. Just that know how to read and write and must be able to think and must make a good decision for your people that you representing. You the voice. Did not tell you say you're going to do 2 plus 2. Did not tell you say you're going to when you're talking about the economy, you already got one in your office that going to do everything because say you're educated man because you're an educated guy when they write it and give it to you, you read it. That man put out thing right in front of him, he start lecturing from there because he's educated. So that is why they will tell you say your degree, getting degree ain't mean that you are the number one. The degree is to tell the world that and tell you that you are prepared to move forward. You can read and write. So anything they tell you, you know what is good, what is bad. You can read it. Man, Liberians, man, what time? But anyway, thank God, we're not plenty again. Anything. We change it little by little. But don't ask me about Joseph Jenkins Rabo, man. Ask me What Mr. Cummings plans when it comes to infrastructure, job creation, agriculture, whatsoever. So let me come and play for you again so you can look at it. Okay, somebody say it's Butu. Okay, you'll be fighting on it. You kissing on life. What I'm gonna do? I kiss my wife, you vest. I kiss my wife and you vest. You know, you might hear what she say again. Eh, I kiss my own wife, you vest. Oh man, go. Stop it now. Don't let the woman can get versed. Say you see all of woman make a comment say you kissing your wife as if my girlfriend talking to me. Also, you kissing your wife on to show off here. Here and do. I am an American citizen. I am an American citizen. I am a Liberian citizen. Joshua is an American citizen. It's up to him when he left it if he threw it out of his business. Uh, ah, although you asked the question, but this one, no, he does not have dual citizenship, but it is a right to get driver's license and vote in Liberia because the Liberian government passed the law last year. Anyway, keep sleeping with your one eye open. Look, attire man. There are more than 10 candidates. Why are you only focusing on three persons? Okay, Molba and Suba. You said there are only three candidates. Why are you? They got plenty candidates. Why I'm focusing on one? You think because they got plenty candidates, that means that all the candidates people look at? No. Some people know they are into this race for people to see them. Do you think actually Dr. Kiasa is into this race and looking at this election? Do you think Mr. Cummings actually went into the race the first time to look at the election? Yes, you will fight hard to keep yourself in a position to be relevant. So we know in this race for now, you want to tell me Mill June's going to come back and be relevant? No. It's going to be Joe Boaka. It's going to be George Weah, Mr. Cummings, Joe Boaka. And then what his name coming on and Tier 1. Tier 1 is still exploring. Maybe Tier 1 could be a vice president. Maybe Tier 1 going to settle for something. You don't know. So for now, until it is clear who's on the race, on the ballot, then we start talking. Then we start doing research. But I will tell you, I will be honest with you, we have gotten research on everybody. We continue to research on people and we get information sitting down and waiting. And if Mr. You heard UP people already trying to put Mr. Dr. Kase in Magibi County to say he from Magibi. But the scene that Dr. Kase told us and is on on Facebook that he was born in Kolahun. Kolahun is Lufa County. So you can get two person from the same county on it. So you know that only you people can bring all the nonsense in. You know. Yeah, so that's why we got two candidates. Why you think they focusing on Mr. Cummings? They focusing on Mr. Cummings because Mr. Cummings is the strongest. Thank you, Gabriel Marshall. Yeah. Okay, guys. I can't release all the topics today. I will have to keep some for tomorrow. And oh, tomorrow is Sunday. Oh yes. Damn, tomorrow is my visit. I gotta go see all the day by the then. Damn it. I gotta go see all a lot of people dying. There's a lady who went to Liberia Pass. Thank you, U.S. visa. U.S. visa all over. He asked, he said, who made it man general? Ernest Flan, you are not worried about village palm canna gay commies. Our focus is to transform Liberia. We are not worried about village palm knee gay commies. You see, these are the people, the same thing. They don't even have anything to say. So when they come up, they gave the own a little, they gave the little side. The boss said he ain't worried about gay coming soon. But at the same time, Ernest Flan live all the way in Ghana. That the refugee there, or they stay on the refugee camp. Instead of he worrying how to go back to Liberia, he said they don't worry about the village man. I love myself the best. I love soccer and acting. yeah, that is singer. He live in Ghana. Live in Accra, Ghana. He's single. He hustling. So some guy can marry him. So some girl can marry you to bring you to America. Eh? He said you single. I'm really single, my brother. Liberia don't talk on the issue, but I'm telling you, they do not. You and Dave, you are right. That is the problem. And even normally, when you or someone arguing in person, by the time you beating them on the argument, the next thing they use the F war and they tell you all kinds of things. Yeah, your lead flan. Mr. Cummings is struggling with people like you, how to love your country, Liberia. That is what Mr. Cummings is actually suffering from. People like you. Yeah. Joseph Jingin Rao was selling fish in West Point before becoming president. Okay, okay, I get your say, and now I apologize to you, but you asked the question the right way, man. Because you are talking about 19, but don't talk about 18 for the 17 year too now. I beg you. Oh, and I made mistake here again. Oh, sorry, oh, I will beg. I apologize to you. I apologize to you. I apologize to you, Mr. Kishan. Apologize. You please apologize to him. But sometimes acidity when the text is not clear, it's like you asking me the question. So how can I answer? Yeah. The other one say Joseph Jigara was selling fish in West Point before becoming president. Okay. You are a liar. We are is not and was not American citizen. Okay. You see, that I thought he knew something about we are too, but anyway, he know nothing about we are. Let me ask you one question. Let me just make you to understand. You remember when this girl carried George we are for child support and the George tried to get George we are here? Do you know why they carried George we are for child support? Because you don't know. George we had a green card, he had a citizenship. You can't carry someone who just a visitor in American code for child support. So you must get something before they take you for child support. So you can't come here and say, oh, my boyfriend just came from Liberia, but I want to claim for child. No document. How you get him for child support? You just another failure. Man's David Gormeli. I don't know. You see a post. You just another failure. You just another failure. Okay. You are the biggest comedian of 2022. Oh yeah, that's a good thing. Oh, comedian make money. Oh. Okay, guys. Let me recap. And I will say this that Mr. Ure and Mr. Bwaka will always be my talking points. So let me play you one video, the one that Mr. Ure praising Mr. Bwaka and Mr. Cummings. And then you will hear some of the lies between the Cummings, the Ure, and the Henry. So this is it. After that, then I will play the 5 watts and how of Mr. Cummings. So embrace yourself and watch this tape while Mr. Ure praising Mr. Cummings. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. Cummings. Mr. Ure, I'm sorry.
We bring you greetings from the All Liberian Party. Firstly, we want to use this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings for his stewardship of the collaboration over the past 8 months. Mr. Cummings, we at the All Liberian Party want to seize this opportunity to congratulate you for what we believe was a job well done. And people, it's very difficult to control 4 political parties, all having ambition, all wanting positions, and all with diversity of views. And we want to use this occasion not only to congratulate you, Mr. Cummings, but to recognize your style of leadership, always calm and collected. Even when you are being attacked, you still exhibit that. So we want to congratulate you. We bring you greetings from the All Liberian Party. Firstly, we want to use this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings for his stewardship of the collaboration over the past 8 months. Mr. Cummings, we at the All Liberian Party want to seize this opportunity to congratulate you for what we believe was a job well done. And people, it's very difficult to control 4 political parties, all having ambition, all wanting positions, and all with diversity of views. And we want to use this occasion not only to congratulate you, Mr. Cummings, but to recognize your style of leadership, always calm and collected. Even when you are being attacked, you still exhibit that. So we want to congratulate you. Look, we signed a framework document. May 19th, the framework document was signed. Copies of that document should have been forwarded to each political party. Because there were 5 copies we signed, one for each political party and one to be taken to NEC. As of today's date, we have not received our copies of the framework document. I was informed by somebody in NEC. All were my sources in this whole process. It's a funny television show that people go on and make all kinds of remarks about people. And I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy of. I turned on my television one evening and I heard people quoting things from the framework document that nobody would be able to leave. And even if you leave, you would not be able to fuel a candidate into the elections. I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy of. Then that morning, I called my chairman and I told him I wanted a copy of all the framework documents that he had. As of today's date, we have not received our copies of the framework document. He immediately forwarded them to me. I called Liberty Party's vice chair. I wanted his copy of all the framework documents, that he had in his possession. As of today's date, we have not received our copies of the framework document. And both of them, forwarded those documents to me. I went through the documents and I said, wow, this is serious. Because the lawyers did do an amendment of the framework document, and they did it under our advice and consent. The amended copy, we have copies of. As of today's date, we have not received our copies of the framework document. It still wasn't a document that was filed into NEC. Make this crystal clear to you. We did sign a framework document. 4 political parties signed a framework document. And under his leadership, he convinced us that there was a need to have lawyers look at the document and put it in legal perspective. We agreed. So the process began. The last we heard of it is we had a meeting at Liberty Party's headquarters, and the lawyers all showed up. Most of them showed up, and they brought to our attention all the major changes they made in the framework document, and they explained why. And we all concurred. Because the lawyers did do an amendment of the framework document, and they did it under our advice and consent. The amended copy, we have copies of. Now it was left for them, for the chairman and the executive committee who are working on this document to have gone back and compiled the document. After compilation of the document should have been brought back to each political party. And the political party executive committee, we have met and approve or disapprove of the document. In the instance where all the executive committee approve of it, then the political leaders would have signed the document and the amended document and taken to NEC. That didn't happen. Because the lawyers did do an amendment of the framework document, and they did it under our advice and consent. The amended copy, we have copies of. And we must work together to ensure that we don't disappoint the Liberian people.
The document itself carries May 19.
The document Cummings submitted, the type of the document, the date on the document is May 19th. They put sign the original document on what? April 25th. The document Cummings signing May 19th on the document.
May 19th, the framework document was signed.
The document itself carries May 19th, while the notarized page carries two different dates, and the confirmation of receipt by NEC has a date that is different from the submission date. The document itself carries May 19th. The document Cummings submitted, the type of the document, the date on the document is May 19th. They put sign the original document on what? April 25th. The document Cummings signing May 19th on the document.
May 19th, the framework document was signed.
The day you turned over was the day the document was signed. They put sign the original document on what? April 25th. The document Cummings signing May 19th on the document.
May 19th, the framework document was signed.
The day you turned over was the day the document was signed. So you could have known, by all means, you of all people should have known, if such a provision was in that agreement saying that nobody can pull out, and if you pull out, you can't fill the candidate in your own party's name.
Yeah.
You would have known. But then
Definitely.
all of a sudden, you're sitting out there and you're hearing people discussing this thing on some show that nobody can take. That thing is an ironclad agreement. You're in it forever. And then you get alarmed. And then you send for the copies, and then you realize this was the case. What
Henry,
then did you do?
they were
Informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy.
Then I called next. And the question I asked is, do you have an original copy of the framework document? And I was informed, no.
I was informed by somebody in NEC that the document that was submitted to NEC was a photocopy of a.
The right to remain in any gathering, organization, or whatever it is a right given to you as a Liberian by the Constitution. And nobody can take that away. No
And
one
you can
can
leave
force
whenever
you
you
to
want to leave.
Yeah. No can force you to leave.
That's the Constitution.
And you've been referenced as one of the souls of people who actually killed that vision. What is your response?
It is true. That was my vision. From the very onset, when the CPP was established, was created.
It is clear that the CPP has crashed, has crumbled. In the middle of a fight against your most powerful opponent, you guys are shooting yourself. It's one thing to go your separate way. So it looked like not only a self-destructive impulse, but it looked like people look like they are paid to help the ruling party to succeed. They're fighting the strongest guy, the weakest guy. Let's destroy everybody before we meet our opponent. But here's my question to you, Costa. You ask yourself the question: in this crisis, there are people who represent the problem, represent the solution. There are many people who think that you represent a problem in CPP, and that the extremists on both sides, on all sides, the four major sides, hijack the process, and the moderate will step back and say the extremists now have the largest voice. Their voices are drawn out other moderate voices. So you, they represent you. You say you don't have influence. Influence has transatlantic effect. You can influence in millions of miles. So people believe that Costa was a major player hijacking the process. His voice is a bigger voice that drawn out other voices, and you shift the things. And to that extent now, is there a sense of regret that, oh, maybe I should not have been as extreme as I was? Maybe I should have been more moderate. Maybe I should look at the feature of CPP than a Costa subduing potential opponent who stand in the way. What is the argument? What would you respond?
Again, we're politicians. We're not in a nunnery or a monastery. Politics is ruthless. You know, it's a ruthless competition of ideas and interests. And so when you are in politics, Stanton, you use everything you've got
to submit or to subdue your opponent. If it is a powerful voice, you use it to drive your narrative and your agenda. But here is the thing. I did nothing beyond saying what I felt was right. For a long time, you never heard me making noise. But when they infighting, all I did was to defend and promote my candidate. Did I say some serious stuff? Of course I did.
So, H, let me ask you a question now. Why should the Liberian people trust the new arrangement? Why should the Liberian people build their hope again after you guys broke their heart? Why?
Stanton, let me tell you something. This is politics. The people who support us still support us.
Will trust you. The new arrangement with which group?
The UP is going to leave, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That, but they are going to leave. Some of us will push to ensure that on the onset of the formation of this new political arrangement, it is made unambiguously clear that Joseph Human Boakai will be our candidate for president. At the very beginning, Stanton. If you like it, you join us. You don't like it, you don't join us.
So Joe Boakai did not condemn tribalism because Joe Boakai is a sadistic, unrepentant, unapologetic, tribalistic old man. That is what Joe Boakai is, and that is the only thing Joe Boakai knows how to do because he exploits tribalism. So, well, I say, I guess.
Not going to change. Joe Boakai has no fresh ideas. Joe Boakai is not able to run this country. He's a dead man walking. He's a dead man walking, and I cannot support a dead man walking.
If you have presidential aspiration, you're going to have to wait. But Joe Boakai, it will be stated very clearly at the very beginning before you join us. And it will be stated in our manifesto or our arrangement, our framework document. It will be stated clearly that he is the candidate. And so the position for standard bearership would be already occupied from the.
So Joe Boakai did not condemn tribalism because Joe Boakai is a sadistic, unrepentant, unapologetic, tribalistic old man. That is what Joe Boakai is, and that is the only thing Joe Boakai knows how to do because he exploits tribalism. So, well, I say, I guess.
Not going to change. Joe Boakai has no fresh ideas. Joe Boakai is not able to run this country. He's a dead man walking. He's a dead man walking, and I cannot support a dead man walking.
In the midst of all this confusion, in the midst of this implosion, how is it he's been silent, and what does that say?
The case of the ALP is no longer a CPP case. Benana Ure and his party, our party has pulled out, gentlemen. It is not Joe Boakai's. Joe Boakai has no fish to fry in this oil standard.
Your party didn't pull out of the CPP. There is nothing written that you guys have left the CPP. Your party make a request to leave through your chairman. Am I correct?
No, you don't. You are wrong.
Show me something that you left CPP.
Stanton.
Yeah.
Our party has pulled out. We left. The CPP, like every marriage or union or arrangement, falls under the jurisdiction of the Liberian Constitution, which allows you to freely associate and freely.
What do you have to show to the Liberian people that you left the CPP?
We have left the CPP, and we are communicating with the National Elections Commission to inform them officially that we have left.
So you put in a request to leave. That's the
no.
Release
You don't put in a request, Stanton. You're using the wrong diction.
I can read that. No. Ish. I can read your letter to you. Your letter from your party instructing your chairman
to leave. Nope. We did not make a request to leave.
The last press statement that we received from ALP, you instructed your chairman that he should withdraw ALP from CPP.
And where the decision and the vote was taken to pull out, then the executive committee communicated with the national chairman of our party to inform me to initiate the proceedings to pull us out. Who then writes the NEC to say our party is withdrawing from the CPP. So that is
what's the letter to the NEC? What's the letter to the NEC? Once again, do you have anything written to Joseph Yeman Barker as chairman for CPP or the National Election Commission to tell us today that you are all of CPP? To show
We,
to the Liberians today that you are all of CPP?
yes.
Are you saying therefore that boycott can go alone towards WIA and win by himself?
We're not going alone. We're forming a
Okay.
team.
Okay, so Costa, I'm going to take a detour and then come back to our path. Are you still going to run for Mosrado County's senatorial seat in 2023?
I'm not focused on that right now, and I will not speak to that right now. I have not decided.
Because what I see is the confidence with which you used to talk about it. That confidence has diminished. Are you think it's going to be an uphill battle? It's going to be a difficult fight?
My confidence has not shaken by 1 inch. It has not diminished. All I'm doing right now is because the Boaka camp depends on me heavily to propagate the message, and I'm focused more on the presidency than on my own bid. If I were to redirect my focus to my own bid for senator, at this point, it would undermine the real big picture, which is taking the executive mansion and helping to make Joe Boakai president. So I'm simply focused on that now as opposed to my own political interest.
Second question is, obviously, for any contender or potential contender against you in 2023, we'll say since Joseph Boakai, issues will be as significant as time inches closer, it means that he's not going to run, and they will be right. They will be in the right mind because you're going to be as significant to Boakai campaign from now to 2023. And the more when that moment inches closer, it means that you're not going to run. So the takeaway is, I'm not going to run because I'm going to focus on Joseph Boakai, or I'm not going to run.
Say that. It's because the Boakai camp depends on me heavily to propagate the message, and I'm focused more on the presidency. Because the Boakai camp depends on me heavily to propagate the message, and I'm focused more on the presidency. Because the Boakai camp depends on me heavily to propagate the message, and I'm focused more on the presidency than on my own bid. If I were to redirect my focus to my own bid for senator, at this point, it would undermine the real big picture, which is taking the executive mansion and helping to make Joe Boakai president. So, but I have not made I have decided at this point right now, I'm waiting. But Stanton, let me break another thing to you. And I'm an insider. Stanton, let me break another thing to you. And I'm an insider. I'm very close with Joe Boakai. I'm one of his confidants, and he calls me that. I'm not the one who calls myself that. I will tell you this. And because I'm a confidant, there are many things he tells me that I cannot say here. But I'll say this to you. And there are many things he tells me that I cannot say here. But I'll say this to you. There was a time, if Alice Cummings had accepted to say, look, Joe, you're my older brother. I've known you for many years. I've got lots of respect for you. You ran, you came second place with 500,000 votes. I came fifth place with 112,000 votes. You've been in this thing for 25 years. I just came in 2016. I have money. You don't have money, but you got the people, and I'm just coming. Let's pair up together and form one ticket and run together. You win this thing, you serve one term, you know you're much older than I am. You do one term, I'm younger, I can take over, and I can continue. If you decide to enter politics today, you think just because of your money, you should trump the other people who've been around much longer than you, more popular than you, who have a team more political gravitas than you. Reverend Martin, you think that's the way it works in any sector? Seniority counts. You can come and tell the man who's been around for 25 years, who got 500,000 votes, and you got 100,000 votes, and you tell him to abandon his ambition for you, because the only thing you bring to the table, you have money. So there was a time, if they had that understanding, if Cummings had made that proposition to Joe Boakai, they would have formed a ticket, and not even Henry Costa could do anything about that, Reverend Martin. Not even Henry Costa could dare act stupid to criticize Joe Boakai or to attack such a ticket. That ticket would have been able to beat George Weah first round.
Process, what you say is a level playing field. That you are basically saying the process is rigged in favor of one person, why would Cummings go to a process? He declared he wants to be president and then say, I want to be vice president. You said there was a framework process where you go through, first you go through the consensus by the political leaders, you go through a VPS and go through a primary convention. Why would you invite somebody to a level playing field into a process that's supposed to be free and fair, and you tell them to relinquish their ambition for you? So it means that you should have, go back to you. So you basically you went to a process that were not honest. You basically wanted this guy to say, okay, at the end of the day, I'll be vice president. The other person. So what I'm trying to say is that your argument is chronically flawed, because what it says to me is that it was not an honest process. It's what you were thinking, but you decided to say we're going to fake and pretend they're going to be a level playing field, and then we're going to have a coronation. There's not going to be a competition. We're just going to have a coronation and crown one person king and crown the other person as a messenger.
Let me ask you a question, Katama.
Right.
And Katama, my brother, Katama. Listen, gentlemen, let's be realistic. This is life. I mean, let's be realistic. This is life. You look at a man who got 500,000 votes, who got greater name recognition than you, and look at you.
Him.
Listen,
because I want. You should have told him in the beginning.
We don't need to tell you.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute.
You want me to answer the question, guys?
Yeah, answer the question.
They made a mistake.
Okay, that's
fair. At the very onset made a mistake. Okay, so even say that the man who came second place should be considered equal with the man who came fifth place or sixth place, it was a blunder.
I mean, ALP is out. Then why ALP suing Cummings? They are out of CPP. Let it go.
We don't need to be in CPP to sue Cummings. Cummings took the signature page from the first agreement they signed on May 19th.
It's all CPP now.
They put signed the original document on what? April 25th. The document Cummings signing May 19th on the document.
Cummings took the signature page from the first agreement they signed on May 19th.
It's all CPP now.
May 19th, the framework document was signed.
The document itself carries May 19th, while the notarized page carries two different dates, and the confirmation of receipt by NEC has a date that is different from the submission date. The document itself carries May 19th. The document Cummings submitted, the top of the document, the date on the document is May 19th.
We're not suing for alterations.
So your lawsuit is not talking about forgery on the signature page.
No, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about alterations, Stanton. You haven't read
No. That go back to the rate of arrest, Costa.
Our lawsuit is talking about the forgery.
Your lawsuit is talking about the exit clause. Serena Seaforth included something that is so wrong on the rate of arrest. They are talking about the exit clause.
You're not a lawyer.
Katama brought something important out. He said there was a weasel in terms of how you guys started. Look at how this suit has popularized Cummings in the eyes of many.
Popularized Cummings. Cummings was sort of sit on there like Henry Costa. There are pictures of Costa in handcuffs. Pictures of Henry Costa sitting on a prisoner bench. There are pictures of Henry Costa going to prison.
Is that what you want from Cummings?
Kokolioko, chicken they grow for day.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently. And that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. Our next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we are focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our 5th priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what's I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after these things called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country. Is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the hows. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates expiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country. We will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken they grow for day.
Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like anti-river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving all the way. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Where is our we coming? As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. And then when we meet up, speak. Where is our we coming? Yeah, you come, man, yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you very, very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. You watch whatsoever, and we're about to close up, and I got to get ready for church tomorrow. I got to do my church program, and thanks again. You see it for yourself, but I want to say this to people. It's sad for most Liberians who don't stick to the issues because they don't have anything to add, and it pisses them off when they see Cummings and you guys got you don't see nothing yet. Continue to insult, continue to say whatever you want to say, and you will make up your own mind at the end of the day. It has reached to the point where we don't need to talk to people anymore, certain people. We will talk to responsible people, people who would love to have the debate, and people who would believe in themselves that if I lose, I will accept it. If you win, I will accept it. And that is how we believe ourselves. If you win, we accept it. But if you think that you will come on people post and live and start to insult, I block you. You don't need to listen to me. I'm not here to convince you. We're having a dialogue. I am a Liberian, you are a Liberian. But I'm not going to waste my time with people continue to insult and think that you allow them, it should happen. No, 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 no. I'm not going to do it. I will not. So if you come on my post, all I need to do is a simple thing, is just to block you and not to waste my time with you. You understand? So there's nothing wrong with it. But okay, let me give you this last announcement. I talked about it earlier that we Liberians who are willing to go to DC on the 27th, and I know people would think this is not an ANC thing. These are people who from different areas, people who love, who want to see good Liberia, who want to see democracy survive in Liberia. We are going to DC on the 27th. If you want to leave, if you want to go with us, you are free. We will carpool. Don't worry, we'll get a bus. All you need to do is just get inside if you want to go. If you want to drive to go there, it's fine. It's up to you. So we can go together, and it's the 27th. I see here they got it 28th. Let me look at this thing here good. I'm trying to find a date, please. Not too sure of the date. Okay, it's the 27th, not the 28th. I think she have a someone just text me, and I think I think it's an error. Or maybe they won't say they change it, but it is error. Okay, so I know it's the 27th of this month. It will be on a Thursday, and we'll be going to Washington D.C. We'll be there by 10 o'clock from 10 to 2. So if you want to be on that trip, you can contact me, inbox me, and I will give you all the necessary information where to meet. If you're living in Jersey, Philadelphia, and Delaware, there will be a comfortable place that you will meet, and then you can get on the bus at least, and to have you don't have to look for parking or whatsoever. So, oh, okay. Oh, 28 January. Oh, okay. Okay, this is Liberia. This is Liberia announcement. Oh, ANC, USA, and Friends of Pamadela in support of Cummings presidency 2020 will on January 28, 2022 make a contribution of a 20-seated van to the women wing of the ANC at 1:30. Other items include chairs and placards. You are welcome. Oh, that's a good thing. Hmm. Look, guys, there are people who are sacrificing and don't need nothing. I hope they will carry it live so we can see it, and talk about it. So if you think Mr. Cummings just spending his money and he know what to do with it, there are a lot of patriotic Liberians who are in for the cause, who are doing everything. This is an announcement I just received from Liberia. And Pat Medela Davis, ANC USA, and Friends of Penn Medela, Pat Medela, in support of Cummings presidency 2023, will on the 28th this month make a contribution of a 20-seated van to the women wing of the ANC at 1:30 p.m. Other items include chairs, placards. You are welcome to attend. So that is a great gesture, and I want to appreciate you for that, my sister, and I appreciate you. That is what they call I don't know how to call it. I don't know how to term it, but it's for the cause. Yes, that's the cause. That is good. That is good. Yeah, that is good. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. There will be more coming up. We'll continue to send the message out there. We'll continue to make the case. For those of you who had to learn, please don't be wasting your time on this page. They got a lot of good independents and they got some good guys from UP that understand the issues. But when you're coming up and talking about fraud and I'm a fraud and this other person, this and that, you wasting your time. Some of you guys, that's the last time they'll already see the show because I would definitely block you. So if you're talking to me about fraud and whatsoever, instead of you sticking to the issue, know that you're not going to come. I will continue to produce new pages over and over and over and over and over and over. Anyway, have a good day. God bless you. Let me leave you with my Pele music. This music is all the way from Bon County. Kapow, kapow, kapow. I love that music. I have no copyright for this song, but just listen to it. And I wish you the best. Have a good Sunday. God bless you. Bless you and your family. Strengthen you and give you more wisdom that you send a message out there that somebody will listen to you. Whether you're from the other side or what the other side, but one thing you should understand, put Liberia in the middle. That is the focus point of everything. Bye for now. Thank you and thank you again.
Program moment, tenga como mi, nya proga to ekpas.